it's more so we have very, very different of opinions and thoughts and how we do things. I'm just saying, I think it's weird.
Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Oz and Jesse. How are you doing, everybody? And tonight we're going to be talking about demons and dolls. Demons and dolls. That is tonight's topic. Different things that have been possessed by demons, and they are inanimate objects, obviously. Is there anything you want to add to that? Or
no, I mean, I think we're specifically looking at the ones that are the most popular and the ones that have had movies made about them, and then but mostly these dolls being not like spirits or whatever, but demonic possessed. Like, you know, everyone has a theory, but this is...
So like my mother-in-law?
That's probably true for most people. But going over the stories of them and how these dolls have left its mark on culture, on our pop culture.
So if you're watching right now, we are on YouTube, we are on Abstract, we are on X, and that is at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. If you're watching on Abstract, make sure that you follow us. And obviously the same goes for Twitch and X as well. And whatever platform you choose, we appreciate you, but we are trying to build our YouTube, so if you can go over to the YouTube and hit the subscribe button, like and engage, much appreciated. All right, let's get into it.
All right, our first doll, you want to pull up the picture?
Yeah, which one is it?
Annabelle, because she's the most popular doll. And what people don't understand is she does not look like she does in the movies. Annabelle is very much a Raggedy Ann doll that has been said that it is possessed by a demon. So I didn't realize that this doll isn't as old as I thought it was, this whole story. So this starts in 1970 when a student was given this large Raggedy Ann doll as a birthday gift. And her roommate just noticed that the doll was moving on its own. It was like started subtly and appearing in different positions, not how they left it, not where they left it. It would be in different rooms in the apartment, like weird stuff, like just randomly doing weird things. It even escalated to the point where they would find little pieces of paper that were like, please help me, or help me, all over the house. The messages, everyone was like freaking out. So it intensified to the fact where people were getting scratched when they came too close around the chest. People could feel someone pulling on them anytime they were too close to Annabelle. They even had a medium who said that the doll...
A medium? Does that mean they're like...
No, they're not
a large
steak.
shirt size.
They're not a steak.
Medium well.
No.
Okay.
So like
just wanted to
like
clarify for the chat. A medium, guys.
Like a seance.
So a psychic seance.
I have my
one of those. They have like the little finger bells, and they dance with the pointy shoes.
I don't know. When I think of seance and psychics, I think of like the big crystal ball, and everyone's holding hands and saying weird things. Or maybe that's just because
everybody thinks I have a crystal ball. They're like, Oz, can you look into your crystal ball and tell us the future every single day? And I'm just like, you know what? Every time you ask me what's in the crystal ball, it gets a little bit fuzzier every time.
No, that's definitely not.
Unless you donate, obviously. If you donate, it gets really clear. Either. It's like it polishes it up,
Okay,
no,
so
I'm just messing.
The medium claims that the doll is possessed by a spirit of a young girl named Annabelle Higgins, who had died on the property several years before. And feeling sad, they gave the spirit permission to stay with them. When the paranormal activity escalated, the original owners were called in. They concluded that the doll wasn't inhabited by a child spirit, but which they said doesn't possess objects, but was being manipulated by a demonic entity, which means they were just manipulating the doll, making it like, oh no, I'm a cute little girl stuck inside a doll, don't get rid of me, when it really was just something horrible and demonic. Because that's like the case with most things. They pretend to be a little girl. Like, oh, I'm a little girl, you know,
Little
don't
girls are the devil.
They aren't, but that's how they
Girls.
used it. Anyways, because
My mama said little girls are the devil.
no, her activity got worse and worse, and then they put her in the box.
Activity? You mean like
she was physically okay? So she was either physically lashing out, knocking things over. She was never where she was supposed to be. They'd put her in one room, they'd find her in another.
You know, there's this story I have, and we had this like tiki face thing, and me and my friends like growing up, and there were a couple of girls that were in the house, you know, my friends' girlfriends at the time, and we were pretending that this thing was alive and it was doing things, and it would move, and we would turn it upside down and put it in different places. They'd wake up in the morning and be like right next to them on the pillow. It was so like I could imagine that there could be some human interaction with this, like
everyone just messing with each other.
Yeah, like I mean it's all fun and games. Like it's kind of normal for people to play tricks on each other, so like
absolutely
I give that a little bit of validity here.
I mean, I could see where you're going with that, but according to these people who experienced it, from visitors and everything, the scratching, the feeling like they're overheating to where they're gonna pass out. Like, I mean, that's like moving something. What do you want? Like moving something, that kind of stuff, that's a whole different ball game. Like scratching people, these people really believe these things happen. So is it in their head? I mean, how do you fake some scratch marks on your back?
So here's the thing. Okay. This is what makes it valid for me. Okay. Ed and Lorraine Warren. Okay. They work with the Catholic Church. They were ordained ministers with the church. And if you know anything about the churches, they do not allow you to do basically like exorcisms and things like that without approval from
Correct.
The Vatican, right? So you have to have approval from the church. Somebody has to come forward and say, hey, there's some validity here. It has to be proven that there is something, because they do take into account, you know, for mischief and mental health and different things like that, right?
Well, they didn't always used to do that. That's fairly new.
Right, but they were, at that time, they were doing that. Okay, so when Ed and Lorraine got involved, that was the case. So the fact that the church got involved and were like, this is serious enough to do something about it, is what makes me feel like there's some validity to what happened, because there had to be some type of thing that they saw in the doll that, you know, made them take it. Otherwise, they just thought it was a collector's item, and they were like, you know what, we could totally just take this thing and we'll put it in this little case and it'll become very valuable. But I don't see that.
It's not valuable. It's terrifying.
It's very valuable. It was stolen.
It was stolen. That was actually debunked. That never happened.
No.
It never happened, but people wanted to...
See,
this is another
and
thing.
Here
people
comes the
play
conspiracies.
Pranks. No, but people play pranks. And I looked into that because I thought that too. And I was like, well, that's not great. I don't like dolls. I've always made that very clear. I hate dolls. Dolls are creepy. Their eyes follow you. It's odd. Like, I never owned dolls growing up. But the fact that they were so scared of it, it literally says, warning, positively do not open. The box gets taken. She does not get taken out of it.
Okay, so here's my thing is, if Annabelle is this supernatural doll thing, right? And they decide, oh, we're going to take it on tour and we're going to show it off to people. And
yeah, because people are weird and they like being around that.
Right, and I get it. But who's to say if this thing that literally, when they brought it to Louisiana, the plantation burnt down, okay? And I have a clip. We're going to watch the clip here in just a minute. But what I want to say is if it did go missing and it was gone, would you believe the official story that, oh, we totally found it, it was never lost? No, I would. First thing I would do is I would go get a Raggedy Ann doll, stuff it in the box, and say, look, we found Annabelle. There she is. For all we know, Annabelle is lurking in the shadows behind your bed, in your closet right now, prying from around the corner, looking to menace society right now, for all we know. As far as I'm concerned, I do not trust the official story. I think she could potentially be out there like Chucky, roaming around, doing little things and whatnot. I refuse to believe the idea that she's just, oh, she went missing. Oh, no, she's back. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
You can't prove that one way or another.
Either way, I choose to believe to look over my shoulder because Annabelle's down the rabbit hole over there, okay?
But hear me out then. Okay, so by that logic, maybe she never even left and it was all a publicity stunt and it wasn't the real doll, but because people will buy anything and people are delusional and they love this creepy kind of stuff, they could have just been faking it.
That
and
makes
she's
more
still there.
sense. Except for the videos that I found while she went on tour. Some YouTubers went and they opened the box and were allowed to like touch her.
That's impossible.
So we're gonna watch the video.
Because then it's not the real box. There's just no way.
You're not real, man.
None of us are real, technically.
All right, so let's start with this, okay? Let's give this a little gander here. I'm gonna put my headphones on so I can. Or do you want to hear it?
Drop my stuff.
Because I already heard it.
Okay. All right. Make sure it's on the screen.
So you can just put this up to your ear like this and take a little listen. And so let's listen to this. This is from YouTube. These guys are freaking hilarious, by the way.
Can they see it?
Yeah, they can see the. So it's right here. Okay. So let's take a little listen.
Recently too, what happened in New Orleans?
What happened?
Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll off the real case and they're doing a tour with it.
Oh shit. They brought it there?
Yes, and the first one was Louisiana.
Oh my god.
The warden literally told that person, this is the most dangerous thing we have at our museum. You must be sick in the head if you want to do a tour with it.
And then they're doing a tour.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
look at this.
He's doing that then.
Fam, he has holy water and a prayer beside him, and the Annabelle doll is right in that black thing.
Oh my god.
And then you see him
bro.
every time they have to do this.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you said a lot of like the were like buried and stuff like that.
There's a lot of that were
Fam, right after the Annabelle doll left, two things happened in New Orleans that was really big. One was the plantation caught on fire.
Oh shit.
One of the longest standing plantation houses burned to death. I saw a video where people are saying when they took pictures of the fire, there would be silhouettes everywhere, ghosts. And I'm like, yo, that makes sense because if people died there, so boom, if you see right here, zoom in on the circles, the ancestors.
Damn, so right away they brought the doll into the fire. That's crazy.
The Nottoway plantation started burning.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You see all these silhouettes like actual like ghosts, fam. No, and just recently too, what happened in New Orleans?
What happened?
Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll.
Okay.
You want a real answer to that? Because I got a better answer than the doll.
Okay, tell me.
What are the history of these huge plantations that have been around for over 100 years, and what kind of apparitions or ghosts would be lurking there wanting to set it on fire? Let's go back in history a little bit.
Master sir, please, master sir. And
So
he'd be like,
anyone
go
wanted-
pick my cotton.
If
He's like,
anyone
I'm
wanted-
gonna voodoo the ghost of Annabelle on you.
If anybody wanted to burn it down, that's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is I want to burn it all down.
Well, that's
I'm
a
with
little
it.
different.
Let's leave the government shut down. Let's just leave it that way. Anyway, let's not get too political on that.
No.
But yes, so the plantation did burn down, and also I believe it was 12 inmates escaped from prison
And that I don't
the
know.
same time. So let's pull that one up here.
Oh my gosh.
So the rabbit hole gets deep, chat. All right, the rabbit hole is deep. So they're moving the Annabelle doll to the French Quarter. He's blessing it and praying over it. Right, this is their little ritual thingy that they're doing, right? And that's his little prayer. He's got to read. He's got it written down so he doesn't forget. just like Jesse. She got
Most gracious Virgin Mary, thou who was crushed the head of the serpent, protect us from vengeance from the evil one. We offer prayers, supplications, sufferings, and good works to thee, so that thou may purify them, sanctify them, and present them to thy Son.
I'm gonna open up the case.
So,
You're gonna quickly,
Annabelle
I mean quick.
in the case, right?
Grab it and put it in.
This is obviously not the real Annabelle.
It's Annabelle is worn looking, not bright,
Right.
and
So this is a regular.
They
this
said they can't
video
see it.
right here. You guys can't.
Close it
Oh,
up fast.
sorry. Let's go back
Close it up
to.
quick.
So look, he's blessing it. We saw him blessing it, right? And then this is the Annabelle doll. They're supposedly are moving. That is not the real Annabelle.
it's not. It's that red.
100%
That hair is too red.
Yeah, and they move it into this other box. This is, I don't know what this is. Maybe it's a haunted house or something.
That's all right.
That's not the real doll. They're
In the name of the Father,
in the
Son,
other
and Holy
video we
Ghost.
just watched.
Hail Mary,
that
full of
was
grace, the
actual
Lord is with
picture
thee.
of the video.
Blessed art thou
You know what's
amongst
crazy
women,
is
and blessed
I-
is the
Any
fruit
one
of
that
thy
I
womb,
had, yeah.
Jesus.
I had a
Holy Mary,
ragged
Mother
man,
of God,
and Andy
pray
had
for us
one.
sinners,
Yeah.
now and at the hour of our
My
death.
parents had
Amen.
it. And
Yeah.
one year for Halloween,
Let me see your hands
my
again.
sister and I dressed up as Raggedy Ann.
Yeah, okay. And now she's
That's
transferred.
Well, my parents always
One
chose
time.
it. He's got to wash
Now
it.
she's transferred over.
It's actually whole water.
And we're going to keep her in there temporarily.
Do you
It's
remember
not
when Lorraine
that
Warren said this about the
Raggedy
Annabelle doll?
Don't
What?
ever touch
It's
any.
Raggedy Ann.
And if you do, let me know.
It's a long video.
This is the
Yeah,
worst
so
thing.
that's
And
the actual.
that doll.
But I guess some people forgot about
That's
that
not
because
it.
she's on tour right now.
Right?
So they took her to New Orleans, and why does a plantation house from
There's no-
1859 burn down after?
No.
So
This
here's
mansion
the
was
thing.
about 53,000 square
What happened
feet
in
with
1859 on
64
that, little
rooms,
plantation
and it
there,
burns
my
down
friend?
after Annabelle
tell
decides
me.
to visit the city. The fire is
Slavery.
still under
Hold on.
investigation,
Well,
so
yeah,
you
we
could-
know that, but let's.
There's
rewind.
more things at play than a doll.
Is that
and it burns
Let me
down.
tell
after-
you.
right? But
If I was
that is not the actual doll. This is the one that
So
was
then-
supposed to be on
so if
tour.
it's still in New Orleans and nothing's ever happened because they kept it in the box, why would the fires? That doesn't sound right.
I think they took a fake doll on tour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's why they're like,
But-
oh, we lost it to cause hysteria because people
Right.
are dumb.
So if there's like a spirit or something, and there's supposed to be like a legion of demonic entities attached.
I
to
can believe
Annabelle.
that.
It's called Legion, and if you ask it its name or whatever, it identifies itself as like thousands of entities, right? Who's to say that a spiritual force couldn't attach itself to this doll? Just based off of the rhetoric, behind it and everything that they're doing, it could have created a whole new entity, or not created, but a new entity could have latched onto it. Who knows? They could have done some kind of ritual thing to it. Who knows, right?
Demons don't like other demons.
That's not true, because Legion is one that possesses, like Judas was possessed
That's-
by Legion, right?
There's
Which is
no actual
right, but if you go off
structure
of
to
biblical,
that.
right, but
But that's the problem.
it doesn't have to be one entity. People can be possessed, and objects can be possessed by more than one entity. Okay?
No,
Yes. Read your Bible.
no.
In the Bible, it states that there was a man that was he was full of demons, and Jesus cast out the demons and sent them into a herd of pigs, because there were so many demons. They went into all the pigs,
Well,
and the
those
pigs
pigs
ran
didn't deserve it.
into the sea and drowned themselves.
Poor pork chop.
I'm just saying that
No,
this is
it doesn't make any sense. Take the Bible out. Explain it to me.
there.
Take the Bible
There's more-
out. Explain it to me.
It's a spiritual entity. It's not like it's taking up physical real
Because there's
estate.
a difference between demon, spirit, and
Haven't
ghost
you-
if you see it that way.
Haven't you seen people okay, so there were these people that I interacted with, and I'll tell this full story later on. Now is not the time and the place, but I'm going to breadcrumb you guys a little bit right now. This is part of the breadcrumb trail that I am leaving for you guys. But there was this man, and he would talk, and sometimes he would talk really like this, and then yeah, you know, and
So he went from Elmo to Louis Armstrong.
yeah,
Okay,
he
got
was
it.
like, I see skies are green,
And now you're just Schwarzenegger.
plantations too. I whip them too.
Don't sing.
All right, just me and you, and I think to myself. Okay, I'll stop singing. What a wonderful world.
I have to hear this like live. Yeah. Please
So-
feel sorry for me.
This guy was possessed by multiple entities, and each one of these entities that he had in him had a different ability. One of them was this,
Schizophrenia.
I mean, if that's what you want to scientifically call it, but I seen it in a way where God showed me through my path and my walk and my journey that there was something more than that.
Take the Bible out of it. And then there's no argument anymore.
And that's, I mean, you can label it as whatever you want, but here's the thing is we have to have an open mind that there are some things that science cannot explain.
Well, clearly, or we wouldn't be doing this.
Exactly. So tell me when I can unmute. What do you mean unmute? So
Unmute what? Are we muted?
I don't know. But basically the
Oh, he's talking about your horrible singing. Now I know what he's talking
oh
about.
my God.
You are correct.
You're not allowed to mute
say
me.
that.
Okay. You
I
have
get
to
it.
watch
I
the
can't
whole
mute,
show.
but you mute for me.
Okay, so we have to understand that yes, we can put a scientific explanation on everything, okay, and we can look at it from a logical perspective, but we have to, especially with these things that we're talking about, that we're looking into, we need to have an open mind, and we need to start, in my personal opinion, I think we should blend science with spirituality. I think that they go hand in hand. Because we have the separation of church and state and all these things, right? That's a no-no, right? But I do believe that they are similar, one and the same. Yes, we have physics, but there are things that defy the laws of physics. You know, there are things that we can give it this label, and that's how we can describe it and give it away for our puny little brains to understand. But there are just some things out there that we cannot explain. No matter what scientific explanation you want to put on it, for me, in my life and my experiences, I have come to find that yes, there is versions of people who are mentally unwell and they are schizophrenic, and then there are other people that are possessed by demons and they are granted powers because of those demonic entities that are within them, and that's what I'm referring to with this guy. This is how I knew that he was possessed by demons and that he was not schizophrenic, because the different personalities or whatever that he had, they gave him abilities that no human could do. And you ever saw the movie Split? Remember? It was the Unbreakable.
I remember the movie.
And basically the Beast, right, had this special abilities and stuff. I believe that those are demonic forces that actually possess people, that give them abilities. And then I believe there are people that are just unwell and they have split personalities. But I believe that the difference is that when you are given the ability to speak perfect Latin and you never spoke Latin before in your life, that is one thing that the Catholic Church uses to determine whether or not something is just a person with mental illness or someone that's actually possessed by a demon.
Okay. Or maybe someone has access to more of their brain than we do.
I mean, that's possible.
Because you could remember, like, they've even said we could have memories of a past life, hence why we don't get the full access to our brain, because we're not allowed to have it. Our brain can only function at 20 to 30% at max. That's if you're super, super smart.
Gen X says Mark 5'9". You wanna look that one up? Should we?
I don't have the computer.
Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull that one up right now. Mark 5:9. I believe that is the demons in the man. So I have actually read every page in the Bible.
So have I. We both went to Christian school.
Well, most people who went to
We
Christian
got
school
tested
never
on
actually. Okay, so here it is. And this is from the King James Version, Mark 5:9. And he asked him, "What is thy name?" And he answered, saying, "My name is Legion, for there are many."
If you believe the Bible, right?
I do believe the Bible.
I don't.
And you're entitled to have that opinion. But those of you who don't believe in the Bible, I would encourage you to read it. And as you read it, reach out to God and say, "I would like for you to reveal yourself to me," and he will, and you will see that it is real.
Okay, I'm not having a Bible lesson with you today.
I'm just saying.
And the reason that we aren't allowed to use our full capacity of our brain, we have no idea. But as of now, most people don't ever use more than 20%, and only the high elite use a little bit higher percentage. But for whatever reason, our bodies cannot actually process using our brain at 100% capacity. And I think there's what is it? They think that we would be telepathic or whatever that case. There's a block that we're just only allowed to use bits and pieces of each part of our brain to answer that question.
And I agree with that. And I think that that is a real explanation for some cases. And in some cases, I believe that there is a more likelihood of a demonic possession. And there's a list of things that, the church
That's my whole issue is the church.
And I'll tell you this,
creating
I do not
this demonic possession thing to make experiments out of people, or to be these are the same people who are like, mental health isn't real, you need God, when they really just needed medication.
And I agree with that. But I think that there's also something else that is real out there that can't be explained.
Possible.
How do you explain the spirit box thing?
I believe that ghosts are real.
Right. And I believe that I don't believe that all of them are ghosts. I think that some of them are demons, which are basically the fallen angels, and whatever you want to call it. Like in any religion, right? First of all, I'm not religious, okay? I just understand that there's something bigger out there that we can't begin to understand. I do not believe in church as a religion. I think that most churches and the people that are in churches are very hypocritical and are probably some of the worst people, and I do not find myself equally yoked with them because they have these righteous blinders on, and they refuse to see the truth because they think they're holier than thou. So I do not find myself having church with them in a building. I do not believe God is in a building. The best church I ever had was with my grandfather. We used to feed the homeless every Sunday from 1983 to 2007. Every single Sunday, never missed one. And one time, my grandfather, it was just me and him, and on a Sunday, we went down to the liquor store. We grabbed a couple 40 ounces of malt liquor and went to the park. Just me and him. I was 21 at the time. This was much later on. And we just sat down with some of the homeless people there. And we said, "Hey, you guys want to share a beer with us?" And we passed around the 40, and we were just sitting there talking, and we were just fellowshipping with one another, telling our past stories and things that we've been through, our struggles. We prayed for them, and that was the best church I ever went to. It was helping people, even with just a beer as a way to open it up. And nowhere in the Bible does it say you can't have a beer. I don't understand where all these Christians...
if you believe the Bible, he turned water into wine.
Exactly.
And that's lit. Just saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's the kind of God I want to have.
If someone could do that in front of me, I'm like, I'd be a believer. But
I turn water into wine. I just add a little bit of fruit and sugar to it.
That's not how that happened.
That's how I do it.
You're done preaching to me now.
I'm just saying,
I get it why you guys have to believe what you do. It gives you purpose. It gives you something that's greater than yourself to explain things you don't understand. I totally get it. But there are things that just don't make sense because they don't make sense.
Right. But according to Mark 5:9, he calls him Legion, for there are many. And Legion is apparently what is in Annabelle. Okay? At least what I've come to find. So let's finish watching this clip.
Oh, it's so long.
Annabelle decides to visit the city. The fire is still under investigation, so you could call it a creepy coincidence, but if you watch the Conjuring and Annabelle movies, you will know how evil she truly is. But that's not the only weird thing that happened over there. 10 inmates escaped from a prison shortly after.
So these are the inmates
the way
that
they did it, they like escaped from
prison.
A wall behind the toilet. This is not
now
even
what she says is a little hyperbolic,
size.
like, oh, only a doll could fit through there.
She could have helped them. And guess where she's at now? San
Okay.
Antonio, Texas. I'll be praying for you all.
Can we also point out that when these fires happened, everyone was angry. The world is divided. And these were representations of ugly history, of ugly U.S. history.
And
I don't think one is connected to the other.
Someone could have literally just gone out and said, hey, Annabelle is out of her cage. Let's go light something on fire because it'll go viral. You know, people are crazy. Okay. I'm just saying, but maybe it was the spirits that were let out from Annabelle that caused someone to do such a thing. Me personally, I think it was just somebody was like, hey, we should totally set this plantation on fire because
the history that it holds.
Fuck these people. And two, oh, we can blame it on Annabelle.
That's what I would do.
That's what I would do too.
But right, we don't know, but that the most likely scenario, the history that those plantations have, they probably deserve to be burned. Not saying that anybody should have got hurt. I'm just saying,
I don't care what happened there. I don't think you should burn down a building just because it was the man who, was the judge for the Salem witch trials. Like, you don't burn the building down. No, it's a part of history, and there's things we can learn from history.
They literally rename cities when atrocities happen there. There's a few in California. They're like, we're going to rebrand. We can't be associated.
But if you burn the building down, there's nothing there to point at and say, hey, that's where this thing happened. No, once it's there, eventually, over time, it's lost and no one talks about it anymore. There's no remnants of it. There's no history left behind of it.
That's the point.
I know. So like burning down a plantation because atrocities happen there doesn't mean that we should burn all those things down, take down all those statues. No, they should be put there in place so that way there can be teaching that happens from it.
Do you know what they're taking out of the schools for kids to learn?
What's that?
Anything that has to do with that time period. So it is in someone's best interest to get rid of them so they're not landmarks and people can't be like, see, we were terrible people. No, it didn't even happen.
History is written by the winners. So whoever wins rewrites history in their favor or whatever they're liking to be.
Well, that's not what's happening because those plantation owners didn't win. And so if you take out there were no losers and the Confederate Army really won, where are we at here?
The South will live on.
Like, it's so weird because, like, I see that flag and I'm like, you lost, right? Like, that's a loser
We're proud
flag.
people here. I'm being hyperbolic, by the way. I'm poking fun at the idea.
I believe there's some sort of balance between spirituality and logic, but I'm always going to lean towards that logic angle.
Right. And for me, I'm going to be in the middle with both. I'm going to give there some validity to the mind is a powerful thing and give some validity to that there just might be something supernatural. So I'm going to be open to both aspects and not discount one or the other just because one is easy for our mind to wrap around.
Okay.
Okay, so let's finish watching our little clip here.
It's not. It's 30.
Let's finish it here.
25. We like to fuck around and find out. So what do? We take Annabelle on a world tour. Okay, we're just moving her all over the place. They send her to New Orleans.
Moving her all over the place. New Orleans, man. There's a lot of creepy energy in New Orleans.
I disagree. It depends on what you discern as creepy.
I mean, there's vampires.
They literally had the fire out at one point and it reignited
Little
itself.
clip.
If that's not the ancestors speaking their truth.
Yeah, it's not a little clip. I know, that's what I just said.
11,
but I want you guys to see.
10 or
So these are
11
the prisoners that escaped, right?
Escape a prison. Okay? There are 10
That's pretty much
convicts.
all there was to take from this.
Convicted of unaliving people on the loose
This
in
is
New
what I
Orleans.
want you to
Actually, I
see
think they've
right
called
here.
She would cause chaos. I just didn't think it would end up like this.
Annabelle.
So this is the actual Ed and Lorraine
doll
Warren.
that's made like thousands
So I wanted
dolls.
chat to get a chance
Except
to see
that this
them.
doll
And
was used in
this is
communication.
supposedly
Almost like
the
having
original
seance.
doll. I don't think it
A
is, though.
nurse had
Maybe it
received the
is.
doll 1971
And
as a
they're just
present,
kind of
Christmas
explaining,
present from
you know,
her
what
mother.
happened. The nurse
And the doll
received the
stands
doll.
about 3 foot
What
high.
we talked about.
Right,
And she would
exactly.
take it to bed with her at night.
So I just wanted you guys to get a little context of who they are. They're not the people that you saw in the movie or whatever. So there's that, okay? So this is the video. This one is short. So there were some YouTubers that while it was on display, and this is what makes me believe that it was the real people. Oh, did we lose it?
They've opened Annabelle's box to investigate whether she's
yeah, so this
actually
is the-
haunted or
so
not,
these
and they
YouTubers
found
right
out
here,
something terrifying. Owner of the museum
they
let
were
them
given
open the
an
case for only
experience
5
with
minutes
the
to make this
doll,
meeting
with it
relatively
open,
safe. And they even
and
asked a
watch
priest
and
to
see
say
what
a
happens
prayer.
here.
So after opening the case, there was no coming back.
We didn't want to waste any time that we had to be able to do this.
And you feel threatened or anything like that, you know, don't hesitate to leave the museum for a little bit.
They used the Estes method to communicate with the doll. It's the same one they used to talk to Peggy. Watch what happened.
Annabelle, or any spirits here, you can speak through Colby to tell us a message or to talk with us. Is there anybody here in the museum with us?
200,000?
What? Are you connected in any other way to other haunted dolls?
Everybody against you.
Meeting with the doll showed immediate results because after getting into the car, they had a serious argument and finished recording.
You always believed.
I mean, these guys were seriously traumatized from this.
They've opened Annabelle's
seems
box.
pretty real and legitimate to me. This is why I believe that they had the real doll on tour. This, I think, is the real doll right here. I thought it wasn't. There was another image, though, that looked more like it. Maybe that was the wrong image. I'm not completely sure. But I do know that this image is from Ed and Lorraine's basement, where they have all these different artifacts and things that they've gathered over the years. Maybe they're just pack rats and they saw cool things and they're like, oh, it's got a demon, we better take it with us and add it to our little collection. I think that's plausible. Maybe not. I mean, my dad's a pack rat. Okay, my dad wants, if you've got something that he doesn't have, he's got to have it, and he would blame it on the devil to get it away from you. I'm just saying, it is plausible, right?
I think you're way out there with this one.
Why not?
Because, like you said, they were religious people.
It's the devil. Give me your action figures.
You know how I feel about hiding behind God for your bad actions. Own them. Don't say, oh, I did this bad thing because the devil made me do it.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's maybe what they were doing. Like, for instance, I have this. Those of you who have been around for the show for a long time, on my desk I have the baseball here, right? Signed by Mike Trout. Now, if I had this and you were a preacher and you were like, oh, the devil lives in that ball, I better take it with me. I better take that ball from you.
People use God to do terrible things. You're proving my point.
I believe that that is a possibility. Like, I'm not taking that off the table. I'm open to the fact that there are some things that we can explain and we can wrap our head around, and there are some things that we can't. And just because something happened doesn't mean that we just jump straight to ghosts, right?
Right.
We should look at the logical explanation. Why would they have this whole pack rat, display of things?
Have you seen New Orleans? They just do stuff like that.
Well, this isn't New Orleans. This is Ed and Lorraine's basement. All these little artifacts are supposedly.
I got that picture from New Orleans.
Oh, this is from New Orleans?
That's New Orleans.
Okay, well, there is a place, and it's Ed and Lorraine's basement, and we can maybe post a
They
clip
moved
of it
it
later.
though. That was the whole thing. They gave it to this place, and they kept it in that box and gave them the box so that people in New Orleans could go see. You can go see it
they
today.
got older, and they were like, you know what? We need
I
to
don't
make
think
some
they're
money
around
off
anymore.
of this stuff.
Yeah,
now.
they're not around anymore.
We've been pack ratting this stuff for umpteen years. It's time to cash in on our
Don't
investment.
you think it would be weird if you were religious and you want to have all this negativity in your basement? Don't you find that odd?
That's why I'm leaning towards the idea of maybe they're just hoarders, and they were like, oh, that looks really cool. I want that. It has the devil in it. Let us take it off your hands. Free of charge.
Sure.
It seems plausible.
No, it doesn't. All right, next doll.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah, I know.
Here's my thing is I don't think that the real Annabelle went on tour.
Whether you believe it or not, do you believe the stories about the doll? That's what it's about. Whether
do believe
it
the
went
stories.
wherever, whomever, wherever it came from. Do you believe that this doll had a demon in it that was literally just harassing and terrorizing people?
I do, based off of the video of the YouTubers. Because the YouTubers,
This is where we are.
I mean,
But there's history. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but what I'm saying, there's a lot of history of people like, oh, we visited in the doll. Well, you know what I mean? Like,
right. So there's a long track record of things happening. Obviously, YouTubers can be YouTubers, right? We're YouTubers, you know.
right.
I make up things on the fly all the time just for show value, right?
That's fun.
It is what it is. But, you know, let's not, you know.
Because when you bring religion into anything, you make it a touchy subject.
I understand that. I just think that.
Not just for me, I don't care.
There's
but
some
for
validity.
others that don't want to hear that.
There's some validity in the fact that it may have been the real Annabelle doll that went on tour. There's some validity in the fact that it possibly does have demon possession because of what happened with the YouTuber. And there is some validity to the fact that it may or may not have gone missing and is still out there lurking in the shadows underneath your bed, waiting, watching.
In this world, all of those are very, that could happen. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the main thing here. It's like, let's think about it. Let's have an open mind, chat. Like, let's, you know, explore every possibility that it possibly could be, because we don't know. We have no hard facts here.
No.
That's the fact of the matter, is there is no hard facts.
Everything we talk about, there's no hard facts. Whether it's alien, ghosts, whatever conspiracy theories that we are jumping down, there are no hard facts.
Well, the moon
It's all
landing is a hard
speculation.
fact.
That's
okay. We definitely have the video footage of something
Okay,
happened.
so
Millions of people saw it.
So what I'm saying is it's all speculation, and we all have to come to our own logical.
Right. And the idea is for you as the viewer to decide for yourself. We're not here to tell you what to think.
We just decide what we think and our opinions, and everyone has their own.
You know what I think? Little girls are the devil.
That might be true.
The devil is in the doll.
I'm raising psychological warfare. All right, bring up Robert the doll.
All right, Robert the doll.
This story is a little older.
This one's freaky. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
It looks so sweet and innocent, but oh my goodness.
I'm not gonna lie. This
okay,
one
so
is
the
freaking
story.
weird.
This one.
Hold on. Before, let me just set the room real quick. I had never heard this story.
I did.
Until you told me about it. And then I started deep diving into it for the show. And I got a little freaked out. Okay. Yeah. This is crazy, chat. If you haven't heard
Robert
of
is
Robert
something
the
else.
Doll.
Robert the Doll.
So tell us, who is Robert the Doll? I'm sure most of you haven't heard of Robert the Doll. I would say Robert the Doll is creepier than Annabelle.
Oh yeah, and not only that, Robert's been around for a very long time.
Right. So tell us about Robert the Doll. Who is he? What does he do?
So Robert the Doll, this toy was given to a little boy in 1904.
1904.
He was originally given to Robert Eugene Otto, a young boy from the Key West.
So that's 120 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah,
121 years ago. Dang.
The doll was manufactured in Germany and was brought to Otto's grandfather during a trip abroad. They speculated that the doll may have originally intended for a window display, and it was not to be for sale, but the grandfather convinced them to sell it to him. A variation of the origin story claims that a Bohemian servant, like somebody off the street, is the one who sold it to him, or practiced voodoo, cursed the doll, you know, the same old rhetoric.
Voodoo.
Right. It comes
Voodoo,
back
voodoo,
to that.
voodoo.
That kind of rhetoric. Young Robert Eugene Otto became so attached to the doll that he gave it its own name and instead on being called Jean. So this boy goes, okay, this doll is named Robert and my name's Jean now because I love this doll so much.
Wait a minute. So let's jump down the rabbit hole a little bit here before we go any deeper. So the little boy's name's Robert.
Robert Eugene, yes.
Right. And so the boy says, I want the doll's name to be Robert and for me to be Jean.
Right.
Now that is a sign of demonic possession.
Well, that's a sign of some kind of connection where the doll, either the doll's like, I want your name, call your name.
Right. Or basically he's like, I no longer live in my body. I'm a vessel for this entity to take me over. And now I reside in the doll and it has possession over me. So that is,
it is odd. Sign
number one.
It is odd for the little for a little child to be like, I'm Jean now. The doll is Robert. Like I don't know if my 5-year-old came up and said that to me. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a little weird, but sure, son. Like, I don't know how I would react to that.
Every time you say Jean, I think of Jean from Bob's Burgers going a jiggly, 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 jiggly.
Anyways, as a child, Jean would often blame any mischief or misbehavior on the doll, saying Robert did it when toys were mutilated or objects were overturned in his room. Neighbors, according to legend, neighbors claimed to see the doll moving in the upstairs window when the family wasn't at home. The Ottos and their guests also reported hearing giggling and seeing the doll's face expression change wherever the doll was.
Okay. Let's rewind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So the story that I read about it is basically the doll was doing weird things and moving on its own and creepy, weird things were happening. So they locked it away in the attic.
Okay. Well, before we get to that, that wasn't just the only case. The incident that occurred for that to happen. Okay. So one night after hearing commotion in Jean's room, his parents found the room in disarray. Jean was terrified, shaking and screaming in his bed, insisting Robert was responsible. All of his toys and everything were mutilated. Everything in the room was destroyed.
Hold on. Don't you think that a kid could be having a temper tantrum and did a bunch of crazy stuff, or maybe split personality disorder,
yes,
or you know, whatever,
very logical, yes,
and then uses that as a reason to blame it on something? Because I'll tell you what, right now, my 5-year-old, or I think she's like 6 now, when she was younger, even now still, she would do things and blame it on the devil. The devil made me do it.
I believe that.
So, is it perfectly logical for a child to lash out and do something like that and then blame it on a doll?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The question is this. They were not home, and the neighbors saw it moving around in the attic.
Right.
That's what's creepy to me. That's what leads me down the crazy rabbit hole of this is some demonic thing, right?
But here's my issue. So Jean, and he stayed with this name. He never went back to Robert, even after he went to college. And he kept the doll. He kept it. Okay, so
not me. I'm gonna light it on fire. You know, I had a Furby one time, and this thing was possessed. Okay, and it was like going. It was going like crazy, and we took the batteries out of it, and it kept like going. So we torched it with a torch.
Yeah, that was the right move. Those things were creepy,
and it was literally on fire, still going like yeah. It was creepy.
No, so this dude, he literally brought it back to his childhood home after studying and being abroad. His wife, Anne, was reportedly uneasy with Robert and had him moved to the attic. Visitors claimed to hear giggling and footsteps coming from the attic after the doll was confined. So this is Robert's reputation. He's obviously in a museum now, locked up, like you see right here. And the story is, if you take a picture of him without asking for permission, you just get bad luck and bad things happen to you. And they literally
Elaborate. Okay.
like car accident, something bad happens, they lose their job.
You get the bad juju.
Yeah, they get that bad vibe, that bad. And so what they have to do is send in an apology or come apologize to the doll for taking its picture
Dear
without
Mr.
permission.
Doll, Robert the doll.
Dear Robert,
we are so sorry that we used Flash. Please forgive us. Our utmost apologies. Could I please get the winning lottery numbers this week? I've been doing so bad.
I believe the government was surveillance through Furbies. I think that was like a test program, by the way. I
believe that too. They had like that little like camera sensor thing.
And you just do you remember the Simpsons? You didn't watch the Simpsons. There's a Simpson episode that made fun of the Furbies, and they were literally monitoring children to see what kind of toys they like, so they knew which toys to make for Christmas.
I mean, it checks out.
It does, right? Yeah.
I would not.
When it comes to the government, anything's possible.
I would not put it past any government entity to do something with toys, especially toys, right? Because children, because it's about money, right? Like that's why they monitor everything we do online. They want the data. The data can literally, Facebook knows when you have to poop. They know you have to poop before you do. This is a real thing.
Are you talking about that? This is how we all only watch cartoons. Are you talking about that American Dad episode where she finally got a conspiracy theory right, and it was Project Poop, and they were filming everyone while they were people who were on the toilet looking at their phones, and they were filming them?
Yeah. And like, so the camera's looking at you and it's looking down. So if you're beating it in the bathroom, the CIA's got footage on you. They're watching you. Big Brother is watching you. Spank the monkey. All right, so you just remember that, and one day when you run for Congress, they're going to say you better play ball, or we're going to show them videos. We got a whole spank bank full of them, baby.
Spank bank. No.
I mean, it makes sense. Why, next time you're beating your meat and you're in the bathroom, look at what direction the cameras are looking right at your face.
Who takes their phone in the bathroom? That's disgusting. That's where germs live. I mean, never, I get, I put when I have music, when I take a shower, but when I'm using the restroom, why would you take your phone in there where germs and poop and pee live? What the hell is wrong with people?
I get my best TikTok work done while I'm on the toilet.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
Those are my best lives ever.
No.
Yeah. And you know what? As long as you're using a mic, they don't know, because, if you got your regular phone mic, they hear the echo, right? But if you got your little mic going, and then you're good, they don't even know it.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
No.
Yeah. Next time I'm live, I'm just going to say this is a TP live, and all y'all from YouTube are going to know what I'm talking about. We are on a TP live right now.
I don't understand it. I guess that's a
toilet paper.
I'm not gross, so I'm not.
Oh,
gross.
I'm just kidding. Come on,
Don't lie. Entertainment. Don't lie. You're a man. I've seen every male do it. Just take their phone in there, and I have teenagers. I can hear the YouTube videos coming out of there.
If I don't take my phone to the bathroom, I have the most boring poop I've ever had in my life.
You mean you're left alone with your thoughts and you don't want to be?
Yeah. I need entertainment while I poop. At least Angry Birds. I used to do the Angry Birds while I poop. That was my main thing. Yeah. So I'd be dropping poops and shooting birds.
Okay. That's I think you're addicted if you can't. That's what I'm saying. Remember when I doing things I put my people are like, oh, I was trying to get a hold of you. I put my phone down. I don't remember where I put it. I'm going out and doing stuff and living my life, or baking, or talking to my kids. People have gotten so dependent, and it's go live. Don't be on your phone. If you can't go to the restroom without your phone,
I get the most work done on the toilet and while I'm golfing. That's where I get the most business handled. I'm killing 2 shits at one time.
I don't think that's
2 turds in one stone. What? Getting 2 birds with 1 stone? I'm killing 2 turds with 1 stone.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I can kill 2 turds and get stoned.
But think about both those things you said are solitary and confined.
Yeah, I don't like solitary confinement.
But that's what you're choosing.
No,
because
no.
you're using your phone.
I'd rather have my celly in there with me. My phone is my celly. It's my cell phone. You gotta have the homie in there with you. Can't poop alone.
I digress. All right, next one, Valley of the Dolls.
Some of y'all never been locked up, and it shows.
Okay, well, that's a different story for a different day, ain't it?
It is.
It is. What is it? Some of you never had a second cop car pull up, and it shows.
Yeah. I've had like 11 cop cars pull up on me.
You got me beat.
I was a menace. He told that one. I didn't tell the whole story, but they did put me in solitary confinement for 15 days straight in the dungeon. I was in the dungeon. And that was the most awful and mentally trying time of my life, was being in that situation. And if I didn't have the mental fortitude that I have, any other person would have cracked.
All right, Shelly's in second place with the 9 cars.
9 cars.
That's pretty good. I only had 2 because I was
9
pregnant
cars.
and I beat someone up.
What did you do? You got caught stealing cats, didn't you?
No, she got caught stealing horses or chickens. I know it.
I think it was the cats. Every time I see her, she's got a new cat.
No. She's just a good person that loves animals.
I mean, I do love cats.
I do love cats. I would steal some cats. I'd be like, oh, they're sitting on their porch. They need a home.
It was horses?
I knew it.
You're lucky they didn't hang you for it.
Hey, that was the old rules.
That's what they do. They
lynch you. She wouldn't have stole anything bad. It would have been something that was beautiful and she was trying to help.
They said, oh, she stole a horse.
You're in the bathroom now. See, this is what I'm look at. I'm in the bathroom. This is what I'm talking about.
See,
what is wrong with y'all? What is wrong with y'all?
Hey, make sure you wash your hands, please.
It's too late. What is it? Okay, so that's my thing. If you're on, okay, so we
really got down a rabbit hole.
I know,
here,
because
didn't we?
I mean, we have other stuff to talk about, but look, okay, I'm visualize. Okay, you're in the bathroom. No. Oh, okay. You're in the bathroom. No, okay. So your phone is in your hand. How do you squiggle out? So you take your phone and you like push down, right? And the undies, and you lift up your phone, but then how do you wipe? Do you just like lean to the side and not to your phone? Like, how does that work? How do you wipe?
I will tell you how.
Okay, no,
very
let
carefully.
Let me finish.
Very carefully.
And not only that, do you wipe, and you're not going to do it well with one hand and do it correctly because you're too busy looking at your phone. That then you got to. How do you?
I got one of those neck things from the TikTok shop.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
And I got my phone, and then I just use my nose.
Not only that, then you have your phone.
Swipe. I'm swiping like this.
Do you put it on the sink and wash your hands? Your poop hands next to the phone. How? Am I crazy? Like, is that not disgusting? Like,
I would say
visualize that.
This is why I never want to touch anyone else's phone, because I would imagine that
they're disgusting like you.
Every phone.
They're disgusting like you.
Shit on it, guaranteed. And then you put it up to your face and you talk to it. I only talk on my phone in speakerphone. All right, more on Robert the doll. Reel it in.
I know. I'm sorry.
You got to reel it in here, guys. We're out here.
I don't know how we even got there.
Okay, so Robert the doll.
Okay, so that history. So he's still, again, he says that they say that he gives cursed energy, and not only that, you can see all the letters in the background. They keep every single one of them.
So if you take a picture
without permission. And if you don't come back and apologize or send in an apology, you just get bad luck.
What if you call it names or something like that?
Yeah, it doesn't
off.
like disrespect. Yes, it's been around a long time.
It wants reverence.
Kinda.
So basically, you have to be all hail to the Robert.
Right.
Robert, please, if it would be all right with you, may I take a picture? Now, does it answer you and say yes or no?
No, the bad luck just stops.
I know, but what if you do want to take a picture and you're like, hey, bro, can I totally take a picture of you?
And then nothing happens to them, according to Key West, where he is staying.
Yeah, but don't you think that there's a possibility that they made all this up?
Absolutely.
And that people just get it in their mind.
Absolutely.
And it's like...
they are manifesting it.
Yeah, they're manifesting the negativity into their life.
Let's see if this is true. And then they manifest it and they're like, oh, my life sucks.
Right. And then they start noticing negative things happening in their life because they're dwelling on negative thoughts that this might have happened. Or it's freaking real.
This doll, I knew about it because it was connected to other things, that the stories that we had growing up. So, but this doll has been around, like, look at it. Like, that is
121 years.
121 years in almost beautiful condition, but you can see its wear and tear. It's the moth eating, like all that kind of stuff, because it was left in an attic. But that thing...
Was this doll ever cute and loved before?
Yes.
I would imagine so.
Okay, so this doll's name is Robert, right? That was the boy's name. He loved his doll so much. He gave his name Robert to the doll, and he used his middle name as Gene, and still went by Gene his whole life, leaving Robert with his own name.
But mind you, that 120 years ago, the quality of craftsmanship for dolls wasn't like what we have now. Now we have all these different materials and things. So like, back then, like, kids would get a hand-carved wooden horse from their dad
and they would,
for Christmas. You know what I mean? So it does, this is the quality of what it was. So I don't see it being
no idea what the
quality.
dog's name is. They never mentioned that because it was just an entity of its own.
I'm scared of the dog. Like, it's gonna bite my ankles. I hate Chihuahuas. They are the worst dogs ever. Like, I mean, will never hate an animal, okay? But I don't want it around me. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to.
They're fierce.
It seems like it's an abomination, okay? Dogs were not meant to be that small and that angry.
I disagree because I'm Hispanic and I'm small and I'm angry. So let's go down that road.
So your new nickname is Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
We'll call you Yo Quiero Taco Bell.
No, that ain't it. Okay, Valley of the Dolls.
All right, so that's it.
For this one, yes. So it's hard to find history on this one, except for people are terrified.
So don't piss off Robert, or you're going to have to write a letter.
Don't do that.
If you don't like homework, don't go visit Robert.
And if you're going to go take a picture, please ask for permission. This dude don't play.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not buying it. Before we get
history. It's like saying that, what does the Bible say? Some guy lived to 500 years. We know that's not true.
It seems psychosomatic. And like, wouldn't you want to write a letter that they're possibly going to put up in the case for somebody to read?
I would never be around dolls. So
I'm going to write a letter and never been there. Be like, I'm so sorry, Robert. I didn't mean to piss you off.
What if you do that and it's like, this lying piece of... I didn't curse him. He's cursed now.
I feel like we need to write a letter just for talking about it right now. Right? Because if it is real, he must know that we're talking shit right now.
Well, if we send the letter,
you wrote those. You better write a letter. You better write an apology.
Look, my life already sucks, and I already have bad luck. Come at me, bro.
There you go.
I'll call their bluff. You know how I am.
Jesse is gonna get. So we got another image of Robert the doll. Let's check it out here.
Cutie pie.
Let's take a look.
I just can't see how this doll did so many bad things.
So this is another image of the doll from the side, and what I want to know is who is this guy that looking like Walt Disney right here?
That's what we're focusing on.
I'm just saying, did Walt Disney have something to do with this?
I don't know. Maybe they had beef. This doll's been around forever.
Yeah, maybe
a doll that's been preserved, and it's very rare, over 100 years. There had to be, whether you believe it or not, there had to be something very special about Robert for them to keep
Let's see. That's Walt Disney.
No, it's not. Actually, that looks
is
like
Walt Disney.
Remember,
chat.
this doll was made in Germany, and that looks like a German.
That's the devil.
No, it's Germans are not certain people.
What about this? Look at this. This looks like an official seal from the government. Maybe
they're the ones who own it.
That looks like
it was given to
seal.
Key West Historical Society.
This looks like the Florida State seal. Obviously, it's a bit pixelated. You zoom out. And then this looks like maybe it says like the something. So there's some kind of something to it. But look at this. This looks like the swastika with the eagle above it.
No, it doesn't.
I'm just saying, I deep dive into this stuff. I was looking at the background stuff here. What I want to know is, what is this?
I think it was the little boy holding it.
What is that?
I don't know.
It looks like a goat eating a child.
What?
You don't see the goat? That's a goat.
I think just everything's a goat to him. That's not a goat.
That's a goat.
You always think you see goats when there's no goats.
What is this? What am I looking at?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at that stuff. I was looking at Robert.
TikTok seller says, I blame Israel. I'm sure that
you're probably
Hitler Youth
right.
does as well.
McDonald's.
All right.
Okay.
Reel it in.
Okay, where's
Jesse? You keep getting off topic.
It's not me. It's not me.
All right. Here we are. We're back. So
bring it up.
The next one. I think it's this one here.
Okay, that's a good one.
You want to do that one?
Yeah. Oh, we lost us.
Oops.
Oops.
Hold on, chat. We're here.
Okay. So the Valley of the Dolls, and I'm sure most people, especially if you're Hispanic, you know about this place and its history. But in case you don't, this is part of the Chimilago, I can't say it, canals in South Mexico City. This particular
A D
island,
in English, Bobby. You speak English.
Dedicated to, okay, so there was a hermit caretaker, Julian Santiano Barrera, reportedly discovered a body. Yes, and this was in the 1950s, the body of a young girl who had drowned in the canal. This canal is infamous for the horrific things that have happened. While some say he found her body and a doll floating nearby, others, including relatives, believe he might have imagined the girl entirely due to his reclusive state. Haunted.
Wait. Hold there.
Yes.
So they're saying, because he was basically a hermit to this island, that he was seeing things, is what people are trying to say. That's you. Your missus, everything has to be scientific and has to have an explanation behind it, right? Okay. Don't you think that he could have seen something?
I do. Now, I'm not dismissing what he saw, because there's something that deeply troubled him that started him on the venture that he went, because I don't think he could have just decided one day, I'm gonna be weird. And when he grew his own food. He didn't bother anybody. People came and, he traded food for other stuff. Nothing about him screamed crazy. He just didn't like people. Being a hermit doesn't mean crazy. Being a hermit means I don't like people. That's my thing.
It seems like maybe trauma could have been due to it.
Seeing a dead little girl might be traumatized.
Right, and that would totally do it. But and that would explain some of this. But at the same time, don't you think like maybe there was something that happened before? Like, let's say that, because he said he found a drowned girl, right? But where's the girl? There was no body found. There was
getting to that.
Right. So my question is maybe this is induced paranoia.
But I'm the logical one?
I'm just saying, like, we got to look at it logically and illogically.
That's what I was getting to.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so elaborate.
Okay. All right. Haunted by his inability to save her or by her spirit, Barrera hung the doll he found in a tree as a memorial, and it is still there, but it's in the spidery part of it. Driven by a perceived need to appease her restless spirit, Barrera spent the next 50 years scouring canals and trash heaps and trading produce for more dolls. He hung thousands of dolls, many of them mutilated, dirty, and broken across the island. So pretty much anybody could bring a doll and hang it as tribute to the little girl.
I'm hanging a doll.
In 2001, Barrera was found dead, drowned in the same spot in the canal where the little girl had said to have died decades earlier.
I don't understand. Like, how is hanging dolls?
It was like a tribute to the little girl. So when he found the little girl, she had a doll. He took the doll since he couldn't help the little girl.
I don't think the little girl liked this. I don't think this is what the little girl meant.
She was deceased. How would you know?
If she existed at all.
She had a little doll with her when she passed away. What are you talking? Every girl has little dolls. Well, most girls. I didn't.
Yeah, dolls freak me out.
Dolls freak me out.
That's why we did this show, because I was like, what's something
I don't like
freaky?
Dolls. Dolls are creepy. But my thing is that she apparently when he found her and she was drowned, she had a little doll with her. So he took that doll. And to appease her spirit, because we don't know what the little girl just drowned, nobody came looking for her and all that kind of stuff. So his way of dealing with that trauma was collecting the dolls for her.
I'm leaning towards the dude was smoking some good stuff and had a traumatic experience, thought he saw something, maybe went a little bit off his rocker and started doing this to find a way, like a coping mechanism for.
Yeah, I would think
this seems more psychological than it does. Like the other ones seem more demonic. This seems more psychological to me.
Okay, so remember he was found dead in the same spot the little girl had died. His nephew Anastasio, who had inherited the island, continued the tribute. Then he also died of a heart attack in the same location. All three of them died in the same spot. The island is now. Legend centers believe the dolls are possessed by a spirit of the drowned girl. Over time, it included the souls of the other dead children as well as Barrera's own spirit. And there's also the conspiracy that he was killing children, and this is why he put up all the. It depends.
Where's the children?
Yeah, I mean, you can kill somebody and no body, no case.
So that's a lot of kids.
But their thing is that it was to appease the spirit from bad things happening. But 3 people dying but here's the thing about this canal, and what people don't really understand. This is the same canal that is connected to a lot of folklore. I can't say this one either. Nojales? No, that is right. Dark spirits that disguise themselves as black-eyed girls or animals like fish and leopards lure victims into the water. This is the same canal. Yes, the canal that is connected to this island. Also, part of this canal is La Llorona, the legend of the weeping woman searching for her children that she drowned. It is also associated with these waterways. The paranormal activity to this canal's dark history, the canals were part of vast Aztec lake system. After Hernan Cortez conquered the region, it is said that more than 30,000 Aztec bodies were dumped there, potentially opening a portal of evil entities.
Okay,
it's a whole different because
everything
connected with this canal is connected with a lot of dark folklore for Mexico City.
Okay, so I'm leaning towards supernatural now that we have the full story here. It does seem plausible the dude could have went off of his rocker on this one.
Oh, of course, anybody.
But maybe something drove him to that. Maybe some type of spiritual entity. Like if La Llorona is in my backyard, I'm probably not going to be the sanest person.
Well, think about the water. It's all about the water. Like this is all attributed to this canal and this island that is right next to the canal. Like the drowned children and
water can store energy.
Right, and I don't know how familiar people are with Aztecs, but they were not kind. And if they were leaving this world, they did some horrific things.
Child sacrifices.
Sacrifice
Self-mutilation.
anything that they thought would please the gods, they did it.
That's terrifying. And this is why I don't like religion. For that reason right there. I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. You know, I see it more as like a relationship. But yeah, I think when you get religious and things, it can send you down a very, very dark path. You know, they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So, you know, these people may have had good intentions. Oh, we're going to make it rain. Let's totally kill our children. That'll do it.
Yeah. And a lot of people disappear, then everyone gets gaslighting into believing it never happened. And that's like what you're trying to, oh, nope, that didn't happen. There was no drowned little girl or the La Llorona. Nope, there's no dead babies.
Right, right.
That's a hard one because not only, I guess what bothers me about this one than the other ones is the bodies of the people, the little girl, the owner, and the nephew all died in the same place.
In the exact same spot.
In the exact same spot.
So, hold on. Dude finds a little girl.
Correct, with a doll.
In the water, drowned,
yes.
Right? And then he dies there at the water in the same spot.
Drowns.
And then his nephew dies at the water.
Heart attack, drowns.
And then someone else?
No, nobody else. Nobody
So
wanted to be on the island anymore.
Everyone's like, I ain't going over that
No,
spot.
they do allow people to visit during the day. They do not suggest you be there at night. It is very horrifying and terrifying. Bad things happen.
I feel like we should go at night.
Oh, yeah, not that one. I don't like dolls. I know the history. I've been to Mexico City. You stay away from that. Canal is a huge tourist spot. I grew up with the story of La Llorona because my mother was mean.
What about the cucuy?
No, we grew up with all of that. The cucuy chased you down the hallway when you were going to the restroom. Like my mom, just didn't want us to leave our room or our house at any given moment. She was just like, how can I scare these kids? And they were real folklore. They've been around forever.
If you get up and go to the bathroom at night,
going to the kitchen.
If you go into the kitchen and steal snacks, the cucuy and the La Llorona is going to come get you in the night.
That was what she did. She goes, that was our nighttime stories. We didn't get no Hansel and Gretel or.
And see, this is how religion can control
bears.
People. Lore like this can control people, right? We're literally controlling children to stay in their beds and not get into snacks by telling them that the creature from the Black Lagoon is lurking in the shadows.
It's like when you get told, and I found out that this isn't true. If you go to bed with wet hair, you'll be sick the next morning. You know that's not true, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to go to bed with wet hair because it can breed bacteria in your pillow. That's the real reason, right? Why you don't go. But we tell children these crazy stories so they'll think, oh my God, if I get out of bed, the crazy demon monkey's going to grab my ankle and yank me into hell, you know?
I mean,
because kids,
maybe that did happen.
Right, but if you tell kids things logically, they're just going to disobey, right? So we come up with the cucuy and the chupacabra to scare them into
Who says those
doing
things
something
aren't
safe.
real?
I mean,
that story came from somewhere.
I've actually seen a chupacabra.
Bald dog?
They have one on display.
It's a bald dog. It's a bald, oversized dog.
It's a chupacabra, and no one can tell me otherwise.
It's a hairless dog.
It's a chihuahua. Chihuahuas are chupacabras.
They're not hairless.
All right. So do we have another picture here? Let's see here. So that's our picture now. And here's my thing. Is it seems made up until you factor in the idea that maybe there is.
Those are the trips you can take.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up here. So because people all died in the same spot, that's where I'm like, okay, maybe this is something...
the only story I give any weight to. Because they were actual people.
What about freaking Annabelle and the dude?
Do you want my honest opinion on that? Now, I gave the story of the background because that's my job to do so. I think it's crap. The doll thing, the dolls being possessed, is crap. Just plain crap.
I don't think so.
I believe, again, whether you believe in demons or not, demons, and even the church, they want bodies. And in your thing about this guy being possessed,
like dead bodies,
they want a live vessel. They have they can't get anything accomplished with a doll. They need a person. They need a body. Okay,
that was one thing that I was researching,
because I was like, they need a body, they need a host. So when I see these doll ones, one, I think those people of Annabelle, they made a fortune, and they used religion to, again, not a fan of religion. They use that to push their narrative. Second, the other doll, again, why would you hold on to it? Oh, Robert made me do it, or Robert did it. That sounds like a child didn't want to get in trouble.
It's mutilating toys, so we're just gonna put it in the attic.
I'd
burn that thing. I burned my Furby.
He kept it.
Maybe it was because the child was so attached to it. It
is weird though that he still let it keep its name. Like, that's still trippy. Like, he must have believed it so much. Now, again, I could be wrong. These things could be totally real. But in my brain, the two dolls are complete bullshit. To me, it's crap.
I want to believe.
I get it. And people do. People do. But the Valley of the Dolls, knowing Mexico City, knowing the lore behind this canal, pushes me in the other way. Because I know there's some especially, so my native heritage who settled here in California, in Southern California, are the sister tribe to the Aztecs.
So you sacrificed humans and children?
They did. They for sure did. It explains why I'm so mean. But here's my thing. They did horrific things on that land. I'm not going to make excuses. So did the Mayans. So did most tribes all around the world, but I honestly think, out of reading all of it, the Aztecs were pretty freaking bad.
Right.
So,
and like the Annabelle doll thing, it goes back to what, like the 70s. You know, the Robert the doll goes back to 121 years ago. This goes back like what, thousands of years ago.
These folklore have been around for a very long time. Now, granted, this guy who had the Valley of the Dolls was in his, it started in the 50s. He was older, and he was very reclusive, so people wanted to dismiss him. And he literally traded like fruits and vegetables for dolls to keep her happy, to keep her spirit alive.
I saw that he was literally farming to basically survive and to buy dolls
and to get the dolls for the little girl. What would he wasn't asking for money.
Well, I will tell you this.
He wasn't asking for anything. He just wanted to appease this little girl that he couldn't help, and he felt so devastated he couldn't help her.
After he passed, and then his nephew took over and he passed, there wasn't as many dolls as there is today.
No,
the reason it's so much is because people go and visit and they bring a doll. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of people probably every year that are bringing dolls. So now it's more overridden, and it's become more of an attraction.
A tourist attraction. But as long as they keep bringing the dolls, the spirits are happy.
Maybe there was a couple dozen, maybe a few hundred to begin with. Now we're talking about thousands. So it's a whole island of the dolls. It's become this lure over time. I wouldn't put it past Mexico to do something like this to bring in tourist attraction and American US dollars.
That's true.
For every supernatural thing.
But the story of the two deaths are documented.
Follow the money. The money will tell you the truth.
But these little things didn't start till a few years, like 10, 20 years ago. This happened in the 50s. I think we forget that we're not in the 1900s anymore. We're in the 2000s. And so the reason why this was cornered off for a while, because Mexico is very superstitious. Whether you realize that, I get Americans are. No, Mexicans, Spanish, any of that in that family, were superstitious to the max. And I think their big thing was, we need to stay away from it. The canal wasn't used for a long time unless it was necessary, because they were afraid of the bad
now
spirits.
They're doing tours through it.
Because Americans
it must have not been that bad.
Because Americans will pay to do dumb shit.
I don't know. We went from we're not going anywhere near it to like, oh yeah, let's just totally take families with their children through the canal. If it was unsafe, why would they do that?
No, I'm not saying it's unsafe. I'm just saying it's haunted. There's a big difference. I live in a house I know is haunted. I see it all the time. I don't move. We gonna live together, and someday I'm gonna try to get them to pay rent. Do you understand?
This studio is haunted.
I believe that because the house you live in, the house I live in, these houses were made in what 1930,
like 80 years old
1940.
or
They're
more.
almost 100 years old.
Yeah,
There's some sketchy shit.
Everything around here is old, and I think the older something is, the more likely it is to have like something attached to it. So. Yes,
so something
no.
can be haunted. Okay, people. Okay, you're saying that. Oh, people don't. Why are they? Okay, you say that, but how many people go to the Winchester house? How many people?
It's freaky and weird and different.
Because it's haunted.
Is it though, or is it just a staircase that leads to nothing? A door that goes out to
people will
nowhere.
Pay, but I'm saying though, ghosts or not, people will pay to see haunted stuff.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't mean they're not haunted. Or they are,
or the story when the 50s was something completely different, and then they rewrote the story for cha-ching, so that way they can have their tourism.
But you can coexist without being possessed. I think that's what people don't understand. You can coexist with the ghost. You can coexist with aliens. You can coexist with things you don't understand.
Well, I think there are good entities and there are bad entities. And I think in this circumstance, I would say this is a bad entity because, two people evidently lost their life and possibly a little girl. So there's probably something evil and demonic. When I look at the La Llorona, okay.
Doesn't that tie in? She was looking for the children she drowned, and there was a little girl that popped up on the guy's island.
I think this is La Llorona. This is probably the
That's
real
the one story I believe
it's the
postquel,
right? Like it's not the prequel, it's not the origin story. It's
this is what happened a very long time.
Right. So I'm thinking this is what happened after. And what I think is La Llorona's origin story comes from the Aztec background that comes with this. So like
correct. That's probably more likely.
A lot of evil and demonic and killing of children and people and mutilation and all that stems to cause a dark force and energy, which then possessed a mother to drown her children, which then possessed a man to see. Yeah, basically he saw them getting drowned, right? So here's the thing: it's like a cascading domino effect, right? So he now saw an apparition of this drowning girl, or maybe it was a real drowning girl, or maybe he drowned a girl there. We don't know, right? But it obviously is this cascading effect of demonic energy over the years, and it's probably the same entity because these things are timeless. They don't die, right? And so over the years, it's transferred itself, and it transferred itself into this man who caused him to go crazy, or maybe it was in the doll. Right now, you say it's not in the doll. I think it can be in the doll. Maybe it's in the island. Maybe it's in the water. Maybe it's in Annabelle. Maybe it's in the air, in the ether. Right. I do believe that entities can attach themselves to you without entering into you. You have to give an entity
like
permission.
A tick?
No, like you have to give it permission to enter into you, right?
So I would like to hear when a demon asks for permission.
Well, it's like, when you do like a Ouija board, right? You're giving it permission to communicate with you.
Those are fake, right?
No, they are not. And let me tell you something. I will give you a firsthand experience of a demonic entity trying.
I played with Ouija boards growing up, and the only creepy thing was my dad turning on and off the lights so that we would scream.
Right. Maybe there was no entity that, no energy in that space and time. What I'm saying is those things do exist. They are real. There is a scientific explanation for the Ouija board, and we'll do a whole thing on Ouija boards probably one of these days. But what I'm saying is I know for a fact from my personal experience, I have dealt with demonic entities. I've dealt with these spiritual forces and battles that have happened. and I have seen, or not seen, but interacted, and they would basically tell me that, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Every single time I've encountered one of these things, it's always said the same words: "Let me in. Let me in." And I always am like, "You can get off, but you can't come in. Bye. Get out of here."
Okay, so so you've experienced that.
Yes.
Okay. So then you should believe all the other stuff, right? You weren't
I
there.
do believe it. We were talking about,
I'm saying, like,
we need to have an open mind to scientific reasoning and to supernatural.
I just can't buy the supernatural part on this one. The only one I can, and it's not so much the Valley of the Dolls. I believe he saw what he saw. I believe that he believed what he believed. But I also know with the folklore that I was raised with, the reason she drowned her kids was, you were correct, the Aztec Indians were going to sacrifice them, and the better way to, so that they weren't mutilated and slit their throats, she drowned them. And then she cried because that was her way of saving her own children from a horrible fate.
They do say that drowning is one of the most peaceful deaths.
I mean, I don't really want to try it, but I know the most peaceful death is actually freezing to death.
Yeah, but I mean also drowning, though, because
really?
you go into a dream state. You obviously, there's some panic behind it. Yes, if you're panicking.
That sounds horrifying.
But like, there are people who have drowned, died, and then were resuscitated, and their experiences, what they talk about is that it's not a painful death. It's not, basically you go into like a dreamlike state of hallucination and you're just gone.
According to science, it's better to die from freezing to death because your sensors just start shutting off.
I don't know, man. I feel like being cold, shivering.
You stop shivering at some point.
Yeah, but it seems like that would be long and drug out, whereas drowning, it's a few minutes.
But at least you can still breathe. That's the difference.
But you actually
breathing in water.
You get to a point where you breathe in the water and like you don't get that gas. You know how like when you're holding your breath
drowned.
And you have to.
It is horrifying.
That's the panic state of it. But I've actually saved someone's life and resuscitated them. I had a pool at one time, and we were all heavily drinking, and this girl, she was very drunk. She dove into the pool off the diving board and was like swimming around, and because she was so drunk and got disoriented, she couldn't find her way up. And I actually had to jump in and dive and grab her and take her to the top and do CPR. And, someone in that state, they're drunk, they don't know which way is up, they're just swimming around. They're probably not thinking, it's probably not a horrific thing. You're drunk, you're not
okay. So under
there.
The right circumstances, drowning is fun. I mean,
no, listen, I'm just saying.
But I get what you're saying, and you're getting frustrated with me. But that sounds insane. That does not sound like like heat exhaustion would even be better. Like, you just fall asleep and you just don't wake up. I want one that I can just fall asleep.
I
and
feel
you don't
like
wake
low
up.
oxygen would be the way. Whereas
that's what I'm saying. Cold. That is. Anywhere you go, the best way to die is to freeze to death because your oxygen slowly lowers, your sensors slowly turn off, you just fall asleep and you never wake up.
Yeah, and I mean, so like I used to collect insects, and one of the ways that we would collect insects is we would collect them and then put them in the freezer and they would fall asleep, and that's how they would go.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a humane way to do it. So I could see that. Okay. Also, lack of oxygen. Basically, you get really tired and you take a nap and you don't wake up. I don't know. I hate the heat. I hate.
But if you were
hot.
to go lay down because you were so hot and your breathing starts you're so hot. I had to.
Did I go too far?
I had to see.
I went too far, chat. I don't know. Maybe it's the mustache. That's what's so hot. Maybe it's the red beard.
Help me. Anyways, but heat exhaustion. You just get tired, go to sleep.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to what we're talking about, the Island of the Dolls, right? Honestly,
I want to know what people think because I don't know how people are familiar. Again, I love Hispanic heritage, and this isn't just Mexico. Spain has a lot of their own folklore as well, and that's where most of my ancestors are from, is Spain, and from the sister of the Aztecs that settled in Southern California. But my thing is that what is the difference between taking this tour bus to this haunted island that it is all these Americans and foreigners who go to the haunted houses that are all over California, or I mean the United States? How is that any different? You're like discrediting it. Well, it's not that scary if people go, but there's haunted houses everywhere.
I think people will find any reason to monetize something.
Well, yeah, but this wasn't monetized till, I guess you want to call it that, for a while back.
Right. So, yeah, maybe it was just ancient lure that turned into something that they could market.
But what the point is for, this is why this all comes together for me, is the drowned children, the black-eyed girls luring people into the water. Doesn't that seem like, even though came at different times, doesn't that seem like it's all connected? That's the only one that I could find that was connected to something else, to something else, to something else.
Yes, I think that this is the most likely to be real.
Right.
But at the same time, I think there's some truth in all of it. I'm leaning towards all of it is real. Every single one of them.
No.
I think the least likely one is the Robert one.
The oldest one?
Right. Well, it's not the oldest because this goes back to the ancient Aztecs, right? Right. But I would say that one because I would write a letter just to get my letter posted up there.
Of course you would.
Yeah. Why would? Who would? So many.
Because I'm not weird. It's not.
But I do think that entities can attach to objects, but I think they would much rather attach to a human. And I think in the Robert case, the human was the little boy, and that's why he switched names, because the little boy went into the doll and the demonic entity took over the little boy.
But Gene, what he called himself, had a fairly normal life. Went to college, married, had kids.
And there's lots of people that are demon possessed that live normal lives.
This is all based on the fact that
and then
demons
next
are
thing
real.
you know, one day they snap.
I think you and me have different words for demon.
Possibly.
Yeah.
When I think of demon, I think of fallen angel, nefarious
and I can't
entity.
Wrap my head around a religious answer.
Like when I say ghost, I'm thinking of a disembodied soul, right? Roaming the earth.
That I believe. Limbo, that's where people get stuck at. I mean, I don't believe in whatever, but I do believe that we either reincarnate or we get to have we get just the same life over and over in a multi-universe. Like, we don't know anything.
When I say demon, I'm referring to some nefarious, evil entity that has, ill intentions.
Okay.
That's what I refer to as demon. I think that ghosts can be good or bad. I think more or less the ghosts that are bad are more likely demons, and the ghosts are more likely just disembodied people. And I think people inherently are good. I think people do evil things, and I think there are very, very evil people out there.
Correct.
And those are probably some evil spirits, but I think generally if you're going to encounter a spirit, it's more likely for it to not be evil, because people, I think the majority of people inherently want to be good. At least I feel that way, because I want to be good. I want to be a good person. I want to help people. I want to do good things. I think, people as a group, as a whole, as a society, are very ugly and gross and very malicious and selfish. And,
yes and no.
But I think the individual deep down inside has a yearning want to be good, right?
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. You're talking about, I don't believe in this whole demonic thing, I do believe in lost spirits, I guess what you would call them, ghosts, spirits that are stuck in limbo and they have nowhere to go. The reason I don't believe in the whole demonic thing is, one, science can prove that it could be mental illness, schizophrenia. But one of my problems is most criminals, do you know what they hide behind? The devil made me do it. And if that
isn't there a show called The Devil Made Me Do It?
Yes, which I've watched in its entirety. But here's my thing. That is my issue with this whole demonic thing. It needs to be labeled as something else. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get it. It's a
That's
cop-out.
why it's a religious. That's why I have my whole thing with people who are like, oh, you have to one, I don't forgive and I don't forget, but one, oh, you have to forgive them, the devil made me do it. First of all, that is not an excuse. Do you know right from wrong? Great. Now people who don't know right from wrong, who suffer from psychopathy, that's different. They don't know right from wrong. They think what they're doing is okay. I know you don't like my logical answer right now, and I'm not discrediting that they maybe I'm completely wrong and demons are real and I have no idea what I'm talking about, but from a psychology perspective, it sounds more like a scapegoat. Do I believe in spirits that live on this planet?
Did you just say goat? I heard goat.
Scapegoat.
I'm the scapegoat.
Just a goat. But I do believe in spirits being lost, because whatever happened that led them to that
limbo.
Fate. Yeah, limbo. I've always believed in limbo, and until they find peace, they can't leave to wherever you believe you go after this life. I believe in that. But demons is very specific. All these personalities stuck inside of you. And I know the movie Split, great movie. Like, if you had to think of something demonic, but that wasn't who he was, what did they classify it? Schizophrenia.
Right, it was classified as schizophrenia, but I think the difference is someone that's schizophrenic, split personality disorder, they have those different personalities, they have different things. I think what makes it demonic is those same characteristics, but with abilities attached to it.
And that could be very true, but they could have always had those abilities.
No, like there was one I was seeing, and the girl took an apple and
I know what you're talking about. We're going to cover that story.
Yeah, and so like it's like that's a supernatural ability.
Or okay, so here's my thing.
You can't just do that. You just, I'm sorry,
not
but
with these arms, but I mean, if I pump some, metal,
I would challenge like a really ripped. We'll get John Cena, because you can't see him.
We can't see him. We're just going to see an apple explode.
Just see an apple, right? Okay. And I think that even someone like John Cena would struggle with doing something like that, because it's just not human nature. And an average person being able to do something like that, that's a supernatural ability, right? Like almost like a superhero type ability that they don't normally have that ability. And then in that moment of possession, they are granted, call them gifts or abilities to do things that defy the laws of physics, defy, everything that we know that science tells us to be true.
Okay. So
that's the difference.
No. So do the demons, do they know that the demons live in them?
I think some people don't. I think some people are full of demons and don't even know it.
I mean, that is, if that's what you call it, that's very probable. But my thing is like, okay, people aren't gonna like this one, but Hitler could have been like, at the end, demons maybe do it. I'm not actually crazy.
I'm not saying that blaming it on a demon, it's not a reason for
but that's why it gets
to absolve you.
But that's why it gets discredited, and that's what my issue is with it. Now, if you were telling me this back, and this is even back in the 60s with killers and people creating atrocities, and that was their thing, I was, oh, demon had me, or the devil made me do it, and that maybe that's what bothers me so much. But and then it makes it so like it's not real.
It's a cop-out, but I don't think that just because something possessed you to do it doesn't mean that you get a free pass.
Exactly.
I think you still have the consequences. I believe that if you are possessed by a demon, you have to give it the ability to do so, and basically have to grant it permission. Therefore, you
I don't
are
think you just said
responsible.
it doesn't need permission, though. It just jumped into little Robert.
No, I think that children are easily manipulated, so it's easier for entities to go after children because they can manipulate those children into doing different things. That's why, children are not allowed to have consent, because their brains are not mature enough to understand the ramifications of the decisions that they're making.
That's one thing about when you read up on demons and stuff, they always look like children because you feel bad for children.
Right.
Like, if that's real, and I could be wrong, if that's real, that is genius, because I would help a little girl. I would help a little boy if they needed my help. And you wouldn't think twice. They'd be like, oh my God, be there and crying, and you'd go hug them, and then they're like, thanks, bitch.
Yeah, I think that, and these entities are nefarious, and they will do whatever it takes to manipulate people, or to get their end result, right?
Why did it in my head went to a Dave Chappelle, gotcha, bitch. Like,
gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch. Like, that is what it feels like if there's a little, because I'm a sucker. If it's a child, like, I'm gonna want to help, and I'm like thinking now, I'm like, if that's true, oh man, so quickly I would have a demon so fast, because they'd be like, oh, help me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, come in.
I think that's why they
Come to
choose to use the form of children. I think that's why they go after children. One, because children are easily manipulated, and to be in the form of a child is because it's easy to manipulate someone else to help a child. Just like the guy at the Valley of the Dolls, right? He wanted to help the child, and therefore it drew him to the water, and it evidently entered into him and attached itself to him. I do think that the entities can not enter in you and possess you, but can latch onto you and follow you,
like drain you. Right.
So like, you don't necessarily have to be possessed by the entity. You can just be what is the word, like it can follow you, and it can
My thing
wreak havoc
about
on you.
These dolls, and they're like, oh, they're demonic. My thing is, things that are really demonic just drain you of everything. The worst that most
Soul
of these dolls,
vampires.
right? Like, they're just but these dolls were just jerks. They're freaking assholes, throwing shit, jumping everywhere, scratching people. Like, they were just jerks. Like, even if that's the case, and they were somehow, these dolls were just jerks.
I think they feed off of fear, because fear is a form of energy. Even with like the adrenochrome, they have to,
no,
the adrenochrome is stronger and more pure the more stress and torment that.
We're not talking about Monsters Inc. right now.
I'm just saying is that they do this because it's energy. They're energy vampires. They feed off energy. That's why if
they feed off fear,
right? But if you believe in the entity, then it gives it more power, and if you are more fearful of it, then it will more likely communicate with you. Whereas like somebody's like, whatever, it's all bullshit, they're never going to have those experiences because it doesn't have the energy to feed off of. It's too draining on the spirit to interact with you. Whereas if it can make the hair stand up on the back of your neck, then it's more likely that it can feed off of those emotions and that energy.
Okay, so look, I believe in spirits and ghosts. I do not believe in demons. I just don't.
I believe in
can't.
demons.
I can't
because
wrap my head
I've
around
encountered them personally, is why I believe it.
And I guess because I don't, I never will. But I believe
that's
in spirits.
Exactly what I'm saying.
I believe in like spirits and ghosts.
And
that
that's
makes sense to
probably
me.
why the ghost actually talked to you on the spirit box. And I believe in spirits and ghosts too. That's why when I talked to it, I got the same result when I started asking the right questions, same as you. we believe. I think someone that doesn't believe, it has a harder time.
Doesn't that seem convenient though? Wouldn't you want to go after the people that don't believe?
Well, look at Elon. Elon does not believe whatsoever.
No.
But he's a believer now.
A little bit.
He's a little bit now.
Still hesitation of what he.
Right, because he's very logical.
And he's like, well, maybe I didn't hear what I thought I heard.
Right. But he doesn't have as many encounters as we do.
Because he doesn't believe in it.
Because he doesn't believe in it. It's too much energy wasted on someone that doesn't believe. But if it can make someone who already does it,
like you're in danger. I'm
not in danger.
You believe in it, so I'm good then, right?
I'm filled with the Holy Ghost, so I cannot be possessed. Okay. Me personally, I feel like you're in danger because you don't believe.
People, the majority of people that do get these demons are religious. Look at it. Look into the history of all of it. They're religious people because you guys buy into it.
And I don't believe that you have to be a religious person in order to be saved. So if you are someone, you call it whatever you want, but if you believe that you are protected, then therefore you are. That's the difference. Someone who doesn't believe is not protected, therefore could be manipulated.
That's a different conversation for another day because I know what I wanted to say, but I feel like you guys are the most vulnerable then.
I think
because you believe in it and you're religious, and if God can't save you, no one can.
I think me personally, I feel like I'm I'm not vulnerable whatsoever because I have that protection, but it also does say in the Bible that you should not, engage in those types of behaviors, right?
And what are you trying to do?
I don't want to engage. I didn't even want to do that thing. Honestly, I was just like trying to see, okay, was this actually interference? And I probably should have never done it. But, the curiosity killed the cat, okay?
True.
So curiosity got the best of me. I'm a human being. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. But, I...
Because you don't know what you were talking to.
I do not know what I was talking to. But I do know this, that I am safe and I am protected.
None of us are.
I believe I am. I believe, therefore I am.
I believe I'm a cat. Do you see how that works?
You need a cat box?
I need a cat box. My thing is this whole, I guess because we're on different ends of the spectrum. I'm going to be okay because I'm choosing to be okay. You need something to protect you because you don't think you're strong enough to do it yourself?
No,
from like demons or whatever?
I do myself, but I have...
You need to believe in something?
I have a hedge of protection, like a shield. Like
what if it's not
It's called
real?
putting on the armor.
My thing is, I've listened to your sermon this
and if
whole
it's
time.
not real...
What if you're wrong? And this is all a simulation or whatever it is, and we reincarnate. What if you're wrong?
Then I slept at night and I'm okay with being wrong.
Yeah, but then what if
But for me, I don't feel like I'm wrong because of the things that I have seen.
But why can't people who have a whole bunch of demons just be schizophrenic?
I think they very well could be, and that would be a scientific explanation. The difference is the supernatural abilities. Having a mental disorder doesn't give you the ability to do things that you just can't do or possibly know.
Well, maybe they didn't know they couldn't do it and then they did it.
If you've never been exposed to certain languages and then all of a sudden you start speaking them fluently.
The first time you're exposed to food, you eat it as soon as you smell it. You don't have questions. You're just like, oh my gosh, this is it.
Speaking in a different language, for instance, if someone who's never even heard the Latin language
just part of their brain and we just don't know.
How did it get there?
We have a whole bunch of brain we don't know. We don't know what's in there.
I believe your brain has to be exposed to something in order for it to retain it there. Now I get what you're saying, that maybe it's from a past life or something like that. Maybe. But
that
for
makes
me,
more sense to me.
I don't think so. I don't know. But I would say that, supernatural ability from, split personality disorder seems more likely to be demonic possession. I do believe that split personality disorder does exist. and that is a real scientific explanation. But I think when you add that other factor into it, that's when it becomes something different. And we have to be able to realize that there are just some things that we can't explain or understand.
Yeah.
And that we have to be open to the possibility that maybe there's something just completely that defies the law of physics, defies the laws of science, defies everything that we know, because it's something that we can't comprehend.
And I believe there's things out there we can't comprehend, but I guess you're going to call it demons and I'm just going to call it schizophrenia. And it's all the same thing. It'll all be the same thing in the end.
I think a lot of the arguments with all these different things is it comes down to the names.
I agree.
I think
that's what I'm saying. Like, you call it this, I call it that, but it's the same thing.
Right. We're arguing over semantics of the identity of the word that we've created for something. And
that's what people don't understand.
It's all the same thing.
We're all talking about the same thing. We're just giving it different names. Even in the world now, like, we are all talking about the same thing. We're just using different words to say
right.
it.
And the problem is we're not moving forward with understanding what is actually happening because we're too busy arguing over the semantics of the words.
Now, with that being said, I would still want to help, even if they were schizophrenic or demonic possessed. I would still want to help. Does that make sense? Like, I don't have to believe in it to want to help somebody be okay. And that's where we all fall on. Like, okay, how do we help this person with whatever is wrong with them? But
and I think, help can come in different forms. I think some people find help from medication. Some people get help from prayer and
from religion.
Exactly. And prayer doesn't necessarily have to be religion, like I said, I don't believe in religion.
Okay, well, I mean in God in
But
general.
that's us arguing over the semantic of the word.
The semantic of what you call it.
Exactly. That's a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
So, I think we get to the root of all this, the sooner we as a society accept that there are things we can't explain and stop arguing over the semantics of the words and start having a more open mind about the different things that we are encountering, because there are just some things that science can't explain.
I mean, yeah. And the reason I do agree with that is because I believe ghosts are real.
And if you're watching, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends.
I forgot we were live because that was in my head.
The subscription button if you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed already. We are trying to get to 500 subscribers, so help us out with that. And we appreciate all of you that are watching and hitting the like button consistently. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Abstract at Ozthecryptogoat. So come check us out. If you're watching on TikTok, you're not watching on TikTok because we're not live on TikTok anymore.
I'm done with
because
TikTok.
We can't say what we want to say. And that's the beauty of the show, is we get to openly talk with free speech and expression.
While we still can.
While we still can. And that's why I pushed so hard to start this show now, because my intention was to do this much later on. And
we appreciate you guys so much. So much.
Thank you, everyone. You guys are incredible.
One thing I do want to touch on, though, because this is my same thing with the moon landing, is these dolls, little Robert and Annabelle. Mm-hmm. What if those stories are true and we're assholes? Like, we're discrediting their whole experience. Like, they're terrified and scared for their life, and we're just like, it didn't happen.
I think that's why it's important to have an open mind.
That's my only thing. Like, that's always sits in the back of my head. Like, I know I'm wrong sometimes. I mean, it's not really that much, but like, I know I can be wrong sometimes. I am me. How often am I wrong?
All the time.
Never.
That's why you're the fact checker, because you're always freaking right. I hate it.
It's annoying, right? But more times than not, I try to be as as educated as possible about everything. But in the back of my head, it's that you could be wrong. And that's what hits me with these dolls, was like, gosh, what if I'm wrong? And these dolls did all these horrific things, and I'm just telling these people, your experience is wrong. What you felt is wrong. Everything you went through is wrong. That's not fun either. I don't want to do that to anybody.
Think of people that are demon possessed, right? Telling them that they're discounted, we
I don't want to do that either. I don't want to discount somebody's what did I say? Perception is 90% reality. What you perceive is your reality, and to them that was their reality, whether they made it up. Now see, that's where that's where we try to decide, but perception is reality, and that reality for them what was real.
For me, I've experienced demonic entities. I've experienced schizophrenic personality
my mother
disorder.
Seems pretty demonic.
People,
maybe it's true.
I've experienced both,
probably,
and there is a fine line where you can use discernment to identify the difference between each, because I believe both do exist.
I do. But again, the back of my head, it's could be wrong, but the reality is I'm too logical to think anything else. But again, I don't want to discredit someone's perception. That just seems mean. I believe that you think you saw those things, and I wouldn't discredit that because that was your experience. It wasn't my experience. So only you would know that experience. Does that make sense?
Right. And if you're watching, I would implore you to have an open mind about things. Do not, put people down or discredit their experiences, because we as humans may never understand any of these topics, and you should never, mock someone or put them down or anything like what you're talking about, because the fact of the matter is that no one does. That is,
we don't know nothing.
Yeah, we have no idea.
We have no idea.
Right. So no one is right, no one is wrong. So for you to go into the world and act as though you know what you're talking about and you know everything, that is when you realize that you know nothing, is when
you stop learning.
Right. So if you cannot be taught something and you cannot be receptive to something new, that is a form of holding yourself back from learning and educating yourself. So I would implore you to have an open mind, question everything, listen to everything, but believe nothing.
And I know we bicker, but it's more so we have very, very different of opinions and thoughts and how we do things. But at the same time, there's a mutual respect, because his comes from a real place, mine comes from a real place. You don't get to discredit the other ones. I don't believe, and he may not believe what I have to say, but the point of this show is to listen to all perspectives, listen to all the theories, come up with your own way of thinking. Maybe you learned something you didn't. Maybe you think we're crazy. It doesn't matter. Like he said, listen to everybody's point of view. And I think, especially right now with the world being the way it is, just listen. You don't have to always react. You don't always have to comment. You can just listen and go from there. Just my thoughts and opinions.
And that's why I brought you to be on this show, is because we are complete polar opposites. We basically agree on nothing.
True.
Right. And at the same time, we have the ability to sit in a room together and discuss them without yelling and calling each other names and stuff, and understanding each other's perspectives. And I think that is something that we need to normalize as a community, as the world, and as society and humanity together. It's okay to agree to disagree. You don't have to hate someone just because they don't think the same way you do. And unfortunately, we've lost that somewhere along the way.
We should stop being human beings. Just love. We're all human. That was always my thing when I was a kid and everyone hated everybody. I'm like, we're just human beings. All of us are human. Just be kind to other humans. That's all you have to do. That's
my goal with this show is to lead by example. Show people in the world that we do not have to hate each other because we disagree. We can get along, we can sit in the same room, break bread, and conversate with each other without tearing each other apart. And let me tell you something right now. If you are in an argument with somebody and you stoop as low as to start name calling and using derogatory marks, you've already lost.
You lost.
Yeah.
I can't stand that. You know how I am. I'll make a factual statement and it'll bother somebody and they're like, oh, you're a stupid bitch. And I was like, I won. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Say it again. Say it a little louder. Please say it.
Argue with people with intelligence and facts and even opinions, right? That's how you win an argument. When you stoop down to hateful rhetoric and violence, then you've basically lost. You've already lost because you could not come together and put down a complete thought. And the moment you realized that you lost, you decided to lash out. And that's how you know.
Like a tantrum, like a child.
Like
That's what it bothers me. Even my kids have better composure than most adults these days. And it's like, just, they're all listening to each other. They're all joking. Nobody take, you know what I mean? Like there's camaraderie, and we no longer have that.
Yeah, your kids are unhinged, by the way.
I know, but they're fun.
Yeah.
They're completely unhinged. They say the most crazy things, but they all get along. I
Mine
never
are like
have to
cookie
worry.
cutter children.
Yeah, mine are, they're like me. We're like, nothing matters. Everything matters. It doesn't matter. Live your life today. There could be no tomorrow. And we have a lot of fun with that. But there's a camaraderie and a closeness because of the way we are. And I'm sure you have a different kind, but it's the same. And my kids, they will make fun of everybody and anybody. You are not off the table. They don't care what anything you are.
Yeah, with this show, everyone's getting roasted.
Yeah, everyone's getting
Everyone's
roasted.
on the table.
What is it? I used to tell my
It's
mom.
all or nothing.
My mom would say, "Oh, that's racist." And I'm like, it can't be racist if I hate everyone equally. Period. And I'm sure you're on the other side. Well, I love everyone equally.
Exactly.
I hate everyone equally. Therefore, I don't care. I can't be prejudiced. I will roast anybody. And that's just because, I don't know, I have thick skin. Come for me. I don't care.
The most hateful, evil people in my life, I still have love and compassion for them because I feel like something must have happened to them to bring them to that place of such hate and anger. And I feel that maybe with compassion and love, there is a way that something good can come from it.
Horribly disagree.
I think you get out of this world what you put into it. So if you put in good things will come out of it.
I believe that, which is why I try to be the best kind of parent I can be. But there's a parent in my life who made the choices they made, and they deserve what they get. There's no forgiveness. There's no, oh, I feel sorry for them because of their upbringing. I had a horrible upbringing, which made me change it, change the direction, then being brought up the way I was. I don't have that love. I don't know, I'm different. Once you cross me, that's it. You're done. You get exiled. There is no second chances.
I will forgive you, but that doesn't mean that I need you in my life. If you are going to destroy my peace and what I am doing to live and put me in an environment where you're taking away my happiness and my joy, then there's no room for you in my life.
That's understandable.
But that doesn't mean that I don't forgive you for the things you are. I still have compassion.
You're a good person.
What is it that made you that way?
You're a good person. Because even if things made them that way, they chose to stay that way.
Absolutely.
That's unforgivable.
And it's not that it's unforgivable for me, but it's like if you choose to stay that way, then I choose to remove you from my life. Doesn't mean that I hate you or that I, don't love you or whatever it may be. I just choose to not have that in my life because my peace is more valuable.
And I get that. Like I said, you're a good person. I clearly took a different direction because I cannot forgive. I don't forgive and I don't forget, but I also don't dwell on it. That's what people are like, oh, it's going to eat you up. It doesn't. I live my life perfectly fine. And I dismiss and disregard. That's just who I am. That's just this particular person did that to themselves. And I had to break generational curses that she had every opportunity to do, but she didn't.
Yeah. And that's what we're doing here. We're breaking generational curses by coming together and listening and understanding and having an open mind.
Because, like I said, so different, but yet I respect you and what you are trying to do here.
I want to save the world.
We can't save the world.
We might be able to save one person.
And that's probably all that's going to happen.
If we save one person, it was all worth it.
I guess. But right now, we're going to need a lot more than one.
I agree with that 100%. We're building an army, chat.
I know. I hope everyone's getting ready for whatever might happen, just because I am terrified. Not because, not for myself, but for other people.
I'm not terrified. I'm prepared. I've been preparing myself for what is to come for a very long time.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not scared for myself. I am ruthless. But I'll do anything for my family. What I'm worried about is other people that think that, oh, this is going to get better, or, oh, it's not. The theater is on fire. I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
The theater is on fire, but it's not on fire.
The screen says it's not.
The screen says it's not. And people are missing it. People really think, oh, we just got to get past this and it's going to get better. I'm like, it's not getting better. Be prepared. Stock up.
What if it's a special effect in the theater of fire, and then that's why they put it on the screen? The theater's not on fire because you're watching Backdraft. And it's a 4D immersive experience. And
that's a good lie, if that's what you mean.
I'm just saying.
But it's true. And people don't want to see, like, both sides, man. They're both freaking nuts. They're freaking crazy. Yeah. And I'm like, and the more people
reel it in, baby.
Yeah,
reel it in.
Come back to earth. This ain't happening. Like, it's. You think my kids are unhinged? The world is unhinged.
Oh, absolutely.
My kids a little bit more, though.
I think your kids are unhinged in a good way.
Yeah.
They question everything.
Oh, yeah. They don't believe nothing anybody tells them.
They believe everything you tell them. You tell them that XRP is made of cheese, they're going to believe you.
Every show, you go and bring in just a little sprinkle of your damn crypto.
Hey, I am the crypto goat.
Just because your mustache, Frito Bandito, does not make you a goat. Although it kind of does look like horns. Demonic. Are you demonic? Oh, that's why you're... Oh.
The goat has nothing to do with demonic. And that's a misconception.
I just realized that.
So many people demonized me because they thought that the goat was an emulation of a demonic presence or whatever.
I just realized that was the figure, because I went to Catholic church. That was the figure.
Yeah. So let the record show the goat represents sacrifice.
Now we know why he's so pro demonic and pro helping, because the goat thing.
I will tell you this. I do not need to be here. I do not need to sit in front of this camera.
You're having fun.
And spend obviously I am having fun, but I sacrifice a lot of my time, energy, and resources for the betterment of mankind, because I want to not only tell my story, I want to help people along the way. And so the reason I chose the goat,
lady.
I know, but the reason I chose the goat is because the goat represents sacrifice.
They did sacrifice a lot of them in your Bible.
Yes. And so that's why I chose the goat. Obviously, there's a more of a story to it.
The lamb.
Yes, the lamb. We went with the goat, though, because the goat, lamb, same thing. But the goat is willing to defend itself.
True. We used to have baby goats.
That's why I went with the goat. And also because there's an inside joke. If you were here when we first started the show, you know why we chose the goat too.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Oh, that was so annoying to listen to.
It was so long ago.
Oh my gosh, who sent the 100?
I think it was TikTok Seller.
I think it was TikTok Seller.
Yeah.
You do know. I think it was you who sent 100.
And it was like Seamont did as well.
Yeah.
And a couple others. At some point,
the ones from the beginning, man.
Yeah, those were the real OGs.
They're the only ones who know the whole Switch thing, like Commodore 64 or whatever.
Yeah,
it was.
the Nintendo Switch live stream.
I still want a Commodore. Yeah, like, I feel like I got old. I mean, you got old. I'm still young, but
I'm a delight.
One has nothing to. Yeah, see,
I'm gorgeous.
There we go.
They all listen, everybody says so. They all say the goat is the beautifulest man I've ever seen. He's the biggest, most goatiest of all the goats.
Help me.
They say LeBron's got nothing on the goat.
I don't want to be. I'm scared.
Listen, losers, okay?
It was 8 months ago, but I miss it. I know.
Right? What's crazy? That's so long ago.
That was before.
We could have made a baby in that time frame.
What I don't understand.
Could be having birth right now.
I know, like, we're totally off topic now, but that's fine because it doesn't matter. It's late. But you know what I don't understand? Back then, you said way more crazy things and weren't always getting banned every 5 seconds. Like, it kind of started
changed
that way, and then all of a sudden, like, we were fine. And you know what I noticed? Like, when you got an agent, it got worse.
It did.
It got significantly worse. Like, they were targeting people with agents because they didn't want them. I don't know. Doesn't it seem like that?
I think more or less what happened was, well, I don't want to say it on camera.
No, I know.
But
well, I'll say it. The other people are fucking assholes.
Yeah, there's just some bad characters.
Those creators
out there.
are assholes talking shit in the same network as you, and it was being allowed. I'll say it. That's fine.
And stealing my ideas.
And then there would, like, we would say it one day, and the next day they're saying it, and then they're like, "Oh, they're copying us." Bitch, go back. Go watch the video. It's on YouTube. We know where you got it from.
Is you can gaslight the people, and the people will always listen to their creator and listen to whatever they say.
But I was doing what they were doing, watching in the background and not actually clicking on the video and listening to them talk shit. Fuck that. That's why we're not on TikTok. They can suck it.
You know,
I said it.
You know, TikTok is the only platform where you can actually be attacked by someone that is trolling your show.
Oh, and that psycho crazy bitch.
And she showed up here on YouTube, but there's nothing she can do.
I know, great.
That we're here. No one can do anything to retaliate against us. The only people that can actually retaliate against us is YouTube itself, and YouTube is minding their P's and Q's because they got sued like crazy during COVID for the censorship.
I thought.
The love letter.
He's talking about from Crazy Bitch Lady.
Yeah,
they do copy, and that's he can be nice as he want, and he's a better person than I am. I'm not a good person, but I sat back and I listened to the things they said. I was even in their chats while they were talking shit. And it's the big ones that you can think of. The girl and the boy that worked together, the other one with the weird, hair on his face as his emblem. They're all douchebags, period. And the fact that they're going out of their way to get rid of people that might be competition for them and push them out of the space because they are wrong and this one's right is fucked up.
You know what's great is since I've left TikTok, they have nothing to talk about except for argue and bash each other now.
It's like freaking the novelas. That's all it is, novelas.
Yeah, it's what is it? Crypto days of our lives. That's all it is.
The crazy angel lady gave you another love message.
The crazy angel lady
TikTok seller
literally is messaging people going around saying that I'm a bad person and not to listen to me, but then in the same breath, like I'm speaking major truth, and everyone in the chat is like, yes, everything you're saying is right. And then she's saying, don't listen to him, and it just makes her look even more crazy. And then at the same time, she's like, I bought XRP because angels told me to.
My problem is that they buy into her and they spread that because she gifts them like crazy for listening to her stupidity.
Yeah, they're bought and paid for.
Dude, that's another thing. I want people to go look at people's chats when there's like 200 people in it and there's only like 4 people commenting. Why is that? Just take a good look.
Yeah.
Why would that
massive crazy numbers, yet no one engaging?
Yeah, crypto days of our lives. That's pretty much what it is. And my thing is like 200 people, only 4 people commenting.
And it's the moderators.
Bought and paid for, but what do I know?
That's why I call TikTok LARPing.
Yeah.
When I realized that the TikTok people run the same way as the news, I had to stop following them.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is now that I'm not doing crypto content, they have nothing to talk about. I'm not even making it on YouTube.
Like
the only
Alexa
place
said, it's Days of Our Lives. It's just the freaking novellas talking. They're all talking.
The only place you can get TA from me or any crypto knowledge is through my Discord. And so if you are watching and you're not a part of the Discord, join the Discord and I would be more than happy to help you. I have not left crypto. I am still doing crypto. We're still doing the TA class. We're still, trading and doing all that. I've taken a bit of a step back from crypto, but if you need help, I'm here to help you.
You have a class tomorrow, right?
Yes, I do have class tomorrow.
Good. Okay.
2 p.m. tomorrow, Pacific Standard Time. We have a special guest. The CEO of Wi-Fi is coming into the class to help teach some of his strategies.
Also, for people in the Discord, if you are not in the class, you will be taken out of certain chats. It's for the class only, because I'm going to say it. So.
Yes. So if you are not in the class, you will be removed from the moonshot.
Which is the funniest, the funniest one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't read that.
I'm just holding some right now because I'm afraid news will rug everything. So, and it's going to.
Oh yeah. Please be careful with the news right now. It is so misleading. Oh my gosh. Like
moon cycle. We had the full moon. Now it's time to come back down to earth.
The world is on fire. Theater's on fire. The world is on fire right now.
The theater's not on fire. But the screen said so.
No. But everything's on fire right now. The markets are bad. The food prices are out of control. Gas prices are out of control. All of that is out of control.
Yeah, people think that things are going.
Who has money
crazy.
To invest right now?
Yeah,
I'm on YouTube.
The liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been, and people don't have money to invest.
And what are they going to do? If you can't afford food, you're going to start pulling out investments.
Exactly.
Because you need food. So people are like, oh my God, the market is dropping. Yeah, of course it is. Dude, I can't.
Did you see the shit show at the airports today? I did not.
Oh, are you talking about in California? Because they took out the people that are needed for the landing, and they had to delay flights and there we go, 30 of them, because they cut. Remember, he did a huge cut, and I guess something happened. There was chaos.
Well, they shut down the government, so there's
the 30 traffic control. So what happened?
There's no TSA, but there's ATC.
Yeah, traffic control went bye-bye, and they had to either cancel or delay flights. And now, what is it? They don't want you to leave. They want you to stay, pay the prices. They don't want you to leave.
Prison nation, martial law.
We're already there. They've occupied Chicago. And the thing is, all the Supreme Court says can't do it. They're doing it anyway.
I feel like we should do a prison nation show for the rabbit hole.
You said you wanted to do spooky.
I do want to stick with the spooky weird stuff, but if
there's real life things going on right now.
If it keeps going, we'll probably
Oregon,
take a tangent
California, and Illinois.
Yeah.
Literally occupying them, which isn't, what is it? It's not the Third Amendment, or what is it? The Third Amendment?
Fifth Amendment.
Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
We don't have to.
It's occupying soldiers in your home, though.
That's pretty much what it is. They went into an apartment building. I know we're off topic, and it doesn't matter because they went into an apartment building and ripped out people, and these children were like naked. You can watch the video online.
I believe
There's a couple of them.
I believe it.
That's occupying an apartment.
Why don't we do another live in a couple days, and we can cover that one. Then we'll go back to spooky stuff.
You want me to go on Hinge, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
What do you guys think, chat? Should we do more of these lives more often? Because I was thinking like a couple times a week. But
I saw that, and it was U-Haul cars too. They threw them into U-Haul trucks. That one that I'm talking about, they ran into the apartment and ripped all those people.
Let's save it for the show. Let's do a whole show on it. And
they're slowly moving into red states, and they're telling them it's for your protection.
We can do a political rabbit hole show. What do you think?
That's fine.
What do you think, chat? Should we do a political rabbit hole show? Little tent in like a couple days. And
I have to research.
I'll post it to the Discord when we're gonna do it.
I research everything. I type it all out because I can't.
The news show needs to come back.
We can do news once a week.
I can do the news show, I guess.
But it'll be on here. It will not be on TikTok. If you want me involved, I will not go on TikTok.
Here's the issue is the rabbit hole show gets a lot of engagement. And
well, she's
every time
Shelly's right, we can just do a little segment here and there.
Well, here's the issue is the rabbit hole show gets a lot of engagement and has really boosted our algorithm in YouTube. So whenever I post crypto stuff, we get low bad engagement, which hurts our algorithm.
So let's not do it for
so
YouTube.
I'll
Let's
probably
do
a TikTok
platform.
only, or maybe just abstract.
Why
don't we do it? Okay, I will bring the news back to abstract. Abstract exclusive.
Okay, but I will not go. One, I will not go on TikTok. But two, why can't we just do the other platforms then? Why not? Why can't we just do YouTube?
The problem is it hurts our algorithm. So every time I post something on YouTube that...
You don't think something political isn't going to push the algorithm?
No, I think political would, but we're talking about bringing the news show back, doing the news 5 days a week like
I'm not doing 5 days a week. We can do
I would do it, but I'll do a shorter show. I won't do 4 hours, and I'll do it 5 days a week.
I won't do it if it's on TikTok.
No, it would be just me.
Okay, that's fine.
And because
that'll be your thing.
I can't afford to bring you in at 5 days
I'm doing a lot of work already.
Yeah, so... We'll do the rabbit hole show.
But the thing is you don't need to do 5 days a week of a segment. Jesse,
I think we do because that's regular news.
15-minute segment. That's what it said. Jesse, less work, a 15-minute segment.
We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it, and we'll see how we can move forward. But I do want to continue, doing.
I like the show a lot.
And being like a news anchor, right? That's basically what I was. But we'll scale the hours back on that, and we'll put the long hours for the rabbit hole show.
If it's TikTok, I'm not.
I'm not really going to be doing TikTok. TikTok is our promo show. We're going to be doing live battles and just building a platform there just to get new viewers to come to YouTube. That's the only reason I'm still doing it.
On YouTube, I can say whatever I want.
Yeah.
About whoever I want.
On abstract, we can really do whatever we want as long as it's not diddling children like Trump.
Oh, okay. Diddly. Diddle. Diddly.
That's what you
said earlier, didn't you?
Diddy diddle.
Oh my gosh. That's another one. I'm gonna see if I can pardon Maxine Glenn. I can't believe that.
He acted like he totally gaslit everyone, like he had no idea who she was.
You don't remember the person that sold you children?
Yeah, that's crazy.
15 months.
All right, if you're watching, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to this channel,
recommend
share
it
the
to
show
your
with
friends
your friends
so that we can all have fun together. We do look at the chat, and I know we get off subject a little bit, but it makes it a lot more entertaining seeing your feedback.
And if you like this content,
thank you,
please,
Shelly.
And if you like this content, please, I'm trying to do a little promo
I'm
clip.
sorry, I can talk too.
Let's be professional for just one moment, just for a nice little clip. If you like this show, please hit the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube, and don't forget to hit that like button and share this show with your friends. When was the last time you called your mother or your mother-in-law and told them, hey, I saw an amazing show, you gotta check it out. We'll see y'all next time. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with everyone you know. So we're about to go down this rabbit hole right now. Now I'm about to send this GoPro down the rabbit hole. So we have climbing gear here. A GoPro with a light. Right down here is the entrance to something. There's something down here. We're going to send this GoPro camera. I'm going to let you guys get a look at what it is, see if you guys can see that. So this is our setup here. I don't think you can see it too well. So we have a GoPro with a light on the end of it. So that is going to go down into that hole right there. And we'll have more shots of it in just a minute. So it's at least 300 feet deep. So I have a 300-foot helicopter recovery line. To attach the GoPro. So we're gonna tie a bowl in. Gonna come here and take a look. Can you guys hear the audio? I have the mic on. Can you guys hear me? Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. All right, let's send her down. Well, I guess I was supposed to post in Discord. Let's see here. So, we're definitely not alone out here, that's for sure. There's somebody else in like an ATV. Looks like a, what do you call those things? Like a Polaris. And they are wondering what the heck we are doing out here. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with everyone you know. We're gonna head right down this hole right here, so I'm gonna show you where the hole's at. It's right here. It's about big enough for a human to fit. Well, you can hear the echo too. It's just about big enough. I could probably get in. I'm not a bit wide, my shoulders are wide, so it may not be, but I think I could fit. There's about a dozen of these I've found out here so far. And pretty cool though. Well, it worked. Let's check the footage, see what we caught. Maybe there's some more. I'm gonna check the chat here real quick. How you doing, chat? See anybody watching? We got a few. Okay. He caught a light. Oh my god. What am I doing? So we are going down the rabbit hole. So there's a series of these tunnels that I found, and we are sending a GoPro down. It's about 200 feet down. And at first I thought they were wells out in the desert here. And then after more research and examination, I believe they are vents to some type of underground tunnel system. So you got to be careful, my goat. Yeah, I'm being careful. I'm being careful. So we got professional equipment here. I am not alone. I actually have the camera crew here with me, and they're just a good crew. They're silent. We also have the fire department on notice that we're out here. So nice. Is that your first recording you put down there? It is the first recording. So this is the first image. I'm going to upload everything, and it's going to be in my Discord. So make sure you click the Discord link in my bio. Join the Discord to see all those videos and stuff. But we're actually out here in the middle of the desert. You can hear the train going by. I need your help. Can I get 50 Solana from you? Oh my god, dude. Always begging for change, bro. Always begging for change, man. Get real. So there's a dozen of these out here. We're gonna send the camera down a few others. Gift to send me. Chat, he wants me to gift to send him. You lost everything? I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. You should have been watching the show. Send a glow stick down. Just to give you guys a reference how deep this is. Take the camera handheld. Drop it down. So I got a glow stick. Chat, we got a glow stick here. So let me turn off the tripod and stuff. And so let me give you a better reference of what's going on here. So here's our hole. And like I said, there's a dozen of these. So I want you to just check this out, chat. I'm gonna send you guys down there. So I just sent this. I just sent this down the hole. That's what all this gear is right here. If you know anything about me, I'm actually a professional climber. So I got it all down in there. So we sent that down, and we're gonna take a look and see what we saw. And then there's a dozen of these, so we're gonna check out all of them. Yeah, so this is actually a helicopter recovery line that I have right here. It's 300 foot. We used about half of it. I brought an extra 300 feet just in case. I had no idea how deep it. This whole bag is full of rope right here. So I got a whole other thing of line in here. This is more for other use case. This is an 8mm. I think this one is. I think this is an 8mm. This is, or no, this might be 8. I think this is like 10mm, 15. I'm not sure. But this is strong stuff right here. This is a helicopter recovery line. This will hold several human beings on it. This is some really tough stuff right here. My concern is for you to be careful. Bro, I'm a professional, man. I used to go spelunking all the time. I'm tempted to go down it. As you can see, I can fit down there. It comes 8 and 11, and then that's probably what I got is 8 and 11. The two different lines. But so I guess we can go to the next one and send this down and grab all this shit. Will you hold on to that for me? Pack up this camera equipment. We'll go to the next hole. I do have a small enough drone to fly down there. The problem is it's in steel, so I'm assuming that the drone would lose signal. Maybe if I'm right over top of it, but I don't want to lose any of my drones to down there. That's my biggest concern with that. Otherwise, I had pretty much already thought about doing that. What are you really looking for there? I'm looking for the entrance to the tunnels. Yeah, I can see that you have a cheap one. You don't share. See, I do have a cheap one that's small enough. The problem is the one that's small enough doesn't have a camera, and I don't think it would have the range. So that was my first thought, was like, okay, we'll send a drone down there. And I realized that the best way to go about this was to just rig up the GoPro like I did. We've actually been planning this for months. Can you put this in the case? I got my cameraman here with me. Thank you. Yeah, I actually ordered the GoPro special just for this. I had other GoPros and stuff before, but I don't have them anymore. So I ordered one just for this adventure that we're on right now. So we're gonna go try to find another one. What I believe is these are the air shafts for the underground transit system, is what I believe that they're for. I believe the entrance, I know where it's at, but it's been backfilled in. So that's the issue I'm having with the entrance, is it's backfilled. At least the one that I've found. I'm sure there's multiple entrances. But the issue is that all the main entrances have been filled. I have a feeling that I'm either going to have to excavate one of the entrances, or I'm going to have to go down a tunnel like this one here. Yeah, the GoPro is to figure out exactly what's going on there. So I want to show you guys something. And this is why I believe that it's a tunnel system to a mine. So I dug this out right here. So this is the hole right here. And then there's this spot right here. This is what I dug out. So this is, let me turn it so you can see it with the light. So this is where like an ore cart or something was here, and you can see all this pea gravel. This has been laid down like a road, and it runs this direction back here, and there's more of them. And so as you can see, it comes right up to here, and then this was buried right here. So my thing is, it's either a mine shaft, air vent, or this was a place where they would send ore up through the mine shaft. And there would have been like a stilt thing above here with, you know, a thing to load up the ore carts. But I haven't found any others with the railroad ties like this. I have found the pea gravel though, like this. So this was put here for part of this whole thing we got going on. So we're trying to figure out what's going on, you know. There's some hundreds of years of history going on right here, and so we want to figure out, you know, what goes to where and how it got there, and if there's anything cool to find underneath there. All right, so put all this in this bag here, put that in there carefully, and then zip it up. But I think we'll go check out another one right now. So I don't want to pack all this line. Here, will you hold the camera on me? I guess I'll pack this line. Fuck it. I don't want to pack all this line. I want to do it all at the end. So I'm just going to throw the line in the basket. chat. On to the next rabbit hole. Let's see, where is that other one? See if we can find this next one here. I mean, they're riddled out here. They're just everywhere. Man, it's cold. It is so freaking cold. Where did we see that other one at? I feel like we're nearby. And we came out here after it freshly rained because I wanted to know, is it a well? You know, is there water down there when it rains, you know? And I'm not seeing anything like that. So I'm thinking mine shaft. Obviously there's going to be water down there when it's raining and whatnot. Like we just seen it. Turn around. Get past it. More of the pea gravel. So we're cruising to the next spot. Whoa, chat, it's snowing it's snowing. Dude, it feels like it's gonna snow out here. It is cold enough for snow, that's for sure. There's just no weather. Dude, it feels like it's gonna snow out here. It is cold enough for snow, that's for sure. There's just no weather. Let's see. I feel like this is about where we turn. There's our tracks. I know we're close. There's all kinds of them out here, that's for sure. Where are you? Okay, we went too far. Sometimes I just gotta I just saw it. Live is restricted to some audiences. Activities that could cause serious injuries, like what? Having a GoPro mounted? Because oh, maybe it's because of we're in the cart. All right, here's the next spot. And you see all the pea gravel again. All right. There we go. There it is. And originally I thought it was a well because of this concrete pad. But I'm starting to think otherwise. Oh yeah, TikTok doesn't want us to do this, but who cares? I'm getting it with it's being recorded. So we got another glow stick. It finally hit the bottom. Look at this one's even deeper than the last one. The last one had something like stuck in it. This one's a lot deeper. You see how far that glow stick is? That one's definitely deeper. And this one's bigger too and wider. This one I could definitely get down. See my feet together? I could fit down there. Let's send the camera down there. So let me set up the camera here. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. Smash the like button. Send in your daily heart me's. Let's get this algorithm cooking. But I believe all this should be recorded, so Elon can pull it out and save it. Do you want to record me handheld? All right, come over here. Or you can sit in there and hold it if you want. Just keep it pointed that direction, tilted somewhat down, okay? Just get the hole there. So, I can't read the chat right now, but feel free to chat, and I will check it later. So, don't not chat. But we're gonna send another line down here. I have a feeling this one's gonna go much further than the last one. I've sent a glow stick down this one before. I just found that other one recently, and I hadn't sent anything down yet. That's why we did that one first. So I got our little setup here, and hopefully we catch something. Doing a little fishing, chat. A little bit of fishing. Let's see here. Alright, we're hooked on. We're tied off. Let me get my gloves. Oh, it's so cold out. It is really cold. Oh, I forgot to press record. That would have been dumb. Yeah, I gotta press record, dummy. Almost messed it all up. I'll bring it back up and hit the record button. like it's a lot deeper. Oh yeah, it's still going. So this is where we were on the last one, and we're going well past that. It looks like open space down there. Sheesh, I can't even see the light down It's still going. Chat, it's still going. I just pulled out another 50 feet. It's still going. We're almost to 300 feet. It's still going. It's still going. It's going to take this whole bag. It went past the glow stick. Holy cow. It's still going. Strong too. It's got a ways. So the glow stick looks like it's about 300 feet down almost, maybe like 250, and we're still taking line on this bag. It's still going. This is more than double the last hole. Man. Look at it. It's still taking it. Still going. I can barely see the camera in the light. We're still going. I can't even see the light anymore. The glow stick fell further. It's still going, chat. You can come closer, get close up, just come to the edge of the concrete. I can't even see the light. Let me see that. You can't even see the light down there. That's how far down it is. And it's just still going. That's the whole bag. That's 300 feet, chat. That's a full 300 feet. We're gonna have to add another line. I'm gonna pull it up. We're gonna come back on another. We're gonna take a look at it on the video and see what we can see, but the glow stick clearly fell further than where it stopped originally, and you can't even see the glow stick anymore. This is incredible. This is deep. This could be 500 feet or more. Could be a mile down. But we'll use this to gauge if there's a tunnel or something, or another level further down, or what. It feels heavy. It feels like there's a gremlin holding on to it. It doesn't feel like the weight of the camera anymore. I feel like we caught something and we're pulling it up. It could be the weight of the rope, but it feels heavy. Okay, now we're to where the depth of the last one was. Look at all that line. That's 3 times the amount of line as the last hole we went down. Just out here, plus the length that we went down before. That sucker's deep. It feels heavier. I don't know if it's just from holding the rope, or maybe we caught something and pulled it up with it. Hope the battery on the light didn't die. I don't see any light. Nope, the light's still on. Holy crap. That's a long ways down there. Look at all that rope. That's a lot of freaking rope. Holy crap. Chat, that made me nervous. I'm not gonna lie. How wide is it? It's about the wide of a set of human shoulders. Just for reference, this is my foot right there. I'm a size 12, so it's a little bit wider than 12 inches. Can you cover it up? I mean, why would I? We're trying to blow the lid off this thing, guys. No pets or kids can fall in. Well, I mean, maybe someone can fall in. It did have I think that's what this is for. It looks like the wind blew it off. So I can cover it back up. It's deep. We're gonna need more rope. I have a longer rope, but I'm running out of battery. And I wanna go look and see what the video shows. And I'll post it to Discord, so make sure you join my Discord. The link is in my bio. And I'm gonna post the Spirit Box video too. I'm gonna work on all that tonight. So it is freezing cold out here, so we're gonna head back and we're gonna render this video from the GoPro here. That's our camera setup. And see what we got. So what's up, big baller? How you doing, bro? So I have a feeling we're gonna need another 300 feet. This is 300 feet of rope and it took all of it. I brought another 300 with me, but we had hit something where it may have been like a ladder or something. So I want to kind of see what's down there first, and we'll do another segment on this one. There's 11 of these out here, guys. There's so many of these we're gonna have to go look out. What's my prediction for what it is? I believe that this is an air vent for a mine shaft. There's no way that this is it on your property? This one's not on my property. This one's several miles out. We're out in the boonies right now. The one on my property is what I believe to be the entrance, because it is the size of this entire slab, the hole, and it's been backfilled in. And we got a train coming. I should take you guys around the airport. I just don't want to give away my location. Yeah, I don't want to dox myself. There's a lot of cool stuff here, that's for sure. But I dropped a glow stick down here, and you can barely see it. So let's go upload this video and take a look at it, and I'll post it to Discord. So I'll see y'all there in a little bit, and get that video, put Elon to work, and we'll solve the mystery of the rabbit hole in the desert. All right, chat, thank you all for showing up, and I'll see y'all later. Check 1 2.
So go and judge me and slur my name. Yeah, G9 is what I became. Just judge my music, don't need the fame. But no LF goat is what I proclaim. When you're a goat, you just know it. We the black sheep, yeah, I suppose it's coming for us to just be different. Cause all my life I've been belligerent. I get so mad when they play ignorant, but that's what made us so magnificent. Yeah, we here and we chilling with the tribe. Got my grass and my hoodie and my light. Getting lit, come on, you know you wanna try. We doing good, bro, please don't come off vibe. Said we here and we chilling with the tribe. Crypto underdogs, nah, I ain't gonna lie. So good they can't ignore even if they try. We'll never leave it, tell if go till we die. No, you'll never hear a mumble rap from me. These words I carry, yeah, they have meaning. We in the matrix, but I'm intervening. About to pull you out, Neo, you've been dreaming. Find you in the song and want you to be freed. So get used to seeing goats up in your feet. It's guaranteed that we'll succeed. Come on, man, I know you've seen the term goat used on a TV. It's in sports and it's in music. There are lots of ways to use it to describe the best. The ones obsessed, that hidden quest. It's like we blessed. Boy, I'm like Santiago, I'm the alchemist. Travel the world and leave you all impressed. Become the wind, my spirit strong. I swear I'll prove them haters wrong. Show them we for real all along. Cause goats are great, the top's where we belong. Ozthecryptogoat, it means the other heart. Like yin and yang, can't split apart. The dark from light, yeah, it's a balance. You only know this if you're like Alice and seek the knowledge down that rabbit hole. Two equal opposites that complete the soul.
All right. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with everyone you know. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Ozthecryptogoat, and we have a very, very special live today. We have the president of California's Stand With Crypto coming on the show. I've got my Stand With Crypto pin on right now, and I'm in chats with her. She should be on here shortly. In the meantime, everybody hit the like button. We do. How's everybody doing today? Do you guys like my new picture? I have the Christmas goat. Oz the Christmas goat. What's the name of the trust company? Angel Finance? So we're trying to work with them as best we can. All right, we're back. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna bring down the music here and we're gonna talk a little bit. How's everybody doing, man? It's good to see everybody showing up. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Everybody double tap the screen if you're watching on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like button as well. Don't forget to subscribe. Those of you on X, don't forget to hit the chat. Those on Twitch, we're also live on Facebook. And we're live on X as well. I have all the chats pulled up so you can watch and chat from any platform you like. People tend to use TikTok the most, but we have wherever you decide to find yourself, that's the place to be. Let's set up a Heart Me goal here on TikTok. Boom. All right. So we have a special guest today. It's Miss Nifty, Miss NFTY. She's the president of Stand with Crypto. She's going to be coming on, and so this is their website. This is standwithcrypto.org, and it says, if you care about crypto, it's time to prove it. 52 million Americans own crypto, and yet crypto's future in America remains uncertain. Congress is writing the rules as we speak, but they won't vote yes until they've heard from you. Join the fight, and you can click right here, right? So there, it looks like there's 2,623 U.S. advocates, 1,226 policymaker contacts, advocate donations. They've raised over $500,000, and globally they have 2.9 million crypto advocates. So these are the different. So look, it shows you someone in Washington emailed their rep. Someone in Washington followed SWC on X. Someone in Washington joined SWC. Obviously, that's Stand with Crypto. Someone in Utah joined. Nevada, California, Illinois. Someone in Illinois emailed their rep. So you can track everything that's going on with them, where it's happening, what they're doing. And as you can see, the big areas, I don't see anything in New York yet, but we have Connecticut, we got Virginia. This is around the DC area. Washington, California, Nevada. These are hot spots, right? So this is good. And they're the reach is growing. This lady has been on a plane for like days. I think it was like 6 days. We'll ask her and she'll tell us everything. But it's been quite amazing to see all that they've been doing and all the work they do. So Stand With Crypto is first and foremost the result of 2 million plus people fighting to keep crypto in America. We also partnered with a number of companies to fight alongside us. So it looks like we got Privy, Protocol Labs, Paxos, Anchorage Digital, MoonPay, Coinbase, Third Web, Lightspark, all these different Kraken, BTC, Hedera, OpenSea. So they're partnered with all these different companies, which is pretty amazing. Let's see, let's go back here. So you can also, on the website here, this is standwithcrypto.org. You can join Stand With Crypto. You can email your senator. You can follow on X, and maybe we'll write an email in the next live show that we do. I'll write the email, and you guys can help me compose it. I'll be in and out for today. Had the worst day of all time. Oh, I know about your day, brother. Sorry to hear that, man. Glad you're okay and you're doing well. I'll tell you what. Everybody simultaneously right now spam the chat with a W. How about SWC? Stand With Crypto. Everybody SWC in the chat. Hashtag FYP, hashtag for you, all the hashtag crypto. I do know that there's a bit of competition in the live time right now, so it is what it is. But you know, share the show out with your friends. Let's get the algorithm rolling and get more people watching, and we can get to our regular viewership levels. And before we start the show, if anyone has any questions or wants to come on the show and ask any questions, let me know in the chat and we'll see if we can work that out. Let's see here.
Competition within ourselves. LF Goat. Hey, go tribe. No drama, bitch.
I love this song.
I got no drama. Said I got no problems. Not a single distraction. Don't care about your trauma. What are you building? Said what are you doing?
Hashtag Goat Tribe.
Trust me, I'm suing. Every day I check the feed and see some dumb shit. Like someone rugging or they got a scam like fuck it. Somebody sleeping with somebody else.
The music's allowed on TikTok. I have the rights to this. I'm have full permission to use this music. So if you have any questions or you want to come up on a panel, let me know. Anybody want to come up?
On the grind, another day, another verse. Always getting better, I ain't getting any worse. Build you up, help you out how you meant. Also, you can pull this stupid little stint. Come on, man.
How's it going? Hold on, let me adjust the volume here. There, now I can hear you. Hold on, I gotta adjust the audio for you because what's going on?
I'm good. I'm sorry I missed your interview earlier today.
Oh, it hasn't started yet.
Oh, I thought it was at 3:00 California time.
No, that's the TA class, and that got rescheduled.
Oh, or did I read the flyer wrong?
You may have. So the flyer is, the show starts at 5 p.m. and then the guest comes on at 6 to give a chance for people to come in to so they don't miss out on the first part of the show. So do you know who the guest is?
I looked up Miss Nifty?
Yeah, or NFT. Why?
I'm not sure if I recall her. I may have heard her speak before.
Yeah. So I met her at this last crypto event I went to, and she's the president for Stand with Crypto in California. And this is their website right here, standwithcrypto.org. And it actually is a tool where you can email your senator directly. You can take polls, refer friends, mint an NFT, follow. But my main thing that I really like about this is the direct link to email your senator. Fix the camera. What do you mean fix the camera? What's wrong with the camera? You can't just say fix the camera in the chat. You got to tell me what's wrong.
Me, probably.
Aha. There it is. There you are.
Yeah, I just got done feeding my horse, so.
It's off center. Oh well. I really don't care if it's off center right now. I'm not gonna mess with it. It just is what it is. The IT guy comes in and cleans stuff, and sometimes the camera gets moved. It just is what it is.
Kind of cool. I'm down in the comment section. I mean, I feel like I'm in the lower bleachers or something.
I don't know why that is. Usually there's a bunch of different boxes here. I haven't used any of this software in so long. It's everything got updated. It's all different now.
It's all like Christmas.
I am so excited for Christmas. Did you see my new picture?
I think your guest sounds really cool. Like it's going to be a really interesting interview. Is Jesse going to join us?
I don't think Jesse's gonna join us. She's been busy doing stuff. I'm hoping that she comes back to the show soon. But you know, it's the holidays and stuff, you know. But she's down there in the chat supporting. But yeah, I'm hoping to get the whole crew back together and get the crypto show going again, get more guests, and get everything rolling the way it was before we took the break. You know, it's been nice to have a little bit of a break though.
That'll be really nice.
So I have a question for you, Belle. Is there any questions that you would have for Miss Nifty as far as standing with crypto?
Why we don't know more about it already. Why am I just hearing about it probably maybe for the first or second time?
Right, so exposure is what you're talking about.
Is this a large movement specifically just for California with our taxation?
So globally, there's 2.9 million people. You can see it right here on the screen. The U.S. advocates is 2.6 million. There's 1.2 million policymaker contacts right here. And then they've donated about a little over 500,000 in donations. And look at, you just click this right here. Email your senators to pass crypto legislation. Boom. Click that, take action. Put your first name. Here, let's see here. Last name, email address, your senator. This will show after you enter your email address.
Now, I may have heard about that like 6 months months ago with a bunch of the XRP stuff that was going around. And the fear of California doing that clawback on any crypto in your accounts that stayed dormant for 3 years.
Oh yeah, for the wallets. Well, here's the thing on that. So they can reclaim those funds, but you can actually claim them back from the government. You just have to file. So it's actually a good thing. So let's say that you had a wallet that got lost, or you lost the keys to it, forgot how to access it. The government, after 3 years of inactivity, would basically claim those funds, remove them, and then you could file to get those back. It's just, you're going to have to jump through the hoops.
It sounds like something I might want to make a few posts on. And hello, Web3. Thank you so much.
Web3, I did put some posts out on Stand With Crypto. And if you want to reach out to Miss NFT, or Miss Nifty, excuse me, she's in my Discord right now. So click the Discord link in my bio. She should be hanging around in there, and you can ask questions or engage there. So click the Discord link. Let me see here. I'll post it in the chat for you guys. Give me just a second. I'm really excited about this this guest today, though. I wasn't 100% sure if they were going to make it, because we actually rescheduled a couple times, but we got it. We were able to make it happen. Let's see here. All right, copy.
Web3, you might want to share this out to a couple of your other bros and ladies that might be interested in that, or specifically people from California.
Exactly. And it's not just California, it's a global movement. Yeah. So it's more than just California. Obviously, she's the president of the California section of it, but still, hold on, I gotta fix everything. Everything moved around on me. All right, we're good.
Appreciate you, Jesse. We'll see you soon.
Trying to get on the Discord now. If you're having trouble getting into the Discord, send me a DM. I'll send you the link directly. Some people have issues. Some people get right in. I don't know what it is. And TikTok's not letting me post it. So I don't. Jesse, if you could go into the Ozthecryptogoat email, copy it, and then post it into the chat. I know you can do it. I just can't do it from a desktop. So,
and I have to drop from the box if I think she's going to post or pin anything.
Got it. Did you have any other questions?
No, I just wanted to know a little bit more about her, and
right,
other things she's into, and how she got started in crypto very briefly, and what are her passion projects.
Absolutely. And when she comes on, that's what we're going to talk about. And then I got a few questions as well. If she has time, I'm going to open the panel back up for you guys to come on and ask questions directly, if she's willing to do that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so
another lady in crypto,
Exactly. There's actually more women in crypto than I realized. Like, I go to these events and I see lots of women at the booths, and they're not just paid actresses. They're involved. They're doing stuff. So you guys are not alone. Josh said, "Speed me up. I'm late." That's your own fault. You're late, Josh. That's why we start an hour early. We start early so that it gives you a chance to get caught up. But we will have our guest in a little bit.
I'm starting to wonder, what does she see for, AI coming online more? What changes does she see for the future kind of stuff,
Well, I know that as far as the legislative side of it goes, AI is untethered now. So,
which is scary.
Oh, it's very scary. At the same time, you're going to see things moving a lot faster now because of that. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, my little tiny business got dumped in SEO ad placement on Google and other sites since August, and AI is coming online and burying your stuff even deeper. It's like you're having to pay Google like ransom now to have your business, propped up on page 1.
Yeah,
it's from page 1 to page 3 overnight.
If you copy the link from your link tree and paste it into join the server on Discord, it works. Got it. So you hear that, chat? Just click the link tree link and then paste it into join a server on Discord and it should work. We can't hear her. All right. Let me turn up the audio. Sorry about that. Oops. All right, Belle, thank you for coming on, and we'll
I'm gonna drop down and let you talk to a few other people, but those would be some basic questions that would be on my mind at this moment.
Yeah, Web3, if you could drop that in the chat, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much for your help, and thank you, Belle, for coming on.
No problem. I thought if I hopped on, others would follow.
Yeah, it's always good to have you.
I love you guys. Thanks, Oz.
Bye.
I'll be listening. Bye.
What's up, Mr. Josh TV? How you doing, buddy?
What's up?
It's good to have you back on the show. It's been a while. How's your show coming along?
Well, I've done like 3 live streams so far. I'm not gonna lie, it gets pretty tiring. Now I know what you mean when I'm up there and like, I don't know, last time I was streaming, I was up for like 12 hours and I haven't streamed since.
Dude, I told you, it is tough, right?
Yep.
Imagine doing it just 4 or 5 hours a day, 5 to 7 times a week, like that, just like clockwork. And then having something to say every time and be right. It's difficult.
Exactly.
So, what do you know about Stand with Crypto? Have you heard of it?
Not really. I've heard of other organizations, but not this one specifically.
So if you go to standwithcrypto.org, that's this page right here. And basically it says, if you care about crypto, it's time to prove it. 52 million Americans own crypto, and yet crypto's future in America remains uncertain. Congress is writing the rules as we speak, but they won't vote yes until they've heard from you. Now, we're going to pull this up and read what it is. So you can actually email your senator. You click on this link right here and it takes you, you can put your name, email address, and then it'll tell you who your senator is and you can email them directly, which is pretty goated if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go do that.
Definitely read it before you sign it. That's one thing I would say for sure. I have not read it yet. What's up, Purple Bitcoin? Haven't seen you in a while. Good to have you.
Is this for the Clarity Act? I forget, because I'm pretty sure one already got passed, but they cut the other half of it out, right?
I'm not sure, and that's some of the questions that we're going to ask.
Right, because I was going over the kind of I'm pretty sure it was the Clarity Act while I was on stream, kind of going over what's in it, what things are important, what certain things meant.
Yeah, and I do think that we need some clarity. I think we need some legislation, but I think more or less we need more like a crypto constitution, something that protects us in a way that makes it so the government can't get too deep in it and can't start controlling it too much, because the whole idea of crypto is to have the people in control of their finances, right? So we don't want, the government to come in and overregulate it in a way that just creates control.
And that's like the biggest argument that I saw when they had people like Brad Garlinghouse and other people kind of talk to these congressmen and these senators. I'm not sure if you remember that. That was a while ago. That was like midsummer. And they were going back and forth arguing over, we want control. And then somebody else stood up and said, well, yeah, I agree. There should be some level of control, but not to the point where the government can come in and start treating this like, any sort of financial bank account.
Absolutely. My biggest concern is control, right? They could basically flip the switch in the opposite direction and debank you with that kind of control. What are your thoughts?
Right. I think looking into it recently, so many people argue over the whole decentralized aspect of it, and like really looking into it in the last year or so, I've really begun to notice is that essentially everything runs on the exchanges because you're still exchanging for fiat. So everything is essentially still running on fiat. And basically, I know a lot of people are going to disagree with this, but I've kind of come to the conclusion that every single token is essentially still valued by fiat, because it has no value until you bring it over to an exchange and you cash it out for fiat. So in a sense, they could basically find out who holds certain types of wallets. And the problem is, people say, okay, well, you can put it in a cold wallet, but if you ever bought Bitcoin on an exchange, that transaction from the exchange hold to your wallet is now a transaction. So they can link back because you upload your ID, you do KYC, and then they can track, okay, this person bought Bitcoin from this exchange, they moved it over to their cold wallet, then they took that Bitcoin from their cold wallet to a different exchange, but that exchange can look back and kind of see where that came from. And then, if we get to the point where the government can, I don't know, request some sort of file from these exchanges, like be like, we're looking into this person, we need you guys to hand over all the information, like who is this guy, their ID, all their information. And that's what I really don't want to happen, is when, the government can come in and basically force these exchanges to give out all that information, because then that crypto is now useless. I mean, they can ask them to freeze your assets, which a lot of chains, they can do that.
Yeah, XRP, Ledger can, HBAR, Ethereum, what's a couple others? There's a whole list of them. I actually posted them here on my TikTok that lists all of the exchanges that you can basically be delisted or debanked from it. They can seize your assets. They all have some sort of smart contract written and slipped in there. And what's crazy is it's put in on a level where it was only found out that it was there through testing. So they would test the blockchains to see if it had any of this type of smart contracts. And all the big ones, man, they all have it in there. So it's a bit concerning. And it's not something that you can just look up and know that it's there. It's well hidden. So that's very concerning as well.
What are your thoughts on Bitcoin? Do you think that you feel a little bit safer with it, given that there isn't, I guess there's that extra level of, okay, it's the first token, and then also looking at it now, it's a lot harder to freeze somebody's Bitcoin address. But the only part that still doesn't make sense to me is I feel like they could just figure out what address belongs to who and just refuse to cash them out at an exchange. That's my only concern now. And I don't know if you've heard, there are certain people, there's a specific name for them, but you can basically send them the Bitcoin and they deliver cash straight to you. The only problem is obviously that's a lot more difficult, but I would like to see more options to pay for things with your crypto directly. That way you're not forced to bring it over to an exchange and cash it out for fiat.
Right.
If you get what I'm saying.
And I feel like holding stable coins, you can do that already, right? So if you're using USDC and let's say you're using Coinbase or you have like an Arculus wallet, Arculus has tap to pay. I have a Visa for my Coinbase. I don't use it because who wants to use Coinbase, right? But you know, it does exist, but I can't spend like Bitcoin directly. I can't spend XRP directly. However, this company right here, it's this is their pin right here. I think it's XPX. I think is what it's called. I'm gonna try to get them on the show here soon as well. But they've only been running for about 16 months now, but it's basically a way that you can spend your XRP or your Bitcoin or your Ethereum as cash with a card. So that's a new technology that's just come out.
Interesting.
And I'm really excited to have him come on. And like I said, they've only been live and building for 16 months now. And it's growing very quickly. So I'm interested to see what happens with that.
I think that industry is just going to continue to get bigger because more and more people are kind of understanding, you know, what's the point of crypto if everything is still going to translate through fiat at the back end, right? Like, obviously, even gold bars are exchangeable through fiat, but you can still trade gold for other things. So I think just having the ability to pay for things with your coins directly instead of having to go cash it out for fiat first and then paying with fiat. And also, I think it would boost the overall value of crypto. And I don't know. I think we're going to start to see more of that in 2026. I'm already seeing all of these crypto influencers, especially the ones you shouldn't really trust, like the ones that are always, you know, the orchestrated pumps of cryptocurrencies and new projects. And they're basically saying that privacy is going to be the next thing, you know, which is true, but they're also promoting a bunch of fake privacy coins that don't really do anything privacy. And I think that's the only thing. And that's where I would like to see some sort of regulation, because I feel like nowadays anybody can make a team, make a coin, say it does certain things, and then when you actually look at the capabilities of it, it's all just headlines, for example.
I'm more along the lines of buyer beware, right? So you should be doing your own research. Like, are you just going to pick any bank to bank with, or are you going to look around and see, do I want to use a credit union? Do I want to use a small bank? Do I want to use a big bank? Do I want to use a business bank? You know, you have to, you know, have some kind of education in it. I think that more or less the people should take the time and learn. And, you know, right now, crypto is like the Wild West, right? And during the Wild West, people would sell products. And one of the issues that we had in the Wild West was medicine. So they had snake oil that they would sell to people. And I think it was like killing people, or it was just didn't do anything. But I think it was like, you know, poisonous. They gave out opium, you know, and people will get highly addicted to it, overdose on it. So the government stepped in and said, we're going to regulate this, right? We're going to go give some good, clear clarity. But look at what happened over 100 years' time. Now we have big pharma where it was designed to stop you from buying poison, and now Big Pharma only puts out poison. All the medicines, there's nothing holistic anymore. There's nothing, that you can't, you can't go to your doctor and get holistic medicine. You have to get chemical based that are all basically petroleum based products that are poison for your body. And that's where we're at today now, because originally the intention was to help the people and to keep them safe and secure, but in the long run, that's not what we got. What we got was control to the point where a large corporation now and multiple corporations have control, and they can literally force you to take things now. And look at what happened with COVID. They forced everyone to take a shot in order to leave their homes and do things and stuff. So that's the fear that I have with overregulation. I love the idea of having some sort of regulation, but not in a way that gives them control, but more or less like a constitution for crypto. So that way the government can never overstep their boundaries, and crypto is protected. That is my main concern.
Essentially, like, in a way, the best method forward would be basically freedom of choice, right? You have all these different crypto chains and people can choose which one they want to use to transact. Same way that I don't believe that the entire financial system should be shifted over to crypto completely. I think people should still have the choice to pay with regular fiat, if they want to use Cash App, because they should be able to have the choice to use what they want to use. And same with like medicine, and this is a really touchy subject, but there's a lot of natural plants out there that are being banned from being usable, right? So they're telling you what you can or can't use, which is, I would argue, opposite of the Constitution that we have now, and that's why it's so important that we defend the Constitution, and that's also the only reason why America still has arguably more freedom than other countries, even though that's somewhat falling apart to a degree. But the freedom of choice is what I think is going to be the most important in the long run. Because the minute that, like you said, the government can step in and tell people, okay, well, now you need to use this, then basically you have it to where everybody's using one thing. It's easier for them to control. And I think that's ultimately where, if that happened with crypto, I think it would fail.
I don't think it would fail. I think they would look at right now. Everybody is cheering on regulation because they're in hopes that it's going to pump their bags. And so how is that helping anything? Can we reel it in for a second and sit down and say, look, we want regulation, but this is the kind of regulation we want. Instead, everyone is like, I don't care what regulation it is, just get something in it so that way my bags will pump.
I think that's why I like Cardano's CEO, Charles, so much, because he was talking about this on a live stream the other day, where he was saying, look, I understand that, our chain arguably hasn't been performing as well as others, and he was explaining that's because he's not selling his company out to these big institutional companies like all these other chains are. And he was talking about how everybody's trying to rush the process of regulation and adoption simply for the purpose of, pumping up the prices. And in a way, he was saying, like, when Cardano rolls out an update, it's good. It might take forever, but it's good, right? So I completely agree. And it's less about the chain, right? And it isn't just, I want to be clear, because this isn't just because I hold a lot of the coin. I genuinely like Charles as the face of crypto because he is very aware about what's going on and he's talking about it all the time, right? He doesn't give you a bunch of false information. He just stands up there, he goes on live, and he talks about all the problems that we're facing and the things that need to be done correctly. And I think that's super important because if we push it too far to the way these institutions want it, then we kind of lose the whole point of what crypto was designed for in the first place.
Absolutely. And that's my biggest fear, is losing the most beautiful opportunity that people have had in history financially, in my opinion. And we're giving it up, what, for some chump change, because we want our bags to pump now. We're impatient.
I think we need to see total, I would say organic growth would be better, because if you look past it all, the last cycles on the total market cap chart, it always comes up and then all the way back down before it goes back up. And we're never creating new floors, which tells you one thing, and that's that the overall market isn't gaining any sort of stability and growing. And that's the current issue. Is whenever you push all of this adoption as news and you get all these people to front run the markets, they take it back out because there's still uncertainty, and then you're never making that new floor, and new people aren't going to come in because they don't necessarily trust it.
So do you think with regulation, more people would buy it and leave their money in it?
I think they would, partially because they've also, everybody's told growing up that it's important, right? Like, you need to have your money in a safe bank, this and that. I see it from social media, how people are talking. Like, they do want some regulation, but like you're saying, I think it's important that it doesn't overstep, because I also don't want the regulation to get to a point where we're doing all these things just because a couple people want them, and then it destroys the whole space for maybe a short-term 50% rise in the markets, right? Because you want overall sustained growth, kind of similar to the stock market. The stock market doesn't lose half of its total market cap value in the form of 2 weeks, if you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And I think that's the issue, is everyone is content with the small pump now because their plan is to pull the money out. They're not looking. I mean, some people are. They're looking to hold long term. But some people are just like, they think that they're going to put in $100 and come back in 6 months and be a millionaire. I think
that type of mentality is also.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I forgot what
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that type of mentality is kind of what destroys the crypto space, right? Because if that's what you tell people, I mean, I would say from now that I started trading more, I like the volatility. And I think even if crypto grows, there's still going to be more volatility than the stock market, which is good because, like we were talking about earlier, people have freedom of choice. They can use the stock market, they can use the crypto market, right? They can choose if they want more volatility or less volatility. But I think overall, if you look at it, I don't know, just telling people that they can put a small amount of money in and that it's going to go up, it just hurts the space. Because if we were to address it a little differently, I think also more people would trust it, right? If they saw stability. I mean, why do you think more people trust Bitcoin, even though there's more gains to made elsewhere? Because it has a track record of going up every time. And we haven't seen that with these other chains, right? It's the biggest issue that Cardano is facing right now, is that it made that one all-time high and people want to see it go past above, because then they're seeing that, original people who bought it are trusting it and they're coming back into the space.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where I come back to the idea of we're just really early. There's a lot that needs to happen as far as trust, security, privacy, insurance, knowing that if I put something here, you put money in the bank and you're FDIC insured. You don't really have that with crypto.
Right.
So, there has to be something that makes people feel like, okay, we're good. And I think that, government regulation is something that does lead in the right direction. And like I said before, my main concern is that we lay the proper framework for that before we're just pushing through policies just to get anything through just so that the bags pump.
Right. And I think same goes too. I think more people there should be better tools to store your own crypto. Because I think another reason why these cryptos are so volatile, and you can look at on-chain data to back this up, is the fact that when everybody holds their coins on exchanges, they can move it around, they can do what they want. For instance, they can actually sell the coins that 1,000 people are holding to dump the market. And if these people want to cash out, they have enough fiat available to cash them out. So it's a mimic. You could log into your Coinbase and it says that you have, 1,000 XRP or 100 XRP, but they can sell your XRP and the number will stay there because they have the fiat reserves to pay you out if you want to cash out. And when people leave their money in exchanges, it allows them to move it around and manipulate the market. So I genuinely believe that if more people started holding more of their coins on their on private, ledgers, wallets, I think there would be more stability in the market and more trust, because you see how Bitcoin's price starts pumping when exchanges move their Bitcoin back into a wallet, because that signals that they're not selling in the immediate short term.
Right.
So if everybody started moving more of their crypto over to wallets, that's trackable. It would show some strength, stability in the market, especially whales. I think that's what we need to see, more adoption and tools towards holding your own crypto.
What's up, Satoshi? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. What's going on?
It's good to see you, man. We got about 6 minutes before our guest comes on, so I'll let you say what you wanted to say, buddy.
Oh, that was Scotty Dog. What are we talking about? Moving your crypto to cold storage, or?
Oh, let me invite Scotty Dog up here real quick. So yeah, we're talking about regulation, basically. So we're having the president of Stand with Crypto come on in just a few minutes, and we're gonna talk about emailing our senators and basically getting people that advocate for crypto. All right, Scotty Dog, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, Oz? What's up, boys?
And Run Up, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, what's good, Oz? Thanks for having me up. And
Absolutely.
Hey, everyone on the panel.
And if you guys want to stay up on the panel while we have the guest is going to be through Discord. And if you guys have questions throughout the interview, you guys are more than welcome to stay up and be a part of it. But Scotty, you want to go ahead?
No, I mean, I'll just sum up kind of my thoughts on this. Recently, I think we forget that crypto's still a toddler. And being that, I just do the analogy that when you look at a toddler, sure, you can have aspirations and thoughts of what that child is going to become, but you don't know. It takes a lot of investment and a lot of effort and a lot of commitment to guide and support. And I think maybe that's something you're getting at, where it's almost like everybody's a lot of the people in crypto right now that could be doing something to make a difference are sitting back and letting the foundational part of crypto, the decentralized, the ability to try and do something and have control yourself, slip away. And that's what I meant by my comment in the chat. We're like lab rats just waiting for the players to use us to fine tune their takeover.
You know, one sentiment I've noticed when I bring up this subject is people say, well, the institutions are just going to do what they're going to do already. The big money's already got their hands in it. There's nothing we can do. And I think that that's very wrong. And that's why I'm really excited about this guest coming on, because I feel like this is an opportunity where we can have our voices heard. We can do something about it. You don't necessarily have to go and click this and use their predetermined letter. You can write a letter to your senator. You can write a letter to your congressman. You can get involved. Your voice can be heard. If 10 of us all emailed our congressman, that would create a ripple effect. You think that it doesn't matter, but it does, especially with primaries coming up. This is our opportunity to actually make a difference, because when primaries come up, they're afraid. You know, this is your one opportunity to have your voice be heard.
100%.
You don't want to be the person that doesn't even give a voice and then complaining about it after.
Yeah, and that's the majority of people. People want it to just be done for them. They just want it to happen for them. They don't want to literally click a website right here. It's this easy. Name, last name, email, address. Click your senator's name, and then they have a thing, and then boom, click send. It's that easy. It's that freaking easy, but you know, who's actually doing it? And it seems like the people, the sentiment is, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can say. They're not going to listen to me. Run Up, did you have any thoughts real quick before I pull up Miss Nifty and we give her a chance to talk, and then I'll give you guys an opportunity to ask questions if you like?
Nope.
All right. So let's give her a call, and oh shoot, we do video call. Let's get her on the show here. There we go. Like we're connecting. Hi, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
We're doing great. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. I've been having a great time listening to you for the last hour, chatting with the community, listening to the questions and concerns and things that they're doing and reading and seeing.
Absolutely. So, who are you? What do you do?
I am Carrie Miss Nifty Lynn. I am the president of Stand with Crypto California. I also am the founder of Learnville, which is an ed tech platform that provides education on 4 pillars to underserved communities nationwide. And those 4 pillars are financial literacy, mental health, Web3, and innovative career paths.
That's wonderful. And so tell me about Stand with Crypto and what it is, what's your mission, and what are you guys trying to do?
Sure. Stand with Crypto is a nonprofit collectively supported by the most reputable Web3 companies that exist. Its purpose is to deliver the message from the people to the policymakers, to ensure that we have regulations, we have ideas and suggestions, and the foresight provided to our policymakers who have no career paths in Web3, but they have constituents that are very concerned about what is and isn't happening and what is coming in the future.
And so what is it that you guys are advocating? Because obviously you heard the sentiment here. We want regulation, but we don't want too much regulation.
And that is the point, right? We want to make sure that we're safe. We know that the government is not going to come and attack us. We won't be sued for something. And it's a safe space for us. However, we don't want them to say, well, now you can't invest in anything you want to, and we can freeze your accounts anytime you want to. You had a guest on there talking about that specific thing, right? If they know who you are and you KYC in a bank, if you will, right? A custodial account, and you move it over to a non-KYC account, and then you send it over. Like, Can they freeze it, or what will they do with it? And that is a big concern. And so that's a part of the message that we deliver to policymakers.
I love that.
And so, yeah, it's imperative. And we've gone through this last year and a half between constituents and policymakers to deliver messages in order to get through to the Genius Act and to the Clarity Act, which we're still working on very heavily. I will be back in DC next week talking to Congress and Congress members in regards to this. We want this taken care of. We want to feel safe. We want to know that we can start new businesses, we can launch new products, and we're not going to be worried about the government coming after us. And that's one of the things that the Clarity Act will give us, is a safe harbor period when you're starting a new business and you don't know what category you necessarily fit in. And as an entrepreneur or anybody who's starting a new business, you have all of these different ideas, and you start with one idea and you go through this, all of these different things. When you learn knowledge and then it changes a little bit of your goals for that business, and it shifts here, here, and here, and here. You don't want to live in that fear that the government's going to come after you as you're growing your new business in this new innovative space that there's not a lot of regulation around.
Yeah, my like I said, and obviously you were listening, my biggest concern is being like debanked, being unable to access or use my crypto. Also, one of my concerns is overreach. And one of the things that I'd like to see more or less with crypto as far as regulation goes is, obviously we need to have some sort of okay, this is the baseline right here, right? These are things you can and you can't do, right? So that there's some kind of control and regulation, but not so much for the people, but more or less for the exchanges. And to see more of like a constitution for crypto than less of like legislation, to where basically the Constitution is in place to protect us, the people, from the government. And basically that would be the same concept, is a way to protect us, the people, from the government's overreach into crypto. That's something I'd like to see.
What would you see in a crypto constitution?
What do you mean, what guidelines?
Correct, right? Because you're using blockchain. So there's not a lot that you can really say, you can't do this, you can't do this, because everything is so transparent, you can find it. And if they are in control of stablecoins, for example, right, they are going to be responsible for what's going on and how they're operating and who's able to launch stablecoins.
Yeah, I think that there should be regulation for those that launch stablecoins. Like, I don't think I have any business launching my own goat coin or something like that. You know what I mean? But I think if Walmart and Amazon and all these different corporations are going to launch their own stablecoins, there needs to be some sort of oversight to basically not charge people, because if everyone's got their own stablecoin and I've got USDC and now I got to transfer it from Amazon and now I got to transfer it to Walmart or whatever. Now we're talking about a new type of service charge, right? So I think that's one issue that needs to be addressed.
By the way, I'm taking note.
Absolutely. And if you want to, we can get together. I'd love to write a constitution and have something that we could put together. This is obviously something we can't throw together on a 1 hour podcast, but I'd love to work on it.
Something that I've kind of toyed around with, along with some other organizations, is like a AAA, if you will, right? So certain hotels are rated, 5 diamond or star, I think it's diamond, 4 diamond, etc. That companies and tokens would be issued based on where they hit the mark on the prerequisites to be, credible, versus it's not really stable. Maybe this is just something that's going to come and go really swiftly. But that organization or association would be created by the people, which could do what you're talking about, right? Create this for the people crypto constitution and create this association that manages it and oversees it.
As long as they can't be bought and paid for.
Correct. That's going to be the biggest thing.
Yeah, and I think that's the big issue that everyone has with regulation, the sentiment because I've had this conversation many times, and they're like, oh, well, we're just the little guy. Nobody's going to listen to us. Nobody's going to do anything for us because we don't have the money. We don't have the backing. We don't have this. And it's just like, I can't. And I'm like, you can do something. You can let your voice be heard. That's what's beautiful about our country. And it's time we started standing up and doing something about it.
Yes. So something really amazing about Stand With Crypto is we organize in all 50 states. I mean, we're global community, if you will, right? So we have Australia, we have Canada, and I'm a part of the US one. And what we do, though, is we do IRL, a lot of IRL activations. I focus on experiential because I think that it's really important that we have a lot of touch points between each other to build stronger bonds as online is online, right? We always have a community. We can always talk to each other online, but the IRL experiences, the wisdom, the empathy, and the love doesn't just come from online. It creates stronger bonds in person based on the interactions that we have and what we're experiencing together. So I really love experiential activations with our advocates. And that gives me an opportunity to learn more about our advocates, not just about, hey, these are my concerns as I'm building my business, or this is my concerns I'm buying and trading and selling crypto, but what is their thought process? What makes them be afraid of this versus that? What makes them excited about this versus that? And then I get to better understand them and what it is that they need from their policymakers and the government to protect them, and or be better prepared for things that may happen in the future when it comes to Web3 things such as crypto and AI. AI is a big thing as well. But learning more about an individual, not just about one subject, helps you learn more about their thought process and how they will deal with and address other things from future forward.
Yeah, one of the issues, sorry, I just had a mind blank right now. One of the issues that I have, shoot, what were we just talking about? Oh, I remember. The legislators, like on your website, it shows like who's pro crypto and who's not pro crypto.
Absolutely.
I would like to see maybe like a mission statement or something from these people that are pro crypto. What is their actual stance? Because I'm a firm believer that there are two sides to standing with crypto. There are those that want the machine to win, obviously, and have that full control, and there are those that want the people to have the control. So maybe clarifying that as well, it would be a good.
I am taking note of that, and I will say that our grades on policymakers strictly pertain to where they voted when it came to something crypto related, right? Are they supporting it? Are they voting yes? Are they helping to write and push forward regulation and safe legislation for us? Now, there is somewhat of a challenge when it comes to Dems and Republicans, simply because this administration, who happens to be Republican, is so pro-crypto, but also makes a lot of independent money by investing and or using their name in crypto. And so what that does is it directly impacts Dems to say, well, then that means it's Trump. If you're pro-crypto, then you're pro-Trump. And what we're trying to combat is crypto is not a Trump thing, it's a people thing, right? It's just giving us an extra hurdle that we have to help push back and show, which is why it's really important with us.
Oh, you froze.
Crypto, the faces behind anybody, but crypto.
Hold on a second. Looks like we're having some issues here. Are you there? Did we lose you? We might have lost you for a second. Let me see if we check our bit rate. Did I lose you? Chat, we lost her. Everybody, W's in the chat. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I'm gonna head over and see if we can get her back on the line here. Goat. W's in the chat, everybody. It's a people thing, not a Trump thing. Hits hard. Dude, you have no idea. When she said that, I was like, that is so spot on. We have to realize that it's not one or the other. You don't have to hate crypto because you hate Trump, you know? And I'll just take this time here. Thank you for all the gifts that have come in. Thank you for helping me reach my live goal. Let's set a new goal here. Let's see here. All right, I think we're set. Yeah, we're having some internet issues right now. If you don't know, there have been solar storms, and with the solar flares and the solar storms, the internet has been a bit shoddy. So that's been a problem. So that's partially why I haven't been going live every single day, because I'm like, okay, maybe we should just wait for the internet to get better. There you are. I see you now.
I was struggling.
Yeah, no worries. There has been internet issues across the world right now. There's a solar flare storm going on that's going to be going on for the next couple months. 2/3 of the internet was out across the world for a while there. So it just is what it is. We're dealing with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so where were we?
You were talking about how, the Trump issue and the crypto issue are two separate things. You don't have to hate crypto because you hate Trump. You don't have to love crypto because you love Trump. You can pick your side without, being polarized by politics.
Absolutely. And that's where Stand with Crypto stands.
I love that.
And that's how representatives are graded. But behind the scenes, or not necessarily behind the scenes, but that is something that we try to combat between the two parties so that they understand that this is for the people, and we explain and we fight to show the voices behind crypto. And so it's imperative that I am in tune with all of you, right? Crypto natives and people that are just simply interested in crypto that can benefit from it. Tell your story. And so sometimes we will fly out constituents to DC and participate in some of the meetings with their representatives so that they know that these are real people.
I absolutely love that. I would love to fly to DC. I would love to get involved in this in any way I can. This is probably the most passionate part of crypto that I've had, as a journalist and as an influencer. Like I've been in politics. I was on the school board out here. I was in politics with my union. So I'm actually trying to run for city council where I live now. Yay, right? Because I want to make a difference. I believe that I can make a change. I believe I can do something good and useful with my life. I'm retired now because of crypto, so I have the time on my hands and the ability to do it. So I'm trying to be involved and give back to my community as best in any way as I can. That's why I have this show. I don't make any money doing this. My back hurts from sitting in this chair.
Somebody, we're getting a fund together. We're sending him crypto to buy a back-friendly chair.
I have one, but we got new chairs because we have a dual set, and when we have the other show that we do, it uses these chairs, and so I didn't have time to bring the other chairs in from the other set.
So basically, you're choosing to go through this torture.
Yeah, I put myself in this position.
Got it.
So back to crypto, and back to getting involved in DC and helping constituents talk to their senators or representatives. That's an amazing thing.
Yeah, so we have a chapter in every state. And so there are activations all the time. And so any of your subscribers or listeners at this moment, please feel free to reach out. My DMs are open. I always love to hear creative ideas and suggestions of how we can do better, or what is a great way we can get our goals out there and our message out there to our policymakers so that they can represent us better. In short, we are the people's voice to the policymakers, right? We are the trusted resource of information to the policymakers and to the people. So when it comes time to vote, we are giving you the information and saying, hey, this act says X, Y, and Z. Not what you're seeing marketed on the screen, but this is what it actually says. This is the fine print. So you choose how you want to vote, and this is what it says. And the same thing goes on the upward side to the policymakers, right? And so knowing that I like experiential and making sure that we are a trustworthy resource, we are never sponsoring or promoting a token. We are never promoting a policymaker that is running for office. We may collaboratively do things with people that are in office, but we're not pushing you to vote for any one person when it comes time to vote. We're just giving you their stance as it pertains to crypto. That's it.
Yeah, and I love that. I like your website too. It's really cool that there's a link right there where I can just submit to my rep.
Oh, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You've sent an email. You have their phone number. You can call. And even when it's a representative that is graded an A as it pertains to crypto, it helps that you call and say, thank you for supporting me. I am one of your constituents. I am involved with crypto in some capacity. I appreciate you supporting me. Those calls and emails matter.
Yeah. And you know, being in politics and seeing that, especially with my union, when you would run and you would make changes or you would make moves behind the scenes, when people come back to you and they're like, man, you made a really big difference, this is how it impacted me, this is how it changed my life, not only is it reaffirmation for your representative, but it's also as the person being the rep, it gives you this feeling of accomplishment of like, I'm making a difference, and then they fight harder, they do a better job.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
We are there's actually something that we're hosting in a couple of weeks in LA, and it's I had this vision of just capturing the voices behind crypto, and so advocates, crypto natives, I want to capture your story, right? And so we're going to have a studio rented out, and I want to interview you. Who are you as a human being? And why is it that you care about crypto? And I want to tell that story, and I want to use that story and promote that story so that people and policymakers know that we're real people.
Wow, that's amazing. When is that? I will be there.
December 17th.
I will be there.
Okay, I will send you an invitation. There's also something, this is a different subject, but when I was listening, while I was listening for the last hour before I got on, a young woman asked about AI. And I just flew from Atlanta because of a conference that I was there for, which is a global conference about financial literacy, where I got to speak to 40 different countries, delegates from 40 different countries. And this person, who happens to be a friend of mine, John Hope Bryant, and Sam Altman, a couple of years ago, started the AI Ethics Council. And so they just released their first AI and Ethics Council report. And so I just shared with you a link in our messages that you can share with your listeners as well.
Okay.
So they can read about the information that has just come out. They just released it today. And keep an eye on that, and they can participate and read up. They are focused on 8 pillars of AI. And
I love that, because I am actually very concerned with the big, beautiful bill. For the next 10 years, AI is completely untethered. Skynet any day now, you know, like that's,
yeah,
you know,
absolutely. I just appreciate that, you know, they have come together, a group of leaders have come together to create this council. And just for you guys listening now, it's based on the pillars of business and entrepreneurship, communication and social media, community, faith and civil society, fraud, risk, and misrepresentation, financial inclusion, and future prosperity for all, financial services, consumer finance, education and educational operability, policy and regulation and governance, employment career preparedness, job skills, and universal accessibility, healthcare, absolutely, healthcare, climate change and environmental sustainability. Those are their focuses at this moment.
One of my issues that I would maybe add to that list, I don't know what control or influence you have in that sector, but political overreach through AI. I don't know if you remember during the presidential race, John DeSantis was going to be running for president, and there were actually where I don't know if it was him or I'm imagining it was his team, released some pictures of Donald Trump and Fauci kissing and hugging and doing some different things, and it was put out.
AI.
Yeah, and it was made by AI, but it was put out with the deception of that it was real or true. And I believe that is going to be a big issue in the future with AI as far as politics and voting, and fraud. So I think that that's another major issue that needs to be addressed.
I agree.
Is there anything more you want to say about before I open up for questions?
I just want to say yes. I want to say that you all have a voice and you are not alone. Oftentimes, because we have virtual communities now that are very strong, we don't necessarily know how we can reach government members, policymakers, and tell them, hey, I'm feeling this way, I'm concerned about this, or I'm dealing with this or that. I'm reachable. I am a resource. And I do want to hear your story, your voice, and I want to deliver those messages to your policymakers. So we are very powerful. And our numbers are not updated on the website. So we have over 3 million members.
Wow.
And in fact, yeah, in the state of California, we've added almost 100,000 members within 10 months.
That's incredible. I know you've been
And
working. You were
I've been working in
like 6 states this week.
Listen, I'm in Detroit tomorrow. Yep. So all over. But this is important that I hear you, that I see you, and I'm able to communicate and learn, right? All of us pouring our information and our concerns and our ideas and suggestions into this pool so that it can be delivered, the messages can be delivered, and solutions can be created, and safeguards can be created is important. It doesn't happen unless we have all of the information from people from all different walks of life.
Absolutely.
You don't see what I see.
That's
so there's no way.
That's one of my favorite things about TikTok is, obviously this is a podcast, and right. things have been a little bit slow because I took like a month off, so we're kind of building it back up a little bit. But I can open up a panel. Are you still there?
Yes,
okay.
I just needed charge because I don't want the computer to die.
No worries. Take your time. But one thing that I like about TikTok is I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people sitting in the panel right now. And we have conversations where we talk like we're on the phone, and sometimes we talk about crypto, sometimes we're just talking about wrapping Christmas presents, whatever it is. It's a more tight community where you actually like become friends with people in Australia and New Zealand and the UK and in Canada and all over the world. There are people. When I started doing this, I never imagined that I would ever gain a close connection to any of these people. And like YouTube, I don't know any of the people on YouTube. You know, they watch the recordings, they come back later. You know, I don't talk and conversate, but the people on TikTok, they're there in the chat, they're talking, they're up here on the panel, they're waiting to ask you questions. Like it's a family, and it's yeah. And so like we have a much more tighter community. The downside to that is TikTok is so suppressed. I got suppressed today. That's why our viewership is so down. I got flagged for misinformation.
Really?
Yeah. Anytime you tell the truth on here, you get flagged for misinformation. So, yeah.
Listen, the big people are in charge. Somebody.
Right. So I do apologize for the low viewership, but all this is recorded. People will still see it later on, and I'll clip it and post it out, so it will get out there. But unfortunately, our viewership is very low because of that hit today.
That's not the point. The point is we're here together.
Absolutely.
And we're delivering a message, and we care.
Absolutely.
So that's what I care about.
Any last thoughts before I open up questions?
Please, if anybody is in crypto, is interested in crypto, blockchain, AI, get in contact with us. My DMs are open. Please become a member. One of our big things is we do not spam. We do not email you unless there's something coming up that you're going to vote on, and we want to make sure you have the facts straight. And we're not persuading you to vote any certain way. We are simply saying, here are the bullet points so they don't miss, nobody misses the fine print. And letting you know if there's something going on in your area, if you would like to participate in something IRL. However, numbers matter, right? Numbers matter when we are able to say to representatives, hey, I have X, Y, and Z number of constituents behind me, and they're concerned about this. They're more apt to listen to us, right? And so for the state of California, which we have the most advocates out of any other state in the US, we have almost 350,000 advocates here. They want to listen. Hey, I represent all of these voters in your state. We want support. We want protection. We want to feel safe. You represent me. And so when you register at standwithcrypto.org, that's what you're contributing to, the power of your voice as we talk to representatives on your behalf.
Absolutely. And I think right now, this issue is more relevant than ever with primaries coming up. We have an opportunity to really make a wave. If we have a wave of people coming in and writing, their representatives and getting involved in politics and, having their voices be heard, now is the time to speak up and have your voice heard. The window is very small.
I see your little Stand with Crypto shield on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it on. I got it on. It's normally on my hat, but I put it on here for the show.
Nice. I love it. I'll have to send you over a t-shirt.
Absolutely. If you have stuff, I will wear it on the show here. You see, I got the Goat Tribe. I got Goat Tribe in the background.
I saw it in the back as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone that supports the show and, whatever, I will, support you as well.
I love it.
And just like you said, on the 17th, I think you said you're having that thing. I will be there.
Yeah, I would love to. And just for some more backstory about the event, this is a congratulations to all of us for the work that we put in to get to where we are this year, to be able to pass the Genius Act, to get clarity to where it is. We're still pushing for clarity to get done, right? But we have put in a lot of work this year. We have made a lot of progress this year when it comes to crypto. And I want to celebrate, and I want to empower, and I want to honor all of our advocates. And so we are making sure that all of our advocates attending will get new headshots. So you have a fresh social media face. And
Love
when
it.
you do any press or speaking engagements, you can utilize your new press photos. We're capturing the voices behind crypto, your story about you, who you are behind crypto, and why it is that crypto is important to you. And then having some nice camaraderie celebratory time with other advocates to celebrate what we've done. So I just want to say, let's have a good time, but also capture you and empower you all in whatever it is that you're doing. So you may have, a business, a podcast, right? We are inviting people that are policymakers, that are influencers, that are community leaders for our advocates to interview as well. And that's content, fresh content for our advocates to use in the new year as well. So I just was like, what can we do to help be excited about the new year and be like, yes, I've got my business together. I feel good about how I'm walking into 2026. And it's just a little something that we can do to make it fun and also pro-business.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like right before Christmas. It's like a Christmas party,
Yeah.
right? Love it.
Mhm.
Do I bring gifts or
Exactly.
what? Like
No, just we want to celebrate all of you guys.
That's awesome. I really enjoyed this conversation, by the way, and I'm sure we're going to have more in private because I have ideas and I'd like to get more involved and volunteer, help, do whatever I can to be involved in what you're doing because it's the reason why I started doing all of this. So you got another one on board here. Okay, I'm with you.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give this opportunity. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the panel to ask questions.
Absolutely.
And maybe more will come up here and there. And one thing I would have you know, I believe I don't know. Tristan Kelly, I don't know if he is an influencer, but 4 of the people in the panel right now are influencers with their own communities as well.
Yay.
So
you guys for being here.
it's like multi-level marketing reach right now. So let's start with Josh since he was the first on the panel. Josh, you want to go ahead and voice your questions or concerns? Josh.
Yeah. I was gonna ask, what do you see?
Oh, you can't hear him. Okay.
I can only hear you.
All right, you ask the question, Josh, and then I'll relay it. Let me see.
All right. I was gonna ask her what she would like to see for the crypto space. Like, what are some things that she's personally either like excited about or really cares about?
He wants to know what future you see for the crypto space. What do you care about? What do you want to see happen?
Crypto for good. How can we utilize crypto to make a positive impact on society? How can we make a generational impact utilizing crypto? And as I was listening earlier on, before I was on with you, there was a concern of it's the wild, wild west. Yes, it's like the NFT era. I think it was like 2020 or 2021, right? Where everybody had an NFT, even though it wasn't necessary. In 95%, don't quote me on the actual percentage, came to nothing. And that's just kind of the same thing when it comes to crypto in this moment. Everybody's launching a token. It's not necessary per se. And so it's really important that you do your own research and you are paying attention to what it is that you're investing in. And, obviously it's a little bit safer when it is a stable coin. And so we have the Genius Act, which is passed to kind of give us that safe space when it comes to a stable coin. I think that I almost see a universal token, to be honest. I mean, everybody wants to launch their own token, but like you mentioned earlier, is to swap out tokens, you're paying gas fees at minimum, right?
Right.
And so what are we going to do? Swap out the JP Morgan Chase token for the Bank of America token, for the Walmart or Amazon token? We're not going to be swapping out tokens like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I didn't want to lose this because I think this is very important. I'm a little worried about a one token environment. What I'm more worried about is a million token environment, a token for every single thing you want to do.
We're going to have that.
I like that idea. You know, like there's a token for everything, as long as there's not fees involved with it. That's great. Fine. I can make a quick trade, whatever. No big deal. It's all electronic. But when my main concern is if there's one coin to rule them all, you know, someone can get control of something like that. And right now, you know, we look at the way fuel is traded, petroleum, right? Most countries trade with the US dollar, but you know, Russia, China, they trade with the yen, right? And some countries trade with the euro. There's different options and opportunities so that no one actually gets shut out. Because if it was the US dollar right now for purchasing oil, Russia would have no access to oil, right? So
right. At the end of the day, though, when it comes to that, it's what you're willing to accept as your form of payment when it comes to crypto. Because Amazon could say, I'm only accepting Amazon tokens. Or just like they look at it like when we first got credit cards. Some people like Costco would only accept Discover when they had a deal with Discover. When they have Amex, it was only either your ATM card or Amex. That's it. Amazon will have that power to say, I'm only going to allow you to pay for Amazon products with Amazon token. Or if Amazon has a deal with, let's just make it up, JP Morgan Chase, just like Costco has done over the years, that's the same thing that's going to happen with these tokens.
Right.
Right. You know, it's just replaying it. And I just want to mention one of my, and it could be a concern, but also awareness for the people is at some point, because of KYCing, we're not going to be filing taxes anymore. They're just going to have your wallet address and say, this is what you owe.
Gone.
Why do you need auditing? I see your wallet addresses. And this could be, you know, controversial, right? Like some people want to have non-custodial wallets for whatever reason. They just want to have their own wallet and be in charge of their own thing. And maybe those people have that because they don't want to be audited on this KYC wallet and have their taxes done for them. But if you look at it, how much money does that save in processing fees, paying someone to do your tax returns, paying someone for an audit, paying someone for blah, 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 even the IRS paying that whole team when they just pull everyone's wallets.
You know, I actually like that idea with the inclusion of, like, when you go to fill out your tax form, there is a section where you click exempt. So if I'm very libertarian, I don't believe that taxes are legal, obviously to an extent, but
that means you have non-custodial wallets.
right. You know, I'm very much so like, there needs to be an option to where you can say, I am exempt from this, you know, then I would be for that.
Yeah. But what gives you the right to be exempt? So that's to be determined.
So I'm exempt because there's no law that states that I have to pay taxes. Show me the law. I believe it's, what is it? The University of Princeton has, it's like a $10 million reward for anyone that can show the law that says that you have to pay taxes.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Taxes are unconstitutional edict. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm looking it up.
We'll talk more about this. That's a whole other show. So I do a show called Down the Rabbit Hole. And I have a doctor coming on. And he's going to explain this in more great detail than I ever could. I mean, he knows it. He knows what section of the law and where it states what. It's going to be good.
I love it. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely. Another question that Josh had asked earlier. What was it, Josh? We got on a tangent. Do you remember what it was? Oh, I remember now. Josh had asked about obviously we want to use crypto, but there should be a choice where we can still have the option to bank with regular banks. We can still have the option to use fiat. We can still have the option to use our crypto. We could use the exchange. We could use a tap to pay option with our crypto wallet, something like that. That's another concern that I have, is the freedom of choice, not being forced into it, but having the option to utilize it.
That's just happening inherently because there are so many unbanked communities. And with unbanked, that means people who don't have a bank account that simply deal with cash. They're not in crypto. They don't even have a bank account. So they're not them getting into crypto is a long way out. And of course you have, and in California, there was a lawsuit saying, hey, we don't have banks. So how can you be a cash only store? A lot of stores are cash only now. And so now stores have to put up signs and notices say, hey, we're cash only, because that was an issue. I think that there's going to be an option for a very long time. We, again, are far ahead of most people simply by having this conversation or even that question.
Absolutely. I say this often is those of us that are actually educated in crypto are the top 1% of crypto holders, because 99% of the people holding crypto, they're buying lottery tickets, or they're buying Bitcoin, or they're buying something they don't know what it is, what it does, or how to use it.
Yep.
So count yourself as the elite here, chat.
You are.
We are. Absolutely. Josh, did you have any more questions, or can I move on to the next person?
I'm sorry,
I think you can move on. There's a
Josh.
lot of other people on here. Maybe they have some good questions.
All right. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate you. Scotty Dog, did you have any questions for Miss Nifty?
Yeah, I had two, but one of them I think Tristan's gonna. He already asked in the chat, so he'll probably ask that. My question is, with the concern of losing that foundational decentralization of crypto, is there anyone, or is there any senators or anything in the U.S. that's looking at consensus? And what I mean by that, right now, proof of work and proof of stake are kind of what's looked at, but both of them are very easily manipulated by larger entities.
Oh,
so
man,
without consensus mechanisms, consensus mechanisms, that's really at the beginning. That's at the start of this process.
Okay.
So I'm just curious if there's anyone looking at it.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong in interpreting this for you. So, you want to know the consensus of what? I'm sorry, that was a mouthful, buddy.
Consensus.
Can you summarize it a little bit
All
more?
right. So I'll simplify it.
Yeah.
When people talk about proof, I have proof of stake, or I have proof of work.
So when people talk about proof of
It
stake
sounds
or proof
great.
of work, it sounds great, but it's highly manipulated, right? What was the
Correct.
question? What is the consensus?
How do we get to a mechanism that can be trusted?
How do we get to a mechanism that can be trusted? That is his question.
Okay, how can we get to a mechanism that can be trusted when it comes to proof of stake?
Like proof of stake, proof of work. I believe Cardano's proof of stake, Bitcoin's proof of work. There's a few other different ones, but so you're looking for legislation that finds the better use case for what is the most proper thing to use, because I would say Bitcoin proof of work is the safest, but it seems unsustainable on a global scale to me, all the electricity and costs to go into it. Whereas proof of stake it seems more sustainable and better to me. What are your thoughts? I don't know.
I don't know that I'm clear all the way on the question, But what I'm thinking is that the concern about it being inflated comes from the validators being chosen by how much they hold. Is that right?
Right. So you're talking about like governance through voting?
Yeah. Or is that what he's...
Is that what you're talking about, Scotty?
Yeah, and if you look at Run-Up's comment in the chat, I think he's kind of getting what I'm putting.
Okay. Decentralization concerns when you relinquish control of the consensus algorithm to few entities. Oh, that was beautifully put. So just what you were saying. So governance votes based off of how much you hold. And I believe they spoke on this at Rare Evo, that they're trying to fix that.
Yeah, I think that this comes from having safeguards, right? Installing safeguards, so it's not just the consensus mechanism. And so that can be, distributed validator sets, right? So that you are capturing the small holders. Economic, I guess it would be penalties, slashing, so a trusted POS chain punishes people that are doing things wrong.
Yeah. I think more of a republic type of governance over a democratic type of governance would be the answer.
Yeah. But there's not one answer, right? I think there are a few things that need to be implemented, safeguards, if you will, so that people can feel better about it. But I do agree with, I can't remember who asked the question.
Scotty Dog.
Okay,
an
Scotty.
influencer.
Nice to meet you. I wish I could hear you guys and talk to you directly.
I know. If they had come on to Discord and joined there, then
so I did it right, you guys. I did it right, you guys.
So they came up on TikTok. Everybody's stuck on TikTok. It's so addicting. They cannot leave it. That's where they want to be. And I'm like, fine, whatever. Do what you want to do.
Well, I did it. I get a bonus point.
Absolutely. Run Up, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. Like, where do we stand on the Clarity Act and other crypto market structure bills, and also the Retirement Investment Choice Act? And whether...
Hold on, let's break it down. Okay, so where do we stand on the Clarity Act and...
other crypto market structure bills?
Other crypto market structure bills?
Clarity Act,
the Retirement Investment Choice Act.
And the Retirement and Investment Choice Act.
I do not know about the Retirement and Investment Choice Act. But in regards to the Clarity Act, that's actually why I'm going to DC next week to talk to more Congress members. It's stuck there right now. We are trying to get that voted on. There are two different bills. And I believe the agriculture and let me make sure we're waiting for them
the Agriculture
three
Committee,
different
they drafted a bill
to submit
soon
their
as
versions of the bill, if you will. And I can just
they did.
I think it's
They submitted it soon as the government reopened.
That's a big deal for us that we're pushing for, and so we're going out there. Huh?
It's been submitted
From all of the houses, all of the arms.
As far as this community knows, yes. I believe it happened after the shutdown ended.
The Clarity Act's been there, but they're just not voting on it.
Yeah,
it
passed the House.
Yeah, it passed the House, right? So we're waiting on...
Yeah, that's what I just said. It passed the House.
Right.
It's stuck in Senate. They're not voting on it. We want them to vote on it, but they're not voting on it because they're waiting for reports from the Agricultural Committee and I believe two other committees. And that's what I'm looking for right now is the committees that we're waiting for.
I feel like they're dragging
so the Agriculture
to drag out this bull run. That's what I think.
Yeah, they drafted a proposal soon as the government reopened.
There we go.
So they had it ready.
There was a proposal that was drafted right after the government was reopened.
We've gotten through all of the Clarity Act edits, but to prevent Trump from claiming credit for making the U.S. a crypto capital, let's see, committee delays.
Yeah, but the bill is also at risk of being filibustered in the Senate.
Since I'm going out there next week.
Right. So the concern is that the bill will be filibustered in the Senate.
Yeah.
It's possible.
I know one of the concerns that we had or that has been going on is that big banks are not liking people being able to use crypto and tokens on their own, and they feel like that they won't be going to banks as much. But that is indirectly forcing banks to give more benefits to people for fiat, which they're not necessarily looking to do. One of the other things banks are trying to do is roll back the Genius Act, which was already passed, And the Genius Act allows for crypto rewards, but banks are saying, hey, these rewards are too big. We're not able to give these same rewards. You know, when you spend money, you get points, for example, like Amex points, and they say, okay, 1,000 points equals $100. But they can change that at any time, and they do. They can say, well, now 1,500 points equals $100. But crypto has a greater reward system.
Absolutely.
And it's very clear on what you get in your return. And that's what they're trying to fight now, even though it's already passed. Even though that's not Clarity, that is Genius. I didn't want to mix the two. Yeah, I can't find it right now. But there were, I believe, 3 arms that were waiting for their versions of the bill or edits to the bill.
Awesome.
Yeah, and the deadline has been pushed back because originally, like, they were supposed to pass the Clarity Act before Thanksgiving. Then it got pushed to before Christmas, and now it's looking like Q1 2026.
Yeah, and I honestly, I think that that's a good thing, to be pushing it back and to slowing down this process. So it gives us a chance to really look at it, and gives a chance for our what is it? Our representatives, congressmen, to be more educated on it before they actually vote on it.
Here it is. It is that the Senate Banking and Senate Agriculture committees, and they're coming up with their versions and or edits. And that's what we're waiting on.
And that's what I want to see, is different versions and edits on the bill itself, because from what I read, it needs some changes for sure.
My position is we're not going to have a perfect regulation.
At least make it amendable.
Well, we need a skeleton. So here are the basics, and then we can move forward and fill in the skeleton with more details later.
My concern is if we are building the skeleton, right, and we put something hard in place that sends us down the wrong path, it could be very detrimental, because then we have to basically issue a new bill to fix that problem and get it passed and go through everything.
But we're so new, and we're in this space where it is so new, it's changing every day. We know that from the technology side of things. We know that from the consumer side of things and builder side of things, that my solution today will be different tomorrow. So the same applies to regulations. And when it comes to the Clarity Act, this is the Genius Act just saying, okay, we're safe to have stable coins. This is the Clarity Act, which says, hey, these are the rules for digital assets. This is your safeguard to become an entrepreneur in the space and utilize this technology without the government coming after you. These are the rules that protect us from the government.
Right.
And why is it taking so long?
And I think
they were able to stable coins real quick with the Genius Act, but who's making the money off of it? Banks.
Right. And like I said earlier when we were talking about this, is I think the framework and the skeleton needs to be more or less a framework of the people's protection from the government's overreach, and less restrictions on the people. That's the skeleton.
What do you think in the Clarity Act is restricting the people?
Well, I can't say anything. What I'm saying is I envision it more or less a constitution than a bill. That's all I'm saying. Is it needs to be more or less framed around safeguards from government overreach than for regulation. You know what I mean? Like, we started with the Constitution, we had the Declaration of Independence, we had the Constitution, we had the Bill of Rights, we had the amendments to the Constitution. I believe that starting in a process like that shields us from government oversight, right?
I think that
before we legislate, that's why this country in the U.S. is so amazing, is because the forefathers, when they sat down and they wrote the Constitution, they were protecting the people. And I think that if we come at writing this legislation with that vision and building it properly, then we are going to stop dead in the tracks any type of government overreach, control, surveillance, manipulation.
I think that that's what the Clarity Act does, is protect us, because it is simply addressing, from what I read, it's simply address I want to be a builder, I want to do this, I want to do that, I'm safe to do these things, and here are things that protect me from other people that might be creating things that are fraudulent in this space. And we can do another day where we show up and we talk about just the Clarity Act.
I would love
what
that.
I mean? And go dig deeper into this, because we're in the heat of the moment with this. We're pushing for this to get passed right now.
Absolutely. And I'm not naysaying the Clarity Act, but I know that the consensus in the community, my community, most of all of TikTok, is, are we pushing something through because we want our bags to pump, or are we pushing through the right legislation? And that's the main concern. And that's why I think we should have that conversation.
I think clarity isn't about pushing our bags. It's about empowering ourselves. The Genius Act, even, I don't think is about pumping the bags, other than what pumps the bags is that we're getting some type of legislation versus nothing. So it's a little bit safer to be in the US as an investor and builder. But it doesn't directly pump the bags. It just says the Genius Act gives everyone safe space to launch stablecoins. And we know who they are. And then the Clarity Act is for the people, saying now the people are protected, not just by way of giving them a clear path to be a builder, but also a clear path to be protected from other people that are building things so they're not just scammers.
I think basically what I'm trying to say is I'd like to, as a constituent, have the opportunity to address my representatives, my congressmen, and voice that concern of we want the environment of crypto to protect the person from, oversight, surveillance, control, manipulation, and let that be the framework of everything that we do. I think that that's the point I'm trying to get across.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, whether the government is on board with that or not is another story.
Right, but we can at least fight the good fight and try our best. I don't think we win this fight, to be honest with you.
Well,
but
listen,
I'm going to go down swinging.
There are wallets that are not custodial, and that's what they're for. But that's what somebody told me. You're not hearing from me.
Interesting. All right, let's do the next question. Black, are you there? You want to ask your question? By the way, it was great meeting you today. That was a great show we had earlier. You there, brother?
Here we go. Sorry, I couldn't unmute for a second.
No worries, brother. What's your question? Try to summarize it in a way that I can elocute it properly.
Yeah, so mine's actually not really a question. It's more of what I'd like to see, right?
Okay.
And it was great, by the way, great conversation earlier. So saying that, main thing for me particularly, and I'm sure a lot of people that I know within my local community in Web3, the protection of DeFi investment vehicles. And when I mean DeFi
investment vehicles. So we want to protect DeFi.
Okay.
Yeah, so DeFi investment vehicles, and I'm including but not limited to.
Is that a statement?
Yeah, it's more or less a statement than a question, what he'd like to see.
Yeah. Okay, I'm writing it down.
Okay, and when I'm including but not limited to borrowing and lending protocols. Liquidity provision. Staking. And if we can go out on a limb, like perpetual futures. Yeah, so
that's a concern he has.
Yeah.
Not so much a question, but something that he'd like to be addressed and brought up and looked into.
And if needed, I could draft a document like explaining better.
And he says he's willing to draft a document to explain it better and send it to you.
Will he contact me on LinkedIn or send me an email and or DM to get my email, or you can provide him? I'm going to send you my email.
Okay, I'll send it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll link you guys up, and you guys can work together as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely. All right, Tristan Kelly, how you doing, buddy? Are you there?
Hi, Oz.
Hey, what's your question, buddy?
Good to meet you. I listened to you and Black and Run Up on Waddy's live earlier on. Very good content, I have to say.
Thank you.
My question is, I live in Ireland, in Europe, and my question was, how active is Stand with Crypto in Europe, and what kind of engagement have you had with the European Union and individual countries in Europe?
Okay, so his question is, how active are you in the European Union? He lives in Ireland, and what are you guys doing as far as the European Union goes?
So we have Stand with Crypto over in Europe, and we are separate. We're not collaboratively working together. And I can give you the connection of the people representing us in Europe so that he or she can speak to and connect with, if that's okay.
Yeah. So Tristan, send me a DM, or you can reach out to at Miss Nifty. It's on the flyer for the show. Her at, and you can reach her on Instagram, I believe.
Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, but it's MS_NFTY.
So NFT, why? Why NFTs? That's the joke. It's a joke. I heard it earlier.
Yeah, so you know the definition of nifty, and it was my Web3 play on that. I'm gonna send you from the EU. There's a link just for EU. I'm DMing you the link.
I'll send it to Tristan.
Okay, great.
Can I just ask as well, as please, how familiar is she with the MiCA regulations in Europe?
With the what regulations?
It's the MiCA, M-I-C-A.
How familiar are you with the MiCA regulations in Europe?
I'm not.
Yeah, this is more US based, but I'm sure that once you reach out to that the EU side of the community, they're going to have all those questions for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And when rap, what is up, Crypto Rap? You actually met Crypto Rap with me when we met in person at the party.
Diego?
Yeah, in San Diego. So he's here on the live. What's going on, buddy? How you doing?
I'm chilling, bro. It's a beautiful evening. Had a long day, busy, hella meetings and shit, but saw that you were on here talking to Miss Nifty about this important stuff, and I think it's really important that we get the word out. I don't really have any questions or anything, but just excited to be here talking about what is something that we all need to mobilize for. You know, crypto is decentralized, and we as a community and as crypto enthusiasts need to decentralize our effort in order to protect our industry and make sure that we can grow and blossom and be, you know, our fullest potential.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well put. I appreciate that. He doesn't have any questions, but he says he supports what you're doing, and he digs it, basically.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else in the chat you have a question you want to
This
throw in?
motherfucker scrapped half of what I
said. Yeah, dude. I said everything you said, bro. Word for word. He had nothing but nice things to say, I promise you.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate the time everyone's taking here today to listen.
Absolutely. It's all influencers here in the chat. It's awesome. And viewership has gone up exponentially.
Come to the event. Come to the event in December. And I'm more than happy to share more information if anybody wants more information. We're always doing events every month, at least a couple of times a month, all over the United States. So tap in with me. And if you have an idea, right, you are an influencer, you are in crypto, which is why you are here. If you have an idea, come to me with that idea and say, hey, Carrie, I have this activation. Maybe that's something I can fund doing, right? I want to support the community the way that the community supports crypto.
Bellstar wants to know if you have any NorCal events.
Absolutely. We're in San Francisco. We're in Sacramento. I did not go to San Jose this year, but I do plan on San Jose this coming year. But Sacramento, San Francisco, San Diego, and LA have been hosting events and get-togethers. Once you register on standwithcrypto.org, you will have access to know, like, these events are Stand with Crypto and it's coming up in your area if you want to be notified.
Yeah, I definitely want that for sure. Looks like we have one other guest that wants to ask a question, so I'm going to give them an invite for a second. Another influencer as well. Wow, everybody showed up for this one. As far as the influencers go, man, everybody showed up for this one. This was one I really promoted the heck out of. We're just not getting the regular viewership because of me getting hit with a banana today. Got slapped in the face with a banana. Money Talk, go ahead. What's your question?
Good evening, all. So, my question is more in regards to the education, right? Like the education for the people, not necessarily so much on the political side, but just overall education, because clearly we have the scams, then we have the learning how to even use crypto and all these things. And that's something that I don't really see.
So, her it's not a question, more or less a concern about educating not just people, but also our legislators, if I'm correct, Money, in crypto, and giving them the resources and the tools to understand what they're doing, what they're voting on, and actually know about this, not just for the the policymakers, but for the people as well.
So while in Atlanta, we just announced a collaboration of creating educational courses with Coinbase, the National Cryptocurrency Association, and Operation Hope. And so in Q1, we're creating that content, the classes, and it should be live for anyone to access April 2026.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
And
it'll be a trusted
Are they in
resource of
partnership at all
education.
with?
are you in partnership with who?
Operation
Pardon me?
Shamrock and Aaron West?
Operation Shamrock and Aaron West?
No, it is Coinbase, Operation Hope, and the National Cryptocurrency Association.
There you
Separately, we recently announced the establishment of Stand with Crypto University program, and we tomorrow, which is why I'll be in Detroit, are announcing which 50 universities across the U.S. will have chapters on campuses for university students. So that's happening as well.
That's awesome. Is there any other questions? I see Jake Claver in the chat. Jake, you got a question? I think that's it. Is there any closing thoughts you want to leave us with?
I want to remind everyone that you have a voice and we need you. We need your words. We need your wisdom. We need your experience in order to better shape our safe space in this crypto world and this Web3 world. Again, my experience is not yours and your experience is not hers or his. And so for us to create our own path in our safe space, we need all of our information to pour into this pool and deliver it to the people who are going to be and who are armed and charged with the responsibility of protecting us. So they need to be empowered with that information, and we won't have that without you.
I love it. Beautifully put. And yeah, I would encourage everyone here in the chat, everyone watching, everyone that's watching, whether you're on YouTube, Abstract, TikTok, X, Twitch, wherever you're watching, get involved, get engaged. Let your voices be heard. Like I said, we have an opportunity to make a difference, especially now with primaries coming up. Let your voices be heard. Stand up for yourself, and let's move this crypto space in a positive direction for the people.
Wait, I think I found this little soundboard thing.
Oh, cool. I didn't even know that existed.
Why didn't I see this earlier?
Yes, that's so awesome. I gotta look into that. That is cool. I want to do that now. How do I do that? That what this is? I don't know.
It's soundboard in Discord.
I'm gonna have to look into it. I'm gonna break something. Dang, you can just like hit somebody with that. That is classic. I absolutely.
That's gonna be
love
the next one.
Is there a goat one?
No.
Do a goat one.
If not, there's a cricket. And that's my dog.
Hey, thank you, chat. Miss Nifty, I don't want to take any more of your time. We kind of ran over our hour that I usually allot, and I thank you for staying a little extra time here and coming on the show. We'd love to have you anytime you're available. I know you're a very busy woman, and like I said, any way that I can help or get involved, I want to be there. So whatever you need from me, I am at your disposal.
We will recap for sure. We will definitely do this again. And thank you for doing this for the community. It's needed, and it's not going to be one person, 10 people, or 100 people. It's going to take a lot of us. It's going to take all of us to share, spread information, and make a difference. So thank you for what you're doing and for hosting.
Thank you. I try my best. All right, chat, give her a round of applause. Everybody send in W's for Miss Nifty.
Thank you
so
guys.
much. I bid you adieu.
Thank you, sir.
All right, chat. That was awesome. So here is the website right here. You can go to standwithcrypto.org and you can find their website. And I believe that there is a directory to other Stand with Cryptos as well. I'm sure that if you don't find for your area, you can Google it. If you do want the resources, she did send out to me everything So if you do want that information, reach out to me and I will get it to you or get you connected with her, and you guys can work out whatever questions or things you have. All right, I got something for you, chat. Yo, what is up? The greatest crypto rapper of all time. What's up, rap? Bro, you're out of control, man.
Yo, what the fuck is up, bro? Hey, great conversation, man. Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, man, I'll tell you what, that beat the hell out of the conversation that we had at the party, because I was so lit, bro. Like, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna have you on the show. Dude, I had way more fun at Rare Evo, but being there with you made it so much more fun, bro. And like looking back on it now, and I'm remembering, I'm like, dude, I was so messed up. Like, I kept like, I was a machine, bro. I was here, I was there, dude. I didn't stop moving.
Bro, yeah. I mean, it wasn't even the biggest venue, but you were in every corner, bro. You were always like, "Oh wait, I'm about to be right back," and then I look over and you'd be like, just in a whole different conversation at a whole different place.
Yeah. Constantly networking, constantly moving. That's just how I am, man. Dude,
Hunger, bro. Yeah.
I network better in person.
That's
online.
real, bro.
Yeah,
it's a strength. And I mean, that even just that night alone, you scored so many guests for your show. And this program was a great program and wonderful guests. And this is like one of, a half dozen people that you recruited that night.
Absolutely. And you were there. You saw who these people are. These are not just, some guy on TikTok with a camera. These are developers, people making huge waves in the crypto community. And we were there rubbing elbows with them and, educating ourselves and getting an opportunity to spread that education to the community.
It doesn't stop, bro. We're going to keep connecting, keep networking, keep, stretching our arms out. You and I were ambassadors from TikTok to crypto. It's a rare niche in the industry that not a lot of people respect. But I think it's one, and you obviously agree with me, that this is one that's tremendously valuable and one of our best vehicles for reaching the next generation of investors and onboarding retail. And that's ultimately going to be the key, is us putting a good foot forward and wearing the banner of TikTok and representing you guys from the community and really sort of expressing your voice to the industry at large. Because right now there really is no clear sort of channel of communication from you, who are ultimately retail investors that matter a lot in the industry, because you make up the next 20 million, 30 million, 50 million people that we're going to onboard. But nobody's really paying attention to you guys right now.
Yeah, and I would say, how the saying goes, go out and touch grass. You can still be about crypto and everything you do while touching grass. We were literally out, at a crypto event, touching grass, rubbing some elbows and still immersed in, coming up with content. I was live for that show. We're meeting with the people, we're getting the information. So any creators that are watching, I would encourage you to, take the phone and go out into the real world, talk to random people. If there's not a crypto event near you, you can just ask people on the street what they think about crypto, and you can find, and I do this personally, there's a consensus out there that most of the people you ask this question, what's your experience with crypto? Basically, I go, the spam email you get, how's your crypto experience going or whatever? I ask people that on the street, right? And the consensus seems to be is it's a scam. So you have an opportunity to go out into the world and explain to them the truth and really reach more than just the tight community that we have here. Bro, what are you doing? Bro, what the all right, you're booted.
Chill.
I just shrunk you, bro. I just shrunk you. I fucking love you, bro. Hey, we gotta hang out more, because I'm actually like down the road from you, bro. We're close.
But what you're saying is right, bro. You're 110% correct. Like that's the way forward, bro. And we're doing our part. We're touching grass. But you know what? The other thing I'll say for the people in the chat, there always is going to be some kind of crypto community, some kind of crypto event going on near you, even if you live in fucking Boise, Idaho. You just gotta jump on. The best apps to use would be something like Luma. This is some free game for you guys in the chat. Take the leap to IRL. Take the leap to going and connecting with people that you otherwise wouldn't connect with. You don't realize how kind of echo chamber and insular your crypto community is until you step out into the real world and see blockchains that you never even interacted with, and how rich those ecosystems are and how many people are there, and et cetera, et cetera. Take the leap to IRL. Be brave enough to go beyond the screen. If you want to take this industry seriously, it's not just about sitting behind the screen all day and hitting the trenches and all that. It's about connecting with others and building what is ultimately undiscovered, uncharted territory. We are pioneering, we're trailblazing crypto. And that can't happen by yourself in your real life. I mean, you gotta go out and see some real people. So get Luma, Luma, that's the free game, and look at local events. And usually Luma events skew towards tech or crypto events in the first place. So you'll probably see them right there on the local discovery page. And just go and go take the leap. It took me a long time to take a leap to go to my local crypto meetups, but when I did, I was like, damn, like I was missing this. Like it's good. It's so much fun to hang out with these people because you obviously have so much in common.
Dude, you were like a kid in a candy store at that event, man. It was so cool to see you. Dude, your face lit up. You're like, this guy signed the Constitution for Cardano. Like, you were like all stepped.
Yeah, that's for me out, bro.
I was like, yeah, man. Dude, that event wasn't even on Luma, right? I mean, it was through Luma, but it wasn't public. It was a private event that we got to go to. And we got invited to that because of the Goat Tribe. So Goat Tribe got us locked in with that. So special thanks to Goat Tribe as well. You can find them at Ada Goats on X or goattribe.io. Great fam. They're fam. That's why I have the Goat Tribe up in the background because like I consider myself part of the Goat Tribe. I've actually been inducted as one of the goats because I'm a goat holder now. Dude, I wanted to ask you, we got to reach out to them. We got to work on the next album, right?
That's real, bro, for sure. And I gotta hang out with bro too. And also, I gotta get a goat, bro. I don't even have my goat yet, but I've been shopping them. I've been looking around trying to find a nice one on the floor. I'm really particular about my NFT, so
reach out to him. He'll make one of you. So like they made one of me with the twisty mustache. So that's the goat. Yeah, bro.
Bro.
Yeah, so legit. And then we were talking about touching grass. You're going to Abu Dhabi, right, in a couple weeks?
Yeah, sir. Actually, in a couple days, in literally 1 week from today, pretty much, I'm gonna be on the plane out there to Abu Dhabi, about an hour and a half outside of Dubai, for the largest Solana conference of the year, where everyone's gonna descend and decide the future of the blockchain.
Dude, that's so lit, and I wish I was going to that. I got like family and kids, so like when I travel out of the country, I gotta take like a whole brigade with me. So I tend to stay more local, but we're gonna have to do one of those together for sure, man. We'll link up.
Holy, you know what? I was just having a conversation actually today with. I'm gonna be staying in a content house out there in Abu Dhabi. I'm gonna be staying the event's like 4 days or whatever. I'm gonna be out there 10 days. And it's gonna be me and a bunch of other A-list crypto content creators, and we're gonna be just cranking out literally 24/7, 365 live on with a full film crew and lights, camera, action, works. And we're talking in a meeting today, and ETH Denver is coming up in February. I feel like that's when we should run, bro.
ETH Denver? Yeah, I could do
ETH
that.
Denver.
Yeah, do that.
I feel like
when is that?
You know, the college should be out there, a lot of big names should be out there. I know a bunch of people should be out there. I'm friends with them. That's in February.
I think it's when that. I'll let you know. Give me some information. We'll check that out.
Yeah. And I'm FOMO, bro, because our battle in Miami is right now, and a lot of crypto people are out there doing events. It looks like such a good time right now.
Yeah, man. And like, fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit. Dude, I can't even say why my brain is. I keep losing my track of thought. Remember what you tried to give me before we left? Were you there for that? I had that, and I had that today. So.
I was trying to find a flex on my Go Tribe. I got it right here. You know, I got a little shine on me. Yo, that was my favorite one, honestly. That art is insane. It's so good. Yeah, I was looking for mine. It's right there next to me.
I got
but let me mock you real quick. Boom!
I got the pin. Hell yeah, bro.
Yo!
Dude,
that's crazy.
And then on top of it, I got the entire sticker collection. I got the poster. I got a bunch of stuff, man. They hooked me up, dude. They found me for sure. And I'm excited to work on that album, man. Because like, you're a rapper. I'm a lyricist. He's a dev. Together, we could pump out some serious albums, man.
I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. I like the project a lot. I'm gonna have to scoop up a couple of those. It's on my shopping list. I'm gonna carry the NFT portfolio and start stacking like as a private reserve, and those two guys are gonna be in there.
Well, plus the GOAT NFTs come with utility. So I don't know if they told you about this, but the GOATs have utility. So as a GOAT holder, you have certain things. So you can, like for me, I can play the music on the live, and I have the rights to use that music with no copyright infringement. So like when I post stuff on YouTube, I don't get hit with anything. You know, so like there's utility to holding GOATs, and there's more to than that. That was the main utility that I saw. I was like, okay, let me get some GOATs, you know, for that. But there's a lot of utility in holding a GOAT, and I believe that is the future of NFTs. Is NFTs with utility.
Speaking of NFTs with utility, bro, you know I gotta plug my entropy, bro, my Aslar miner. It's sold out actually, literally last night. I finally got on the phone with the team. I was like, you guys are missing an opportunity. These things are sold out. You need to just restock as many as you can. And so they put 10 up in the shop. But yeah, NFTs with utility. It's a miner. You plug into a wall and it mines a meme coin. And that in order to activate it and actually claim tokens, you need the NFT from the project. So it has that culture element. That's sort of a metaverse element where you've got a DeFi, you've got NFT, and you've got the DeFi, of course, as well. So it's kind of a shout out to Jack. It's a jack of all trades of projects where you're really kind of wearing the hats at the same time. Miners eat first. Absolutely. It's sick. And so yeah, the best deal ever. It's usually like $150 for this thing, but right now it's like $90.
Yeah, and it yields what, like it's like $100 a year or something like that.
Yeah, right now yields are pretty low. I think it's averaging 36 cents a day or something like that. And so the thing costs $99. You got to figure it out a little under a year until it pays itself off.
But when the coin goes up, then your yield is going to go up from there. But if you're looking at baseline where it's at right now,
yeah, I mean, historically, the coin, I mean, there's been times where the thing is yielded up to as much as like $16, $17 a day, which is insane if you punch the numbers.
Right. So like the lowest you're looking at is it might take a year to pay the thing off at worst case scenario, which is not a big deal. And it's small. It's not using a ton of power, you know, so it's not like it's going to cost you a bunch of energy to run it.
Yeah, no, it's super sick. I can't recommend it enough. If you guys are interested at all in decentralized physical infrastructure networks, mining, passive income yield type projects, you like a lot of meme coins, but want a little bit more depth to what you're investing in, this is my go-to for sure. And I'm only talking about it because it's literally like a temporary deal where it's like the best deal ever. You know, TikTok is always like, the TikTok shop, this is the last time this deal going to be here, 60% off, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty much what I'm doing.
Word. All right.
That's interesting. Where do I find it? Justentropy.lol. Justentropy.lol. Take my hat and turn it into a website.
There you go, bro. I almost ordered one the other night, and then like I was on your live and I was going to order one. I was going to order 5, but I passed out.
Well, they're in stock. There's only 10 of them on the shop right now.
And you can only buy 5, right?
The 5 is the max, but you know what? Let me give you some super duper top secret alpha that can't be said anywhere else. Very soon, we're introducing a brand new product offering. It has never before existed. It's highly limited. Again, we're talking less than 10 units. It's going to allow you to have a sixth miner. It's going to be crazy.
Love it, bro. Hey, man, thank you for coming on, dude, and being here. I'm going to cut the live out now. If you guys want to send any gifts to anybody in the panel, make sure you follow everybody that was up here. Much appreciated. Always a pleasure to have you. Crypto Rap, the greatest crypto rapper of all time. This is a Crypto Rap exclusive.
This is an Ozthecryptogoat exclusive. The greatest crypto podcast of all time. Everyone go watch my live because Oz is ending on the live right now.
Black, did you have anything you want to say before we get out? I know you didn't get a chance to talk too much. I want to give you the opportunity because we had a short conversation earlier. You can expand on it a little bit. I don't have to get off just yet, but if you want to talk.
I definitely just really appreciate bringing up what is this, crypto? I've been advocating using Coinbase multiple times and contacting my legislator, so you definitely need more activity like this in space. So keep these type of, I guess, whatever thing our live streams come.
Absolutely. And I took a little break, a little vacation chat. Okay, the show's back. It's in full force. We got guests lined up, Wazoo, and we're talking about these are big players in the crypto space, not just little guys. And I'm hoping that this next year I should have Wendy O and Charles Hoskinson. So those are in the works. So stay tuned, chat. I'm excited. Some big things are happening for such a small show. We are just starting. It hasn't even been 1 year that I've been doing the show, and because we are out pounding the pavement, touching grass, going to these events, rubbing elbows, and basically we're going to free parties with free food and drinks is all we're doing. But doing that, we're building this community strong. So strong, and it's been really incredible. And for those of you that have been here since day one, thank you. Special thanks to TikTok Seller. He's one of our moderators here. This show would have died a long time ago without him. He has helped support in so many ways. He's given and donated to the show so many times. I've offered to pay him for his services. He refuses, and he is with me every single day in the Discord. I mean, we're calling out bangers in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, make sure you click the link in my bio. If it's not working, send me a DM. I will help you get into the Discord and send you the link. But dude, we are calling out big movers in there. Okay. Dude, I think I hit like it was Mon. I hit 50% on that already, and it looks like it's still going up. So we're doing things. In Discord, we're trading together as a group. People are learn. We have the TA class as well. If you want to get involved and learn the TA class, Crypto Rap is actually coming on the TA class and taught us how to use Pump Fud, how to find the bangers there. Special thanks to you, Crypto Rap, for doing that as well. The TA class is lit, man, and we not only have like me teaching you how to read charts. I have hedge fund managers coming onto the TA class. I have other influencers, creators, market traders, big names in the space that are coming in and teaching you their knowledge. So I would tell you, the best thing you can do for yourself is invest into yourself before you invest in market. Get educated. Learn about this stuff. Crypto Rap, I hear you saying this all the time. The best thing you can do is lock in and learn. And we're so ready. You have an opportunity to learn something new before everyone else gets into it. To be the top dog, like we were talking with Miss Nifty earlier, we are the top 1%. Everyone here in the chat, you are the top 1% of educated people in crypto. The fact that you're here is enough. Because most people, they don't care. They're buying lottery tickets and that's it. They don't want to learn. They want to go on. They want to ask an influencer, what should I buy? And not put in any of the work, not do anything, and have someone else do it for them. You as an individual getting involved and educating yourself, learning paper trade, guys, you can paper trade. And you have an opportunity to advance yourself light years ahead of the competition for the future. So I urge you to get involved, get in the Discord, get in the TA. Crypto Rap has an amazing Discord if you like meme coins. They're calling out crazy bangers. Dude, what was that? It was like 150 some X last night?
Yeah, it ended up being like a 215x or something at the end. But yeah, we caught a couple digit multipliers this week. They're cooking there.
Yeah, it's incredible. Actually, dude, I want you to come on the TA show again and teach us how to use Soul Pump. If you could. I would love that, man.
Yeah, totally, bro. Yeah, for sure.
Soul Pump looks cool as fuck, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like I want to do it, but I know nothing about it. I'm afraid to touch it. Like, but if you want to do it, dude, because like 6-7's already, yielded me a little bit. And like, dude, I'm very conservative. So I'm like, I picked up 10x, here and there. I'm good with it. And so like, yeah, dude, I'm picking up 10x's like this, bro. Like, yeah, Soul Pump, dude. You don't know what Soul Pump is, bro? Tell me what Soul Pump is.
It's a game site. It's a lot of game sites. I mean, it's a reliable on-chain, fully transparent. I'm not gonna lie, it's like 95% RTP. It's not exactly a money printer, but it's a lot of fun. And we play Crash on there, and we've hit a couple multi-hundred X's. There's no better feeling than crunching like a big triple-digit multiplier and scaling down the progressive profit to 1%. And then literally every time you click your mouse, you're getting $1.
That's it, bro. Yeah, it looks like fun. Like you said, it's like a game, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like, and you were saying it's like you can set parameters, you can set all these different things. So like you just play, you're making money, you're getting paid in soul, right? So it's real nice.
Yeah, we can talk about it
in the DA class. Absolutely. Yeah. Love it. All right, chat. I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you to everyone that came up here. Thank you for all the gifts, everyone that gifted. I'm just gonna shout out the names. We got TikTok Seller, Brooke Odyssey. Let's see here. Who is this? This is Miss Evie, AD Ryder, Fredrum, For Fun, Mr. Josh TV, Satoshi Nakamoto. And that's it. Oh wait, no, we got Scotty Dog. We got Run Up. Run Up. We got Revolution, Francesca, Purple Bitcoin. I think that's everybody. Thank you all. If I missed you, I do apologize. Thank you for all the gifts. It's incredible. We've been live for 2 hours and 39 minutes, and we've made a whopping $5.75. We are rich, bro. We are so rich. We're making a lot of money here. Thank you guys for your donations and everything that you do here. Everything that you said here now, I pretty much either donate to other creators or I give it to Jesse or my TA here. So much love and respect for all of you. And I will. Let's see here. Let's do this real quick because Rap is doing weird shit again. I love you, bro. Dude, and if you want to watch a good live stream, follow Crypto Rap and watch his live stream and just watch him roast the chat. It is the most fun. My favorite creator here on TikTok, hands down. Like, I'm just having so much fun just listening to him roast people. It is absolutely phenomenal. I wish I had that ability to do what you do, bro. It's fucking hilarious. So definitely check him out. And then follow Black XXOR. Very educated and I trust what this guy says. We had a good conversation on Why Crypto's Live the other day, or it was today actually, and he knows what he's talking about, and he's not saying it for bullshit either. So I love it. Anyone that's willing to tell the truth and not lie to the community and dump their bags on them, you got my respect. All right, chat. I'll see you all next time. Have a good night.
Thanks for the liquidity, guys. Take care.
You're right on point, bro. You just got to trust your instincts, man. I think you second guess yourself, and
Yeah, I did.
You let the fear control your trading. Don't let fear. Trust the process. Obviously, not all of them are going to work out, bro. But believe in yourself, believe in your process, believe in your TA. And when you do that and you have that conviction, that's when you are rewarded for it.
Hey, I got rewarded for that on the way down. I got a
I know, bro.
I got a
did
42% on the way down.
And I've seen you in the Discord. We have hashtag wins, right? Where people are posting our wins. G-Rod every day with these massive wins, like anywhere from like 50% to like 290% wins, bro. You're killing it, man. And you're doing all those in the high time frames, right? So like 1 and 5 minute charts.
I do it all on the 1 minute charts.
Yeah, so you're making those kinds of gains in a matter of what, like an hour or less?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's magnificent, bro. You're killing it.
Usually, I mean, the longest I've been in one was the other night. I was in it for, I think, 4 hours.
Look at this, what I see right here too. So let's look even more macro. Here's our channel, right? We're respecting this line, this trend up, and we're respecting this trend. Like this. Right? So let's say this does come up, cup and handle, 250. What I say earlier, 250 to $3. That's where this thing wants to go. And look it does that. Like it goes like here, and then it goes higher. So it got here, now it's gonna go higher. See the pattern?
I'm hoping for that higher one. I'm hoping for that higher one and not instead of a possible triple top. I don't know.
Look it. This is what you're seeing right here is bots. Okay, look at, you see this cup and handle right here that played out?
Yep.
Okay, you're seeing another one right next to it, cup and handle play out. That's bots trading. This thing's going to 250, bro. Easy. It's literally just copy and pasting what just happened here is about to happen right here. And that's, you see a lot of that on the low time frames because it's bots running an AI algorithm, right? So the bots are actually creating its own, whatever. And then the bot is also zoomed out even more on the 30 minutes.
Oz, I
Look at,
got a question when you get back to that 5 minute one.
Look at, here's your more macro, right? We're going to come up here, boom, double top, and come back down. So you're going to be able to short this thing to 159, 160 once it hits that 150 mark. That's what I would see. Now it could potentially shoot up higher first and then go, but we have an ascending wedge right here, right? So this would be more than likely what plays out right here on the 30-minute time frame. So sometime today or tomorrow, this thing will come back down to right here. So you see where the fair value gap is right here. We have the candle support right here. Boom, 161. And I would just set my sell order at like 163. At 163.5 and just make sure it fills. You know what I mean? Don't be greedy. You're going to catch all that, bro.
Yeah.
Make sure it fills. More than likely, that's what we're going to see right there. You know what? I'm going to save this. And I'm going to show you. Tomorrow, we're going to pull this up, and it's going to literally match this. Like, it's going to follow it to the T, bro.
I better be up the whole time then.
What, over the next, like 12 hours, 14 hours?
Yeah.
No, you don't have to be up. This move right here is where you get to sleep, bro. You're going to catch this right here tonight.
Yeah.
It's going to top out tonight, like 3 a.m. Boom, sleep. Wake up tomorrow, set your sell limit at that 163.5. Wake up tomorrow and profit. Do it in your sleep. That's how I do it.
So I got a question for you. Yeah. So if you zoom in on that 5 minute again.
Let me see here. All right.
So you know those sweeps that it's making, right?
Yeah. These right here.
Yeah. Have you seen I guess they're getting bigger, aren't they?
Not really. Look at
Or
they're
are
actually
they-
getting smaller. So
Yeah,
let's
so
measure.
that's
So look, we take this over here. It's getting a little bit smaller.
okay.
So we measure this one. Bring it right here. And that's why it's a wedge, not a. So
Gotcha. Yeah.
Expect it
I see it
to
now.
hit that line 150, or excuse
Yeah.
me, 250. That's it right there, Bo. And look, let's move this right here. That's the distance from this resistance zone to the top. It's almost a perfect measurement. See that?
Yeah.
Now it could fall short, you know. I would be taking profits at 245.5, 245, somewhere around there, right? That would be my first.